Provenge is an established cellular immunotherapy used to treat certain men with advanced prostate cancer. Provenge is customized to each individual and is made from his own immune cells. Immunotherapy is the prevention or treatment of disease with substances that may stimulate an immune response. The immune system has memory and can recognize substances it has encountered previously. Immunotherapy is designed to boost the immune system to target and attack advanced prostate cancer. This is why immunotherapy empowers the immune system to fight the cancer immediately and allow the effects to last over time. Indication: Provenge is a prescription medication used to treat certain men with advanced prostate cancer. Provenge is an established cellular immunotherapy and is customized to each individual by using his own immune cells. Important safety information. Before receiving Provenge, tell your doctor about any medical conditions, including heart or lung problems, or if you have had a stroke. Tell your doctor about any medicines you take, including prescription and non-prescription drugs, vitamins, or dietary supplements. The most common side effects of Provenge include chills, fatigue, fever, back pain, nausea, joint ache, and headache. These are not all the possible side effects of Provenge treatment. Provenge is made from your own immune cells, which are collected during a process called leukapheresis. The cells are processed, returned, and then infused back into the patient through an IV, intravenous infusion, approximately 3 days later. This process is completed in 3 cycles, about 2 weeks apart. Each infusion takes approximately 1 hour and requires 30 minutes of post-infusion monitoring. Provenge infusion can cause serious reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you have signs of a heart attack or lung problems, such as trouble breathing, chest pains, racing or irregular heartbeats, high or low blood pressure, dizziness, fainting, nausea, or vomiting. Have signs of a stroke, such as numbness or weakness on one side of the body, decreased vision in one eye, or difficulty speaking. Develop symptoms of thrombosis, which may include pain and/or swelling of an arm or leg with warmth over the affected area, discoloration of an arm or leg, shortness of breath, chest pain that worsens on deep breathing. Have signs of infection, such as fever over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, redness or pain at the infusion or collection sites. Tell your doctor about any side effects that concerns you or does not go away. For more information, talk with your doctor. You are encouraged to report negative side effects of prescription drugs to the FDA. Visit www.fda.gov/medwatch or call 1-800-FDA-1088. Please see accompanying full prescribing information.
The Prostate Cancer Research Institute is an educational organization for prostate cancer patients, their caregivers, and their families. We put patients first and are an unbiased source of information and support. For over 20 years, our goal has been to meet the educational needs of prostate cancer patients at every stage of their journey. Medical technology is advancing rapidly, and new treatments are becoming available. Patients have to make complex choices which have lasting implications. They face unexpected industry biases and doctors who may not be up to date on the latest research. Your donation helps men receive the latest, most up-to-date information, which empowers them to make informed decisions. Our website, PCRI.org, is a wealth of information and resources. Our conferences and webinars are a way to get patients' questions answered by leading physicians and researchers. And we have a helpline for men to call with questions about their diagnosis, treatment choices, and side effects associated with these treatments. Each week we produce multiple videos covering concepts and every patient question that we can think of about the disease in a straightforward and easy to understand format. This was a brief overview of what we do at PCRI, and to learn more you can visit our website. Your donation directly funds our educational programs, which give life-changing information to men during a very vulnerable time in their life, and we thank you for your consideration. You can visit PCRI.org to learn more. Hi everyone, I'm Alex with the PCRI, and I'd like to welcome you to our 2021 Moyad and Scholz mid-year update. I really miss seeing you all in person, but we have some amazing presentations lined up for you for the next couple hours, and I think you'll find them educational and enlightening. Today we're welcoming Dr. Thomas Hope to discuss PSMA imaging and Dr. Celestia Higano to discuss the latest in hormone therapy and advanced treatments. And we'll close with our Q&A presentations with Dr. Mark Moyad and Dr. Mark Scholz. Before we get into our presentations, I'd like to thank our sponsors: Bayer, Janssen, Astellas, Pfizer, Dendreon, AbbVie, Blue Earth, Advanced Accelerator Applications, Clovis, MyEvent, Foundation Medicine, and Progenics. They helped to make this entire thing possible and enabled us to make it completely free for you. So we're extremely grateful. Right now, we're going to have a brief invocation, and then we'll get right into the conference.
Well, it's great to be here this AM via Zoom, and we've all become Zoomies, have we not? So, meanwhile, we all thank God for this technology at this time. I've been offering the Convocation for these conferences for a bunch of years now, and this AM, I was wondering the difference between Convocation and Invocation. Well, fortunately, we have the internet. We all know it's always true and absolutely accurate, and it's loaded with information, and there's a site called WikiDiff to tell us differences. So here's what WikiDiff tells us. The difference between invocation and convocation is that invocation is the act or form of calling for the assistance or presence of some superior being, earnest and solemn entreaty, especially prayer offered to a divine being, while convocation is the act of calling or assembling by summons. And since this brief address is always to open up and speak something spiritual and then pray, and we're all gathered together, I'm thinking we are actually participating in an convocation right now. So there you have it. I met Dr. Mark Scholz during my own 7-year journey through prostate cancer, and I am alive and well. The two of us struck up a lasting friendship through an adventure that I did not want to be on in the first place. Personally, I humbly believe that God will utilize all things, including shaking things, to draw men to the desire of the nations, which happens to be him. So I'm going to pray as I was requested to pray. I'm going to ask the God of heaven and earth to bless this conference, to anoint the speakers, and to bless and heal the attendees. Feel free to exercise your free will to pray with me, or exercise your free will not to pray. God is so good, he offers each of us that option. So Lord, we come before you right now. We bless your name. We thank you for this Passover weekend, this Easter season. We thank you, God, that you are eternal and your eyes and heart and ears, God, are toward mankind. And we would ask you to bless this place, bless this conference and everyone involved in it in any way, shape, or form, that you would be glorified and that healing would flow. God, that battle plans and strategies and ways to get things accomplished to move people towards a place of knowing you and towards physical healing, God, would take place. And we believe these things, Lord, because you are faithful. Amen.
Thank you. Let's get things started. I'd like to introduce Dr. Mark Moyad, who is the Jenkins Poe-Kempner Director of Alternative Medicine at the University of Michigan. He's an incredible friend to PCRI. He's volunteered hundreds, probably thousands of hours for us, and he does an incredible job keeping all of our speakers on our toes and asking your questions. Without further ado, here is Dr. Mark Moyad.
All right. Welcome to what I thought was the 8th annual, but it's actually the 7th annual Moyad Scholz meeting. Notice how my name is in bold, caps, MOYAD / and then I went lower font for Scholz, so I get more attention than him. So that was purposeful that I made his name tiny, my name gigantic, therefore emphasizing me. However, it shows you how great my memory is. I need to go exercise to improve my memory today. It says 8th annual, but I found out from Alex, it's actually the 7th annual. But it shows you that I'm an optimistic person, that I think there will be an 8th annual, and I know there will be. There's my information, blah, 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 love me. I've done all this stuff, 170 medical papers. I've written about 160 of them, 15 books, love me, blah, blah, blah. I have no hobbies. As Frank Sinatra once said, I think it was Frank Sinatra, the longer your introduction, the more desperate you are for attention. So that's my introduction. And hopefully, well, Alex's introduction was a little bit longer. but that was kind. And you're going to see me, by the way, switch many shirts during this day today because I've got some long interviews, very sweaty, and I like to have an Oscar moment where I keep changing outfits. Actually, my hobby is surprising you at the Moyad's first annual DGGQ. What is that? It's a doggone good question. Our dog's name is Grazie. We have a new puppy. It's a surprise, but during one of the talks, we have two talks, Dr. Thomas Hope from UCSF, fabulous, fabulous person. And the other fabulous person is Dr. Tia Higano, who's in British Columbia now, formerly of the University of Washington, and has been an oncologist in prostate cancer for the past 30 plus years. I can't even keep count. Also complete and total leader in their field. But during one of the two talks, during the Q&A, I'm going to surprise them with Grazie's first annual doggone good question. It's going to be a random question I ask them, and I'll ask the dog to come in. I don't know if the dog will hear me, but hopefully this will work at some point. When they get the doggone good question, if you're caller number 7, you get a free t-shirt. Just kidding. I actually don't. We have no presents. It's to add a little bit of latitude to the program, keep you guessing, have a good time. So I always give an introduction before I talk about a little bit about our speakers. I do want to tell you that after this is done, this actual spring meeting, the Moyad Scholz meeting, after that's done, then you can sign up for our big spring meeting, which I hear is September 10th and 11th, probably at the Marriott, but we are planning to have an in-person meeting right now. And so, is that right, Alex? Alex is there during, I think we're doing this. I hope she's giving me a thumbs up or telling me we are going to have this meeting, right? I mean, we're going to have the meeting, but we're still going to try to have it in person as of right now.
Yes, we're going to try. We're going to go for it.
Voice from above. Okay. Anything else you want to say about registration before I start my shtick?
No, just register today and get in there ahead of time. We're really excited. We may be able to have some people in person, and we're going to see how that goes. Okay. But it's going to be a fantastic event. We have speakers that are legendary speakers. I mean,
ooh, that's true. Yeah. I'm going to go through them really quickly. They're already locked and ready to go, and they're the best in the world at what they do. So we have, I know Epstein from Hopkins is coming back, and I'm going to have a very interesting session with him, right? And,
yeah, it's going to be awesome.
And do we want to mention any more speakers? We want to surprise them.
I mean, it's up to you, but I think we should leave some surprises. That's always fun.
Okay. All right. But we're all set. And I'll tell you the 4 that we have, including our 2 to 3 hour Q&A. Wow. It's absolutely dynamite. Do you want to say anything about fundraising? Remember, this is all free content on the YouTube channel, and there's a million people behind the scenes making this happen. So please remember to donate to PCRI. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Donate to PCRI. Go blue.
Go blue, baby. Tomorrow against Florida State. If we don't win, I'll be depressed. Anyway.
You'll win. You'll win.
I know. It sounds good. So thanks to PCRI team, our speakers, one of my BFFs, Mark Scholz, and you. I forget to thank you. All right. Whoops. It's time for a Moyad Random Go Blue dog insert. There is our older dog. Love that dog. Chauncey wearing his Go Blue vest. Now Grazie's going to have to wear it. You'll see Go Blue dog inserts every once in a while because everyone likes dogs. And heck, dogs are now getting a lot of research in terms of their ability to diagnose prostate cancer. That's actually a selfie that my dog took. I had nothing to do with that. This is the new one. This is the new baby. Now that our kids are out of the house, we're empty nesters. My wife decided to get us a puppy. His name is Grazie. He's a Morkie, a Maltese Yorkie. And man, when you see him, my prediction is when you see him, he is so spastic, he will not be able to sit in place for 2 seconds because A, he's so excited when we talk about the PCRI meeting, and B, he's spastic. This is my favorite time of the day when he finds a place in the house to sleep. Then I get to rest. It's a lot of energy, a lot of energy. All right, let's talk a little bit about COVID. People always say, why do you do so much with COVID? Well, because my background's public health. right now doing full-time education and clinical research and publishing papers and working with the PCRI and doing all these wonderful things. But, the impact of COVID-19 on cancer, it's very well known that we do know that patients who are being treated for cancer, have been treated for cancer, have a higher risk of potentially going on from mild to more severe disease. So it's important in terms, it affects treatment. It affects a lot of what goes on every single day in the hospital and the clinic, that people know what's going on with COVID-19. And just as a reminder that coronavirus, the family of coronavirus, has actually been around since the 60s. There could be hundreds of these things, but there's 7 known right now to infect humans. The first 4 you've probably known about your whole life, but they never use that word with you. And those are responsible for very mild respiratory symptoms, usually mild, common cold. So the first 4 out there that are identified mostly by letter and number are known for the common cold, no big deal. And then, suddenly SARS-CoV-1 came along, and that was a problem for a little bit of time, and then that got under control. And then MERS, the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, came along. That was another coronavirus, and it wasn't easy to get, but very deadly. And that ended up being contained. And then lo and behold, several years go by, and here comes COVID-19, a very dangerous member of this family, the 7th member of this family. So the genomics of the number 7 actually share a lot of the genetics with the other 6, especially number 5. So there has, thank goodness, there's been a lot we've known about it, which I think also not only helped in developing potential antivirals, but also vaccines. But these things have been around since the 60s, officially affecting humans in some way or another. It's responsible for about 15 to 30% of the common colds. There's adenoviruses, there's rhinovirus, there's other common causes of the common cold, but 15 to 30% of the common colds out there means they were a significant part of people's lives before they became this significant. As a reminder, these things contain an envelope. They have the spike glycoprotein you see at the top. You also see this thing here called the envelope. And this envelope, or what I call peel or outer covering, the reason that's so important, that it's a virus with an envelope, is that's actually a fairly weak envelope. And with vigorous hand washing or alcohol hand sanitizer or disinfectants, that envelope breaks. And when that envelope breaks and the contents spill out, the chances of surviving out in the open with that virus is minimal to almost nothing. So the envelope helps protect it, but at the same time, if you can break the integrity of that envelope, you reduce the chances of transmission or being infected in the outside world. And so when people use the word, use soap and water, or use alcohol sand sanitizer, or use disinfectant, it's a lot more than just plain talk. It can go after that envelope. And if you can break that envelope, you can break the back of this thing. Another question we get a lot in the cancer world. They come into the call center, or you name it, we get it. Do you really need that second dose if you qualify for the 2-shot product? Moderna is a 2-shot product, Pfizer's a 2-shot product, Johnson & Johnson's a 1-shot product. But Fauci gave a great answer on February 19th. And this is reason to get fired up about the second shot. If you look at the difference between the intensity of the response after the first dose and the second dose has 10 times higher levels of neutralizing antibodies, which also means the breadth of response. And a suboptimal response, it could be selecting for variants. What does that mean? It means as you crank up the number of neutralizing antibodies, it's not only the quantity of those antibodies, but it's the quality, is what he's saying. So it's more likely to cover the variants, a lot of the variants that you're worried about. So people have gone back and forth, do I really need that second dose? But part of that second dose is not only to get you to that 95% that people talk about protection, it's also to develop the quality and quantity of antibodies that can be policing out there to make sure any of the variants coming along can essentially be eliminated. And when you have that level of antibodies and you can eliminate the virus very quickly, we always say in the biz that without replication, there's no mutation. So it's got to replicate to mutate. And when you've got that amount of antibodies squashing this thing, it reduces the chance of mutation. hence the need to get vaccinated quickly and vaccinate people as quickly as possible. So here's some breaking news that just came out this week of the conference. I thought it was incredibly positive, and this actually applies to a lot of the patient questions that came into the portal at PCRI. This actually answers a whole host of them. The question is, if I'm on prostate cancer treatment, what does that mean? So the US just finished a study this week looking retrospectively at patients with all different types of cancer, but actually genitourinary or prostate cancer was one of the largest group that was represented of people that were infected by the virus. And they found out that they seroconverted, meaning you have no neutralizing antibodies to the virus, and then suddenly you can detect a neutralizing antibody. You can detect protection, which is IgG, so the memory antibodies. And almost 100% of the patients getting hormone therapy, they called it endocrine therapy, or even immune therapy, about 100%. In fact, I think there was only one patient they couldn't detect it. They became seroconverted. What does all this mean? The hint there in this initial study is that if you can get vaccinated, then you can develop an immune response as good as any other person walking around of a similar age and of good health. And there has been concern that a lot of cancer treatments can be very immune suppressive, and can you build up a good immune response when you're vaccinated? But at least in the prostate cancer world, what this is suggesting, this New York study, is that when you're being treated with certain types of prostate cancer, getting vaccinated can seroconvert you or give you a robust immune response. So one of my biggest tips of this introduction is please talk to your treating doctor and your team, urologist, oncologist. Doesn't matter who on your team, say, can I get vaccinated? Can I get vaccinated now? Make sure you get that check in the box and they say, yes, you can. Then go out there and do your best to get it now. So that is all good news for people going through treatment, at least preliminarily. We also know there's viral vector vaccines. They use a cold virus. It's an inactivated cold virus, like an adenovirus is that's transported, that helps you develop that immune response. There's a human adenovirus from Janssen & Johnson. We know it's a one shot and you're done. What people don't realize in that trial is there's a second arm of that trial where they do 2 shots, but the 1 shot's been effective enough so far, but the 2 shot, my guess is will be even far more effective. There's the AstraZeneca one that's a chimpanzee adenovirus, and people say, well, why did they use a chimpanzee adenovirus? Well, this is an adenovirus that normal humans haven't seen, and so it's good that humans haven't seen this particular type of virus. So they pick one from an animal, and then you're more likely to develop an immune response to the vector, or in this case, to the spike protein. So the bottom line is these viral vector vaccines that use a cold virus for delivery and an activated cold virus, whether it's Johnson & Johnson or AstraZeneca, seem to be good vaccines. Now, AstraZeneca has obviously had some controversy lately in terms of what their data really shows. I think it will ultimately fall out is that it's effective, but arguably not as effective as Moderna and Pfizer, but we don't know. We'll have to wait and see that. But that's a 2-doser. Johnson & Johnson's a 1-doser. But I like Johnson & Johnson's a lot, and it's clearly rolling out across the United States. I'm still waiting to see how well the AstraZeneca one works out when all the data comes, but it should have complete efficacy in the next few weeks in terms of what we can trust. Then you have protein-based adjuvant vaccines. These are the new ones. Will come out in the next month or two. The primary one to watch is Novavax. It's 2 shots, 21 days apart. It's interesting. I call it a natural vaccine. They use an adjuvant. So basically you get the proteins, the spike protein, but that's not good enough to develop a gigantic, robust immune response, especially in all age groups. So what they did is they took an adjuvant, something that helps boost that initial immune response when you get injected, and they took that from a soap bark tree in Chile. So it's interesting, right? We have to go back to trees to get an immune response. And if you don't think this works, we know this works, because this is a part of the shingles vaccine, which I'll talk about in a moment. So I like this Novavax product, and I like the idea that they're taking their adjuvant or something to boost your immune response from a quote unquote natural source, which in this case was the soap bark tree from Chile. The worry right now as we sit here at the end of March are the variants, whether it's B.1.351, they call it the South African variant, but the truth is That's where they found it originally, but it could have popped up anywhere. P1, which is P.1, which is Brazil. And the big concern right now in Michigan and throughout the United States is B117, the UK, which seems to be more infectious, possibly more lethal. As these variants pop up, one of the biggest solutions, again, is getting people vaccinated as quickly as possible and completing the vaccination series, especially to two-shot, to help keep these variants at bay. So this is the worry over the next 3 to 6 months. This will be the reason whether or not we have a meeting in September. If these variants take off and we don't get enough people vaccinated in time or don't develop antivirals in time, then we can't have a meeting in the fall. But the fastest way you keep these things suppressed from wherever they originate is get people vaccinated. I saw this morning on the treadmill that Rutgers University is now saying that their students can't return. It's the largest public university. Sorry. It's always my friends call me in the middle of my talks. It's the largest public university in New Jersey, and now they're saying that you can't attend fall classes as a student unless you're vaccinated. And I think that's awesome. It's a little strange that the staff, it's more voluntary, but I think they're going to change that. But if you want to get people back in class, got to get the students as well as faculty staff vaccinated. Enough on that. My one tidbit, and I always try to give one little piece of advice that you don't hear enough about media-wise, and especially if you're traveling, especially if you're worried about coronavirus, COVID-19 virus, whether you've had the vaccine or not. Let me just give you a couple pieces of advice, especially this piece of advice that is not put out there enough. There are now 2 EUAs, we call them emergency use authorization from the FDA, for 2 types of synthetic antibody treatments. You've probably heard about them. One's from Eli Lilly. Our past president got the one from Regeneron. And they are not only working, if you're looking at the preliminary data, they're giving you a wow, especially if you're in the early stages. So within the first 24, 72 hours of symptoms, the first few days, and you are diagnosed and you get this could be the difference between it becoming severe or not, or being hospitalized or not. But when you're looking at numbers compared to placebo groups, whether it's in the elderly population, the nursing home population, 70% reduction, these kind of numbers are just mind-blowing. So you'd think that every person in the US would know whether or not their local medical center carries either the Eli Lilly or Regeneron synthetic antibody, so that if they are diagnosed and they go request it and they're a candidate, they can receive this infusion, which takes 1 hour. And then the healthcare worker observes you for another hour to make sure you're okay from the infusion. And if everything's okay, you can go home. This has become such an educational issue that everybody watching this talk today should go to Google and put in HHS treatment locator. And what that is the government spent all this money recently. HHS is the Health and Human Services of the US government. And they put on a website where you just type in where you live, and it tells you within so many miles, medical centers near you that have the synthetic antibody that has been shipped to them. So if you live in Palo Alto or Ann Arbor or Los Angeles, you can type that in and it will immediately show you a map on the website. This is the medical center that's received a shipment recently. This is a hospital that has, and if there's a name on there of your local hospital that has not received a shipment, you could check with them. There's chances that they don't have it, or you can call them individually. But people tell me, what should they do if they're traveling? If you're traveling to Florida, if you're traveling to San Diego, if you're traveling to Arizona, I wouldn't travel. I just helped my mom move to Florida. And the first thing I did before I helped her move down there is I typed in Sarasota, I typed in Tampa, and I looked at all the hospitals and medical centers that had this antibody available just in case I run into trouble or my mom runs into trouble or anybody I know there. I want to know where I would go if I have symptoms and I possibly can receive this. So again, I'm going to reiterate this. One of the smartest things you can do going forward after this talk, whether you travel or not, is go to the new website from the Health and Human Services. You can do it and find it easily by putting in HHS treatment locator in your search engine. The actual website, the full address is at the bottom of this slide. And then just type in your zip code, type in your city, and it will show you hospitals in your area that have received a shipment of this recently. Oh, I wish more people knew about this. Again, to qualify, you'd have to be diagnosed and symptomatic, and then the hospital, some cases the emergency room doctor, sometimes depending on where you are, the research staff will determine whether or not you're a good candidate. And for some people, it's been the difference between whether or not they're hospitalized. Using this when someone's in the hospital or later stages of the disease has not been that great, just like convalescent plasma hasn't. But using this early, think of it like a Tamiflu. Using this early when you have symptoms have meant the difference in clinical trials between being hospitalized or not, or experiencing severe disease, and in some cases death. That's how I'm interpreting the data lately as it's coming out, but definitely in terms of preventing hospitalizations and severe disease. I'll get off my soapbox there. We also had a low flu season, but we have a great new flu drug called Xofluza. The other one on the right there is Tamiflu. Xofluza is only one dose. If you've had the flu and you're diagnosed with it, your doctor can give you a prescription, one dose, and you're done. And if someone in your house has got the flu, you can potentially get it as a contact, someone that might be high risk of getting it. This is where I see hopefully COVID treatments going with antivirals. The reason most people don't know that this is out is because COVID has dominated. But people will know about Xofluza in the future for sure. It works about as well as Tamiflu, but it's only one dose. And people who have been in contact with that, what we call index case, can potentially qualify. But the reason I bring it up today too is it's not only a great oral antiviral, but what a lot of people don't know about some of these antivirals, the new ones coming about, is you can't take them with some supplements. And it says it right there in the prescribing information. The reason you can't take it is because the supplement can form a chelator. It chelates with the actual binding site where the antiviral becomes effective against stopping the virus. So what it can do is that a couple of the supplements, we call them double cation supplements. You'll read about this, but the point is if you take too many supplements or certain supplements with some of these antivirals, it binds to the antiviral, it chelates, it locks in. So you'll either have trouble absorbing the antiviral or the antiviral simply can't become effective because you're basically holding it at bay. You're locking out its most active site. It's blocking the activity of the medicine. This brings me to a point that I've received mail on for more than a year, and I want to I've tried to make it clear in media, and I'm going to try to make it clear at PCRI because we have such a huge audience. I've done a million things in supplements, worked almost 33 years in supplements. I would put my knowledge up in supplements against anybody. Most of my publications are in this area. This is where I teach. This is where I teach other doctors. I do lectures on this. And there were a lot of people that did not like it and sent me mail that I was not giving my opinion on which supplements might help fight COVID. And I made this as sort of a wink, wink slide is when COVID came out, every single expert was giving their opinion on supplements, it seems. So I said, insert your opinion now. We had so many opinions in so little time about supplements against COVID, but we had so little scientific evidence. So do you become one of these experts that tell people, look at all these supplements that fight COVID when we don't really have that evidence in humans? We don't know what works and doesn't. Or do you become one of these experts that say, well, nothing works, it's a supplement, people. So both of these areas to me showed bias. The true answer was not because we're not smart, not because we haven't looked at the data. We don't know. We have no idea whether or not a supplement could be effective. That was the answer. And so if you take it at your own risk. If you think something's beneficial, it could be not so beneficial, but we just don't know. And it was good to say, we don't know, as opposed to, oh, we know this works and we know that works and we know this can help. That's not true. Just because something's antiviral with another virus doesn't mean it's going to be antiviral with a novel virus, AKA something we've never seen. So I kept my mouth closed because first do no harm. So I argued that let's just wait because there's over 100 different dietary supplement trials. I'll see more results on dietary supplements in this category in the next 12 months than perhaps I've seen in the past 10 years in a category. One of the first ones that just broke and just published in February was the Cleveland Clinic trial. It was very well done, high dose vitamin C and or zinc gluconate, both of them thought to fight the virus. And this was to keep people out of the hospital, but primarily to reduce their symptoms compared to just standard of care, taking care of symptoms as you go. And they just published and found no difference basically with just standard of care. There were some concerning side effects, some gastrointestinal side effects, because these aren't exactly small dosages. So gastrointestinal problems, whether it's diarrhea, whether it's cramping, these are concerning as you take higher and higher dosages of some of the supplements because these could mimic COVID-like symptoms. It was another reason it made me nervous just to start telling people it's okay to take supplements. So our first really good look at it from the Cleveland Clinic, which published in JAMA in February, showed no difference. But there were side effects that were, to me, a little concerning. Then in Brazil, if my memory serves me correctly, Murai, IH et al., JAMA 2021, February 21st, they tried to reduce the duration of hospitalization from COVID by doing placebo or 200,000 IU of vitamin D at one time, single high dose. It did no effect. So both of these well-done studies showed no impact compared to placebo or just standard of care, and some side effects. It didn't show that the situation gets worse. It just didn't show it to be statistically significantly or clinically significantly better than placebo. Does that mean that supplements don't work against COVID? No, these are just first two looks at it. And I think this surprised a lot of people. We might see positive data, but we're just rolling this out. You're just starting to understand what supplements can and can't do against COVID. And right now it's still, hey, first do no harm. Let's see where this goes. In the meantime, Harvard, Mayo Clinic, University of Minnesota, the list goes on and on. There's countless groups doing great COVID studies. I think one of the most powerful features of these supplement studies is that a number of these studies were funded by private individuals or from philanthropy, essentially. So it's tough to get a grant to study a supplement. Everyone knows I love supplements and I dislike supplements. I love supplements for where they work, and I dislike supplements where they're touted where they don't work. No different from drugs. But I love the fact that we're getting more and more supplement clinical trials, but some of the biggies are still yet to come out. Harvard, Mayo Clinic with vitamin D and combination formulas, a melatonin study from New York. Oh, there's so many. They're going to be great. I don't know which ones are going to work, which ones not, but I know I'm going to report on them and then let people decide with their doctors or the team they trust what they want to do with the information or what they don't want to do for the information. And I think that's the responsible way of doing things, because we come from an area or a part of the world where people thought supplements would do something and it turned out to do the opposite of what they thought. One of the largest supplement trials in completely healthy people, remember, was in prostate cancer prevention. This was 35,000 healthy men, 300 sites. It cost taxpayers over $125 million. It was called the SELECT trial. And the researchers were awesome in this trial. And they did this trial because there was evidence that high doses of vitamin E supplements and selenium supplements might reduce the risk of prostate cancer. And lo and behold, this is the equivalent of a phase 3 trial. They found that vitamin E actually slightly increased the risk of prostate cancer, and selenium appeared to do nothing. But in people who are already getting adequate selenium intake from food, there might have been concerns with taking excess selenium as a supplement in the area of prostate cancer. Now, does that mean vitamin E and selenium are worthless in other areas of medicine? Absolutely not. It just means in prostate cancer, we've learned when it comes to certain products over the counter that less is actually more and more is not better. So you can understand, coming from this background, why I am nervous in the area of COVID-19, especially as much as I report on it, to suddenly start telling people I know what works when it comes to supplements when no one's really tested it and we're just starting to learn as we go along right now. Here's another one, and let me see if I can find it because I thought I had it here. I do. ASCO, American Society of Clinical Oncology, just did a guideline update. I don't think many people necessarily got part of the messages. One of the main messages, they synthesized all the data for people receiving chemotherapy. Let me just back this in for a second and tell you that CIPN is chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy. One of the side effects that can occur from certain chemotherapies, including Taxotere, one that's used in prostate cancer, is a peripheral neuropathy. So it's nerve damage, and it's problematic, and we're always trying to figure out different ways to make it subside. Some people, for example, in Dr. Scholz's clinic will use ice, and it helps protect the nails, but it also might have impact in prevention of chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy. But people are always looking at different drugs, different supplements, and based on a couple big studies, including one really well-done study one of the results of this clinical guideline that goes out to oncologists and people working in oncology, let me read it to you. This was on the main first page. The use of acetyl L-carnitine for the prevention of chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy in patients with cancer should be discouraged. Why would they say that? Because there has been existing data coming out from a big study that suggests it could complicate matters, not help matters. That's important. Getting negative information is just as important as getting the positive information versus acupuncture, which is looking promising. And I plan on talking about that with Dr. Scholz. Acupuncture continues to look promising in a number of areas in cancer, including hot flash reduction, for partial pain relief, and they're also studying it right now for chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy, not just acupuncture, but also acupressure. And people often forget that acupuncture has actually had a mainstay in conventional medicine, and it comes in a variety of different forms. So for example, there's a stress incontinence treatment that's out there, that's been out there, that uses a single acupuncture point. And we've talked about that at previous meetings. And it's called percutaneous tibial nerve stimulation. And if someone's suffering from stress incontinence, there are a lot of doctors out there that will use these devices. Again, it's called PTNS, percutaneous tibial nerve stimulation, to help control bladder leakage or incontinence from stress incontinence, which you can always Google that. So we always tell people, know your baseline cholesterol, know your weight, know your blood pressure, know these numbers. But in the age of COVID-19, what we're not telling enough people is know your baseline average body temperature. And people say, well, what does that mean? Well, the average temperature is 98.6, but that's an average. And it's a fact of life that as we get older and as our metabolism slows, our body temperature actually tends to trend downward. So 98.6 was what mine was when I was 18. So I've taken mine about 50 times. My wife has taken it about 50 times. I've taken it for her. Mine is averaged 97.3. And essentially my wife's has averaged 97.1. So if you take that, the reason that's important is if my temperature goes up to 98.5 or 99.5, for example, that's a 2-degree increase. That could be a fever for someone like me. So you don't have to wait till 100.4 to get there. I just do these. Let's see, this one said 97.2. That's my average temperature, a lot lower than the average. What's your average temperature? You should know that if you ever have to go to the hospital or doctor's office, or they ask you, because someone whose average is 97.0 that suddenly becomes a 99.9, that's a dramatic increase that could represent a severe fever, even though often 100.4 is used as a standard average. It depends on what your baseline is. And again, it tends to be lower as you get older because metabolism and other reasons slows down. And good to know. Also, get yourself a small jar with coffee beans or something else with a distinct smell. If you look on most COVID-19 charts compared to the flu, compared to other respiratory diseases and symptoms, there's this unusual loss of taste and smell that's occurred with my colleagues, occurred with myself. And so knowing the smell of certain things, and suddenly they've also seen this in kids, that suddenly when they lose a sense of taste and smell, it could be one of the symptoms you should be reporting to your doctor or medical center that could be an indication to be tested for COVID-19. And again, it's very simplistic, like a baseline average temperature doesn't get enough attention. So there's always something in our house that has a distinct smell that we know exactly what it is. In this case, up in my office, these coffee beans. And let me tell you, if I'm not feeling good one day and I can't smell this whatsoever, it might trigger the thought that, hey, I need to go in to see my physician and possibly be tested for COVID-19 amongst other things. But simple, easy, cheap. The last few items I want to say is that heart healthy is head to toe healthy. I always asked for immune advice. What we learned is whatever reduces your risk of heart disease to as close to zero as possible is healthy for the brain all the way down to the toes. If you ever look at the erectile dysfunction prevention tips, or after someone's been treated for prostate cancer, what they can personally do, for example, to reduce their risk of erectile dysfunction or moderate dysfunction going to severe dysfunction, it's always a heart healthy recommendation. Change your diet, it's exercise, control your cholesterol, control your blood pressure, control your sugar. It's the numerical numbers that matter in the area of heart disease or heart health that pays off from head to toe. It's all a part of that same system. We've learned that also there's a relationship between the immune system and the cardiovascular system. So the one vaccine I want to talk about today is Shingrix. It's a newer vaccine. It's the shingles vaccine, 90 to 95% effective. Why is this so darn effective? And this is the other natural vaccine I mentioned that comes essentially, the adjuvant part of it comes from the soap bark tree from Chile. That's part of the reason it's so effective. The older shingles vaccine, known as Zostavax, was a decent vaccine. But the problem was, the older you got, the less effective it was, to a point where it almost worked just a little bit better in placebo after many, many years in the elderly population. But this thing's holding out at 90 to 95%, regardless if you're in your 50s, 60s, 70s, and we believe 80s. And now there's been breaking news from the CDC with the older vaccine, and I believe you're going to see this with the new vaccine, that it tended to reduce your risk of stroke and other cardiovascular events, looking at this Medicare study. And we've talked about this in the meeting a million times. Some of these vaccines are so heart healthy because they prevent a severe inflammatory response. When you get shingles, when you get pneumonia, when you get the flu, when you get COVID, a massive inflammatory response can take place, and that can become chronic. And that massive inflammatory response creates inflammation from head all the way down to toes. So it can actually cause a vasculitis. It can inflame blood vessels. With the inflammation of blood vessels, certain plaques can break off. Things can become unstable. So we've always written, and if you look back on my medical writings and my publications, we've always believed that adult vaccinations and the people that qualify essentially might actually reduce your risk of cardiovascular events, that they're very heart friendly or heart healthy. And one of the smartest things you can do after this meeting is just, check with your primary care doctor, talk to your oncologist, talk to your urologist, talk to your medical team and say, hey, am I caught up on my vaccines? Because the latest statistics suggest that only 25 to 50% of adults actually are caught up on their vaccines. I just got a note from my primary care 3 days ago that said, hey, it's time for that tetanus. It's been a while. It's been that 10-year period. I'm running in and get it because I think there's a heart healthy benefit to protecting myself. Because these vaccines not only prevent you from getting something like the shingles, even when you get the shingles, it prevents a mild case from becoming very severe. And the difference of that is profound, because we know, for example, in shingles, very severe cases can be debilitating, and they can actually lead to chronic nerve type pain. And so it's called PHN, peripheral herpetic neuralgia. And that kind of nerve pain, people have to be treated for sometimes for years. There's also a newer type of shingles happening, and it seems to be on the increase, where shingles gets into the eye. Ophthalmicus, it's called HSO, herpes zoster ophthalmicus. And herpes zoster ophthalmicus can get into the eye, and it's become more common. We don't know why. And actually, that can cause temporary or permanent blindness. And it seems that those people actually have a higher risk for stroke and cardiovascular events, probably because it's a more severe case of shingles. And again, we have this incredible vaccine, and a lot of this can be prevented. It's just not getting enough attention. The shingles vaccine, the side effects tend to be lowest as you get older. The response from it in terms of side effects is, whether it's pain, redness, swelling, muscle pain, fatigue, headache, shivering, fever, you name any side effect. If you ever look on the chart from a number of these, including from the commercial, it's true that the older you are, the lower risk you have for actually getting these side effects. It's not that these side effects are really high. With shingles vaccine, since it's a highly effective vaccine, you tend to see higher side effects. It's sort of like no pain, no gain. But you tend to see that in the younger population. The other thing is, when people tell me that lifestyle doesn't matter when it comes to vaccine response, that's not true. To show you what a public health nerd I am, because I live in this very different world than Dr. Scholz. Our worlds came together, this marriage, this beautiful marriage came together, that I brought the best of what I did to the best of what he does and the team does. And that way we are synergized, we complement each other. But I still have my original paper of obesity as a predictor of poor antibody response to hepatitis B plasma vaccine. This was published by Weber et al. In the Journal of the American Medical Association in 1985. This was a big paper for me in my public health years. This was one of the first documented pieces of evidence. It came from hospital employees receiving the hepatitis B vaccine that as you gained weight or you had higher weight as a hospital employee, you had less possibility of seroconversion. You made less antibodies or were less likely to make antibodies for hepatitis B. And what we've learned since this paper came out, whether it's hepatitis A vaccine, influenza, the flu, the tetanus, rabies, a number of vaccines out there, people are more likely to get less of an antibody response as they gain weight. And now we're looking at this, for example, I want to study this with diet, with exercise. We're seeing that all these heart healthy behaviors might set you up when you get a vaccination to give you the maximal response from that vaccination. Part of our concern from COVID-19 is people are gaining weight and have higher BMI is, will they have the same antibody production at a higher weight than someone does, for example, at a lower weight? In this case, it might be the same, but we're not sure. We've seen with many vaccines, and this was one of the first to set off the many studies, that as your lifestyle becomes, or your body type, or your situation becomes more heart unhealthy, then your response to the vaccine might not be as optimal. So there's our dog. Love that dog. Love it when he's sleeping, though. Makes daddy happy. And once again, it's time for a Moyad random Go Blue dog insert. The only other things I want to mention before I mention our speakers, just as a side note, they've already going to be introduced by Alex, who does a great job, but she needs to do a better job at mentioning that you need to donate. She's being too shy about it. You do need to donate. People ask me about diets all the time, and every few months we're getting a new randomized study on diets. Here's the newest one that just came out at the end of 2020 down in Washington, D.C., 16-week. You just take people and you randomize them to a control group versus vegan diet. Their average BMI is obese. And what's interesting is they lost a lot of weight and they became more heart healthy. But when you tease away all that data, what you really see is even though they went vegan, they actually ate almost 500 less calories a day. They were also supplemented with B12 because it's almost impossible to get B12. Well, it is impossible to get B12 essentially from a plant source unless it's fortified. So you have to, if you go completely vegan, look for fortification for B12 or ask for a B12 blood test to see how it's doing. They upped their fiber intake. This was dietary fiber, not what I call fake fiber from artificial sources that are out there everywhere. The average weight loss was 14 pounds. Now remember, this is 16 weeks, 4, 8, 12, 16. That's 4 months. So they must have exercised a lot. Actually, they reduced their exercise time. Look, we're going to talk about exercise during this whole conference. We're not saying you shouldn't exercise. Of course you should exercise. We're just saying that you can lose weight in the kitchen just like you can lose weight on the track. And what that means is they just wanted to show that you didn't have to increase your physical activity level to lose this kind of weight when you change essentially the quality of your diet. But there's also a reduction in the quantity. And that's part of the message with this vegan lifestyle. I don't want to call it a vegan diet because last time I called it a vegan diet at a PCRI meeting, a couple people came out in basically the internet and said, Moyad's calling it a diet. It's a lifestyle. And I'm going, settle down. People are getting way too serious. But yeah, it is a lifestyle. It's a beautiful lifestyle. And is it for you? Is it necessarily better than all these other diets out there? I don't know, but I do know it holds 3 advantages right now. It's starting to get randomized data to show that it's heart healthy, which suggests that it's probably prostate healthy. And the second thing is environmentally, we know when you move that direction in terms of your carbon footprint, it's a smarter move. And for people who are in the animal-friendly movement, no animal cruelty, it checks that box, right? So it's a beautiful movement. I'm not there. As I've told people in our videos, I'm getting close, but I'm not there yet. But those 3 pushes from an animal cruelty perspective, the environmental perspective, and just being healthy for you, healthy for the planet, healthy for animals, it's a powerful, powerful message. At the same time, there was another message that came from this vegan study. I think you should remember that 75% of their calories came from carbs. So remember, carbs are vilified all the time, but this is actually a high carb diet. Why? Because most of their carbs essentially are coming from nuts, grains, seeds, legumes, beans and lentils. So they're getting their protein from plant sources, which are also sources of, carbs at high amounts and high, these are good carbs as we would call them, not the carbs that occur in the potato chips and the candy bars. So don't let people tell you can't do a high carb diet and lose weight. People who did this vegan study versus the control group just allowed to do what they wanted, were essentially on a high carb diet, low protein, low fat, and they seem to do just fine in the short term. I love new inventions. And when new inventions come around, I always mention them at the PCRI meeting. Milkademia, which is an unsweetened macadamia nut milk, beautiful. I love this invention. Low calorie, it's fortified with some of the things you might need. There's a lot of plant-based milk products, and they have positives and negatives. We all know about almond milk. There's flaxseed milk. There's, you name it. There's cashew milk. Look at the back of this one, the macadamia nut milk. It's only 50 calories per serving. It has almost 500 milligrams of calcium. You have 1 cup of that, or 2 cups. You don't even need to take a calcium supplement. It also carries B12 at a decent level, 5.9 mcg. And so that's more than, most people need in their day. So it's fortified with everything you need, no added sugars. I love this new invention. I don't work with any of these companies. I just like to call out a new invention, just like I like to call out a bad invention. Again, it's time for the Moyad Random Go Blue Dog. We're going to talk about mental health and exercise in my time with Dr. Scholz, if we get it in there. But everybody knows I'm pro-exercise, which just means pro-movement every single day for your mental health, to reduce stress, anxiety, to help reduce depression, to help reduce catastrophizing or negative thinking, and to promote memory, to promote cognitive improvement. So when patients go on androgen deprivation therapy, they're put on any sort of drug that manipulates the human body in any way. It can be heart unhealthy in some cases, and it can be mentally unhealthy. And part of the way you combat that is exercise. Like I always say, if exercise was a pill, it would win a Nobel Prize immediately. But it's not, so we just kind of talk about it. Remember, exercise is not just exercise. It comes in the aerobic, it comes in the resistance, it comes in just flexibility type exercises. It comes in passive stretching, where if you're not able to, someone stretches you. Lots of ways to get exercise. The last few items is vitamin D. Vitamin D's largest study came in 2019 and 2020, and 25,000 individuals done by a Harvard doctor. Manson's awesome. She did this, helped get the study going. This is 2,000 IU of vitamin D. This is also part of a fish oil study, and lo and behold, it didn't reduce the risk of a single cancer after 5.3 years. But what they're studying in the past few months is something interesting. Not that I'm a big vitamin D fan yet, is they did find in those who had a normal BMI less than 25, it seemed to reduce their risk of being diagnosed with metastatic or fatal cancer of a variety of types. So now they're focusing on this. But I think what's so interesting about this message is the only benefit they found with vitamin D supplements at such a high level, 2,000 IU in completely healthy people, the largest trial of its kind globally, right? They don't find any impact on heart health. They don't find really a whole big impact on bone health and everything else they've looked at. But they found this little hint, maybe it's true, that it might reduce the risk of metastatic to fatal cancer, but only in people that were of a healthy weight, not in people that are unhealthy weight. So I think this is much of a message of we need you to work as hard as you can to get to a healthy weight. And maybe there's all these secondary advantages, and maybe this is only where vitamin D works. We don't know. They're going to have answers to this year. They're going to look more into this group to see if this is true. Is this what we call correlation or association or causation? Is this just a coincidence, or is this real? The question on aspirin, that should be finished up later this year, or possibly by the time we have the meeting. It's called the Add Aspirin trial. It's 4 ongoing phase 3 trials. It's people that have been treated for breast, colorectal, gastrointestinal, or prostate cancer. Not all of these. They've all been treated for these definitively: breast, colon, rectum, gastrointestinal, so esophageal, stomach, and prostate. And then they give them either baby or regular aspirin versus placebo, a massive trial being done around the world to give us a better idea. Hey, we know that aspirin might reduce your risk of colorectal cancer if you qualify, but does aspirin reduce your risk of various cancers after you've been diagnosed and treated conventionally? This is going to help us answer that. And so far, the trial's still going on. The safety's been good, and I can't wait to see if they report. I have no idea if this is going to work, but this is such a damn good trial because we know aspirin's heart healthy for the person that qualifies, but it's heart unhealthy for the person that doesn't qualify. But in those that qualify anyway undergoing prostate cancer treatment, will it benefit to add aspirin after that treatment to further reduce your risk of the cancer coming back? Oh, I hope we have this answer this year, but it's coming. So now let's move to the conference. I spent way too much time with you. It's like my own talk this year, but I don't know. Sorry, I talked too much. There's a lot going on. I mean, we're in a pandemic. So What I'm going to talk about with Dr. Hope, I love that last name in cancer, right? Hope. What a perfect name to be given to a doctor if you're going to work in cancer. Hope. It's kind of like Moyad. Moyad is synonymous with hope. What I'm going to basically do is tell you what I'm going to ask them ahead of time, because this is one of the most complicated subjects we've ever dealt with in terms of interviewing someone, especially when you're talking about imaging devices. So everything's fair game in my upcoming discussion with Dr. Hope, including, hey, is there any benefit to x-rays? Basic x-rays. You know, you get a chest x-ray, basic x-ray anymore. Is there any benefit? How about special x-rays? Well, this is two different types of x-rays used. It's called a DEXA. It's sort of, I call it a specialized x-ray. What about the bone scan that's been used forever since I've been alive? I mean, Dr. Hope is suggesting that the bone scan's going away, that these other scans in the future, meaning the next few years, are going to make these almost obsolete. So I'm going to bring that up with him, and I'm going to move sequentially as I'm going through this slide and asking him these questions. And I'm going to ask about MRI, and I want to know his opinion. Does gadolinium make sense with it? Doesn't it? Are there times where it does, times that it doesn't? I'm going to ask him about that. And then we're going to spend the rest of our time on PET CTs FDA approved and the ones about to be FDA approved. And I'm going to go in this exact sequence. I'm going to talk about FDG PET, which is used in a lot of other cancers besides prostate. I'm going to talk about sodium fluoride PET, which has been used in prostate cancer to pick up bone mets. I'm going to talk about choline, which has been approved by the FDA since 2012, thanks to some brilliant minds at Mayo Clinic in Rochester, as well as in Scottsdale. They use it there still. I'm going to talk about fluciclovine. I got to say that slowly because I'll step on my own tongue. That's Axumin, A-X-U-M-I-N. This is basically an amino acid that's taken up by cancer cells, including prostate cancer cells. This is approved throughout the United States. Prostate cancer patients, they qualify, can get it. So choline, fluciclovine, patients can get these now. And now PSMA has been FDA approved at UCSF as well as UCLA since December 1st, 2020. We're going to talk about that. But it's not just those two institutions. Almost every institution out there right now is doing some type of PET CT in this category. And so we'll probably have access to it this year. So you may have to travel, but maybe in a few months, you'll never have to travel again, because I'm going to ask Dr. Hope about the next PSMA molecule called DCF-PYL. You'll hear it referred to in the interview as PYL, the PYL scan. It's just a very specific type of PSMA. It has a high affinity for binding to PSMA. So it's a slight tweak. You know, I like to call it a different flavor of ice cream, but it's still ice cream. It's still attaching to that PSMA molecule, but with possibly greater affinity. Does it work any better than PSMA? The people at UCSF and Dr. Hope, in my readings of them, they think that this is going to be approved throughout the United States within the next several months. So we're going to check up on that. The other thing you should ask about PET CT imaging after you see his talk is, you know, what is my risk of false positives or false negatives? That's true of any test, PSA. It's true of anything. You can have a false positive or false negative. And what's my PSA I need to qualify? Is it really 0.2 for PSMA? And what about my kinetics? If my PSA is doubling very quickly, doesn't that make me qualified to get a scan sooner than someone whose PSA doubling time is a little bit more slow and not moving as quickly, or the velocity itself or the doubling time? So it's not just the PSA number, but how quickly it's moving. We call it the kinetics. How long's the waiting time? I'm going to ask him, because I've heard rumors that the waiting time can be 6 to 8 weeks, maybe longer. You know, who's going to pay for this? Do I got to pay cash for this? And what other trials of PSMA are going on? I can tell you there's a ton of them going on in the United States and around the world. Australia has been doing this. Europe's been doing this, blah, blah, blah. These are just some of the things to think about as we go into the interview period. For Higano's talk, we're going to talk about everything out there. She's going to start by talking about androgen deprivation side effects and all the lifestyle interventions that are involved. We're going to talk about all the new second generation anti-androgen pills, Erleada, Nubeqa, Xtandi. We're going to talk about Zytiga. We're going to talk about both of the chemotherapies that are FDA approved, Taxotere and Jevtana. There's another chemotherapy that some oncologists use off-label called carboplatin. So I want them to mention something about that. We're going to talk about the immune therapies like Provenge, or possibly qualifying for Keytruda that you hear a lot about out there. Both of them are incredibly interesting. So are a lot of others. We're going to talk about the new PARP inhibitors, which is basically a pill, olaparib, brucaparib. They're FDA approved if you qualify based on a genetic test. And this genetic test comes in two forms. It could be the genetics you're born with, like a BRCA1 or 2, or it could be the genetic test that's actually done on your tumor. So that's an important discussion. Who qualifies for them? Do we need to start testing? Do patients have to start testing all over the place for their genetics to see if they qualify? Lots of things to think about. We'll talk about another FDA approved. It's a radiopharmaceutical called radium-223. It's also known as Xofigo. That's been out there for a little while. It's been helping a lot of patients. You can get multiple treatments. And patients with bone metastasis, and they're looking in other situations to be treated or combining these with other medicines. And then we're going to look, and I'm going to mention the news of the week. The news of the week is the phase 3 trial in prostate cancer called the Vision trial by Novartis reported positive results. They have a product called a radioligand known as lutetium. Lutetium, even though when you look at the word, it looks like lutetium, but it's lutetium-177. It works with a PSMA test. And if you light up in a PSMA test and they attach this molecule, it goes and finds the metastasis wherever it is and tries to zap it. It seems like this is the next drug that's going to get FDA approved for men that have advanced disease. And I want to hear what Dr. Higano thinks. Oh, there's my dog at the door. When it's snowing, it says, "Get me out of here. I already did pee-pee. And so now I got to come in. It's freezing in Michigan." And this is from another angle. See, I love taking these pictures. Like, "Get me in here, Mark. I'm freezing. Why do you make me go to the bathroom outside? Why can't you construct something inside to make me go to the bathroom?" And so when he gets mad, he steals my reading glasses, and that makes me upset. And then here's another picture in my office, him stealing my reading glasses. And that's why you need a lot of energy for this dog. Thanks again to the PCRI team, Dr. Hope and Dr. Higano. I won't get enough of a chance to thank you for appearing. Thank you. I know this is a 7-8 hour conference. I just love the fact that people have been so dedicated and want this information educationally. You've helped create a job for me that I never thought as a doc I could do, which is primarily education, which I think is one of the most desperate needs in all of cancer. And here's my last Go Blue insert. Thank you for your time and attention. Enjoy the educational show. Thank you, PCRI. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, PCRI team. Thanks, Dr. Scholz. Thanks, audience. Thank you to the Academy. You like me. You really, really like me. Lots of love, and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moyad. We truly appreciate it. All right, next we have Dr. Thomas Hope. He is the Director of Molecular Therapy in the Department of Radiology and Biomedical Imaging at the University of California, San Francisco. He's also the Associate Chair for Joint Ventures of Radiology, and he serves as the Chief of Nuclear Medicine at the San Francisco VA Medical Center. Dr. Hope's main research focus is on novel imaging agents and therapies, particularly in prostate cancer and neuroendocrine tumors. He led the development of GA68 PSMA 11, which subsequently led to the approval of this drug by the FDA. And he has combined his interest in MR imaging with PET in the simultaneous modality PET MRI, helping lead the development of this program clinically with the PET MRI program at the University of San Francisco. He is a new speaker for the PCRI, and we are so honored to have him. Dr. Hope, take it away.
Hi, everybody out there. Actually, no, Alex gave a great introduction for this speaker that we were hoping we could get, especially with all the latest, greatest news that happened in December, which we'll talk about, December of 2020. So we were able to get him. We're honored to get him, Dr. Thomas Hope. And Thomas, if I can call you Thomas, we're going to let you give your presentation. Take your time. If you take 40 minutes, no problem. If you take 20 minutes, no problem. But I want to tell you, thank you so much for joining this conference. And thank you so much for helping us today, educate us on a very difficult topic, which is all these imaging procedures, which I don't understand half of them, but you're going to help me understand them. So I'll give you the floor, and thanks again.
Well, Mark, thank you. And thank you for the introduction, Alex. And I will try in my talk to give a little bit of an introduction to the imaging that we use in prostate cancer. And at the end, I'm sure that Mark will do a great job teasing out the complexities of it so that people can understand it better. So let's get going. And I will do my next bit talking to myself in front of my computer. So I'm going to give a talk on prostate cancer and PSMA PET. So I sort of broke this talk into 3 parts. First, we're going to start with sort of a review of what we call conventional imaging, CT, MRI, bone scan, things like that. Then I'll talk about what PSMA PET is. And then I'll end with sort of the impact of PSMA PET on patients with prostate cancer. So let's talk about CT and MR. So I think for patients, you're probably pretty familiar with this machine. This is a CT scanner. Patient goes through the bore there, and there spins around with a detector, and it actually shoots photons or X-rays through you, and it's measuring the attenuation or the density of your tissue. And we can create an image of the body by doing this. And it sort of makes this noise, but it's not particularly loud. It's fast. It takes about 5 minutes to go through the scanner. And so overall, from a patient perspective, it's fairly easy, although the iodinated contrast, this here in the top left is a contrast injector. The iodinated contrast can be a problem for some patients. But it gives you images like this, right? So bone here is the white part. This is the most dense stuff in the body, which is why it's white. Fat is the least dense. So you can see how it's darker. Actually, lungs the least dense back here, which is the darkest. And then we give iodinated contrast. And that's why here the aorta is bright and the blood vessels are bright and the spleen and the liver are enhancing. And we have different phases, right? You can get an early arterial phase, a portal venous phase, and that allows us to characterize lesions. For example, here you can see how the aorta now is less dark than it was previously because the contrast has distributed throughout the body and changed. So CT scan images density, and we give this contrast. And now the funny thing with CT is you can actually change sort of windows. This is called a soft tissue window. So I can look here at the kidneys, collecting system, small bowel. And then this is a bone window, right? So you can see now the bones are well characterized and I can look at those, but I can no longer see soft tissue very well. And then you can also look at lung windows. So I can look for pulmonary nodules and things like that. But CT in essence only does one thing. It looks at density, and it looks at density with contrast or without contrast. But you can't look at it in a different way, right? And so that is where other sequences or technologies like MRI come into play. And I'm sure many patients here have gone through an MRI, and the thing you'll remember the most is either the claustrophobia or this noise, right? The excessive noise that goes into the scanner, which you have to wear earplugs, and it can be very loud and imposing. But MRI, unlike CT, gives a whole variety of imaging modalities to actually help characterize disease better. And so, for example, you can get T2 weighted imaging, which allows you to look in the prostate at the primary tumor, lymph nodes, and fluids. So this is what we're actually imaging is the spins of protons, which can show fat very well. It gives you very nice soft tissue characterization, so we can see that disease in the prostate. We can give contrast, so we actually give gadolinium contrast in this setting, so that we can actually see tissues that enhance in the local prostate. You can then give that contrast and watch it over time. So here you're watching that contrast wash into a patient. And this can be helpful for characterizing. For example, in this patient, you can see this asymmetric enhancement here, which might be a little subtle, but this would be a patient who has local recurrence after a prostatectomy. Those types of things we can see on MRI. And there's also the sequence called diffusion weighted imaging, which I won't get into how it works, but allows you to see cellularity. So in the prostate, you can see cellular tumors compared to benign prostate tissue. And so MR, unlike CT, can look at many different things. It actually can't look at density. It's terrible at imaging dense structures like bone and things like the lung, but it's very good at looking at soft tissue structures like the prostate, the liver, things like that. And so we use these two modalities sort of to combine together. We use the MRI in prostate to look at the primary tumor usually. We look at distant mets with CT, for example, to use them in a combined manner. Now, the last sort of scanner here this is a SPECT CT. This is a SPECT CT at our children's hospital. So probably most of you don't go into a SPECT CT that's done up with bears along the wall and like a forest, but in our children's hospital, that's what our scanner looks like. And this is what we would do a bone scan in. So you're actually imaging photons that are emitted from the patient. So CT, right, we're shooting rays through a patient. With a bone scan, we actually administer radioactivity. It goes to your bones, and we're actually imaging the radioactivity coming out of the patient. And so these are two detectors that will sort of the patient goes through those two detectors and creates images of where that radioactivity is coming from. So here's an example of a bone scan. The annoying thing about this, I think, from a patient perspective is that it takes a while, right? You inject a patient and you wait 3 hours, and then you do the bone scan, which can sometimes take up to an hour. So it's like a 4-hour visit to the radiologist as compared to a CT scan, which is done in 20 minutes. An MR is probably more like an hour, but a bone scan does take quite a long period of time. And it does show you osseous metastases. So other imaging modalities don't see these bone mets very well. And as I'm sure most of you know, prostate cancer goes to the bones frequently. So seeing these osseous mets is really helpful. But it's really not that sensitive, and it's certainly not specific. So here's an example of a patient who has Paget's disease. The disease doesn't really matter, but you can see there's uptake here asymmetrically in the bone in the region where the Paget's disease is. And there's lots of things that can mimic tumor on bone scan, which is why it takes some skill as an image interpreter to actually determine what is real disease. Now, so overall conventional imaging, I think the main point here is that they all have a low specificity, right, and sensitivity. It's hard to tell what is or isn't cancer. And when you have small little nodes or something, it's hard to tell if that really is tumor or is that just normal lymph node, which is where PSMA and other imaging modalities play a role. So let's introduce a PET scanner. So this is a PET scanner, and it looks a lot like a CT scanner. The reason for that is that there actually is a CT scanner in here, right? So you have a PET scanner right next to a CT scanner, and they're sequential. So the patient will go through this bore, get a CT, and then you go through more slowly and get your PET image. And so the PET scanner is this little ring here on the front part. It's probably about 10, 15 centimeters long. And in the back here is the CT scanner. And it's very quiet. When the PET scanner, there's no movement in the PET scanner, it doesn't spin or anything. It just sits there. You go through quietly. It's a much more comfortable thing to do. You can turn music on while you're in here. It's a much more enjoyable experience compared to an MRI. Now, PET CT is pretty neat in that I can't believe every day that we actually do this frequently. I remember 30 years ago, no one believed we would ever have the technology like this widespread enough to make it clinically available. To think that there's cyclotrons all over the place that create radioactive fluorine, and you have this scanner that's a ring that detects these 511 keV photons and can do it in picosecond resolution to actually tell that the photons occur at the same time is pretty unbelievable that this whole technology exists. Now, there's a whole bunch of radioisotopes. Probably not important to remember them, but just to remember that a PET scan, unlike a CT scan, CT just shoots radiation through, sees density. A PET scan is imaging the radioactivity that you administer into the patient. And so that radioactivity can change both by the isotope you administer, and it's many of these are made on a cyclotron, so we'll skip over the cyclotron part of it, but also what you label that radioactivity to. So here's examples of 4 different radiopharmaceuticals. So on the left is FDG. This is commonly used in oncology. Sodium fluoride, we'll talk about in a second, is used in essence in replace of a bone scan. Dotatalk is used in patients with neuroendocrine tumors. C11 choline is used in prostate cancer patients. Each of these is imaged on a PET scanner, but completely different images, right? Because you're administering a different type of radioligand, which gives you a whole different biodistribution and binding specificity to different types of cancers or areas in the body. So the one that's been used most in prostate cancer historically was a sodium fluoride PET scan. Sodium fluoride is just like a bone scan. The fluorine binds into your bone. It sort of looks like osseous matrix. It looks like calcium, so it goes into your bone structure. You can see regions where there's high bone turnover. So degenerative changes, you can see here up in the shoulder joint, there's some degenerative changes. The hips have some degenerative changes, but in this patient, there's some focal uptake here in the left hip. And this is where the prostate cancer metastasis. So it gives you that specificity, or not specificity, but sensitivity for early bone formation that's associated with prostate cancer mets. It's sometimes hard to tell what is true disease versus not, but that is what it is. So FDG PET, remember we talked a second ago about FDG, this is radioactive sugar in essence, fluorodeoxyglucose. You inject that into patients and it goes into tumors. Glucose is not very good for imaging prostate cancer in general. So at initial staging or early on, those tumors don't take up a lot of sugar, so you can't image it very well. But when you get into the castrate-resistant patient population, there's some role for FDG. It's predictive or prognostic more of how well patients are going to do. The higher the uptake on FDG, the more aggressive your disease is. And it also can be helpful to determine whether or not you'd be a good candidate for radioligand therapy. If you have FDG positive disease, it's not PSMA positive, et cetera, you might not be a good candidate. But in general, FDG PET's not used in patients with prostate cancer. Now, let's move into PSMA PET. So the PET of the day that I'm most interested in. So PSMA stands for prostate-specific membrane antigen. It's a transmembrane protein that's expressed on prostate cancer cells. And what's useful is this extracellular component of the protein is easily bindable by small molecules, so we can target it, right? And we've created, and we, not me, because I didn't do any of the development work on this compound, but many other very smart people created families of these small molecules to bind to PSMA. We can label that with radiation and image patients pretty well. So this is the molecule we use at UCSF called gallium-68 PSMA-11. And this is very similar to many other PSMA molecules that you're going to see. So one half of the molecule is a chelator. A chelator is like a box. It binds to a radiometal. So this is where we're going to put the radioactivity. The other half of the molecule is a targeting molecule, right? This is what binds to PSMA and gives the specificity of the molecule. It's what's going to take this molecule into the prostate cancer cell. So in this case, we take gallium-68, we put that into the chelator, and then we inject that into the patient in order to image the patient. And you get images like this, okay? So again, image using a PET scanner like sodium fluoride FDG, same scanner, different ligand, giving you different specificity. And you can see here in this patient, we have a right humeral metastasis, right? So this is a tumor growing in the humerus. And we also have a left internal iliac lymph node, right? Very well seen on the PSMA PET, high specificity. I know that that's cancer. And also what I like about it is it sees bone disease and soft tissue disease very well. So hopefully not that far from now, we can give up on doing CT scans, MRIs, and bone scans and do one single imaging modality moving forward. But maybe most importantly is this patient's history, right? This is a patient who's status post prostatectomy who has a pretty low PSA of 0.67. If you were to image this patient with a bone scan or CT, you would see nothing, right? These lesions would never be detected at these low PSAs. And these are the patients with low PSAs where clinical change has meaningful impact, right? If you can find someone with oligometastatic disease, meaning a few sites of metastasis that we can target with external beam radiation therapy, we can hopefully contain their disease for a prolonged period of time. Every now and then I use the word cure, and I don't mean cure because cure is probably never attainable, but trying to prevent progression for long periods of time so that patients can worry about other things in their life is really the goal here. And this is the patient population where we can really potentially have that impact. Here's another patient. This person had a high PSA, but this is at initial staging before definitive therapy. And you can see the PSMA PET has these subtle lesions up in the chest. This is supraclavicular, up right above your clavicle here on the left side, and then also some mediastinal lymph nodes. Those were biopsy proven to be prostate cancer. And this patient would have undergone a radical prostatectomy without knowing that they had metastatic disease above the diaphragm. And that's sort of a problem because it wouldn't have cured this patient. They would have had immediate biochemical recurrence and gone down a whole path of treatments, never knowing where the disease actually was. So the idea here is that PSMA PET allows us to localize disease more accurately and hopefully treat patients more intelligently appropriate to where their disease is by knowing the location of it. Now, I'm going to compare it to fluciclovine. Fluciclovine, as many of you probably know, is a FDA-approved radiotracer for patients in prostate cancer. It is the best approved, widely available radiotracer for prostate cancer, but it's not going to be as good as these next generation of PSMA compounds. So in the top row here, you can see the fluciclovine PET. The bottom row in the same patient done within a week is a PSMA PET. And you can see here focal uptake. It's clearly present on the fluciclovine. But the tumor to background ratio, so background is what the tissue around it is, how much uptake there is, whereas the tumor has about a 3-fold ratio with fluciclovine. It's more like 50 when you're using PSMA. So that much higher uptake in the tumor relative to the rest of the body really helps people like me interpret the studies much better. And that's really important. It becomes even more important when you get more subtle disease. So here's an example of focal uptake after radiation therapy in the right seminal vesicle. Very subtle on the fluciclovine, right? It has a little, the tumor to background ratio is like 1.8 or something like that. But with PSMA, it's much more focal, much clearer and easier to interpret, allowing us to be more confident to tell where that's where the disease is. Now, there was a nice study done by Jeremy Calais comparing fluciclovine to PSMA. And this is in patients after radical prostatectomy with a low PSA, a PSA less than 2. And PSMA PET, in this case, is PSMA 11. Had over a 2-fold increase in detection of disease compared to fluciclovine. And the one thing I'll note is fluciclovine pretty much only saw disease in the prostate bed, but saw very few lymph nodes and in essence, no evidence of metastatic disease. So overall, PSMA is going to have a much better chance of seeing those focal sites of disease that hopefully will allow us to control patients' disease better at those low PSAs. And I think the most important thing is this inter-reader variability. You don't think about this much when you're a patient, but not everyone agrees when they look at the same images what is or isn't disease. Cohen's kappa goes from a -1 to a 1. A 0 means there's absolutely no agreement. A 1 means there's perfect agreement. When we had 3 blinded readers read the fluciclovine, they had an agreement of 0.2, which is actually pretty bad, whereas PSMA was 0.67, which is in all honesty right in line with most other imaging modalities, like prostate MRI, things like that. So a lot better agreement on interpretation of the studies. Also, fluciclovine doesn't do so well looking at bone mets. One of the big limitations of fluciclovine is its difficulty with the bones. And you can this is a random case that came through, just clearly showing how much easier it is to see osseous metastases with PSMA. Now, lots of positives. I'm going to do a little quick section on some negatives. Just remember, PSMA is not specific to prostate cancer. And this is where being a reader and well-trained does come into play. Thankfully, I'll have a job for a little while. Even though it's easy to read, it will take some time for the world to figure out how to read these. So rib lesions, particularly these peripherally sclerotic lesions, can have false positive. You can see there's focal uptake, but that is not prostate cancer. And I think this is one of the hardest things. These solitary rib lesions are really hard to interpret. Here is a patient with real disease. It's usually linear, extends along the rib, is going to be true positive disease compared to that prior case. Presacral ganglia, I think, are frequently miscalled being prostate cancer. And I think this is the type of stuff we're going to learn as we go through and train people how to read these studies as we go forward. Spinal hemangiomas can look like prostate cancer, and you really need to look at the CT scan to characterize that. This is a patient with Paget's disease. Remember how I showed Paget's with bone scan? Same thing. Paget's is a very vascular tumor, and PSMA actually binds to neovasculature. And so in Paget's, it's very avid. And then other tumors. This is a patient imaged who has prostate cancer, but happened to have a hepatocellular carcinoma in their liver. And here's a patient with lung cancer, also avid on PSMA. So just remember, not everything that's positive on PSMA is prostate cancer. That's our job as an imager to characterize and help determine what does need to be further worked up versus is definitively prostate cancer. But there are certain things that are really specific. Retroperitoneal lymph nodes, pelvic sidewall lymph nodes, local recurrence, things like that. When you get to bone disease, you got to be careful. It depends on where it is, what it looks like, and you want to make sure what it is. Lung mets, it's very hard to tell the difference between lung metastases, which are uncommon in prostate cancer, and lung cancer. So you really want to be careful and look at the patient's course of disease, how new is that lesion, et cetera. The other thing is that not all prostate cancers are PSMA positive. So here's an example at initial staging. You can see the restricted diffusion over here. Don't worry too much about that, but really no uptake on the PSMA PET in this patient. So there are some patients who have PSMA negative tumors, and that just is about 5% of prostate cancer patients does have a PSMA negative tumor. And you can't overcome that with PSMA, it is what it is. Now, through all of this, UCSF and UCLA, as many of you might know, we collaborated together to write a new drug application for gallium-68 PSMA-11. And this was actually pretty cool in that the FDA has never allowed 2 simultaneous NDAs to be submitted on the same day and approved on the same day and share chemistry and clinical data and everything across 2 different manufacturers. And it's also very unusual for academic institutions to do this. But the FDA allowed us to do that, which led to the approval of gallium-68 PSMA-11 in December of last year. And I think it's important to note that PSMA-11 was approved both in patients at initial staging and also at time of biochemical recurrence. So it should be noted, for example, that fluciclovine and is only FDA approved at time of biochemical recurrence. So it's really important that we are now expanding the population of men who are applicable for getting PET imaging to include initial staging patients, particularly those with high risk or unfavorable intermediate high risk disease. I just show this, what many people don't think of with a NDA is the amount of work that goes into it. And it was, I have to applaud the group at UCSF and UCLA. It took teams of people to prepare data, sign folders. My wrist was hurting signing all these pieces of paper. The cyclotron facilities, the chemists, everyone had to put a lot of work into making this approval happen. And it was really, I just want to highlight how much of an accomplishment it was. Now, at the same time, PSMA-11 PET's not the only PSMA molecule out there. right? And so here's just an example of 6 other PSMA molecules. And notice that they all have that exact same urea motif, right? Remember how I was talking about this targeting molecule and the PSMA molecule? They all share the exact same molecule. And the bottom row are sort of maybe the important ones. This is DCF-PYL, or otherwise called PIL, which we'll keep going and talking about in a second, PSMA-11. And this is PSMA-617, the one that's labeled with lutetium to treat patients, right? So this is what was carried forward through in the VISION trial. All have the exact same targeting molecule. So I think of these as a class of agents. And here's an example of 11-1007 PYL, and then this is a compound made at UCSF. But the key take-home points is that they all target prostate cancer similarly, but the molecule that's attached to that urea is what's going to change the biodistribution. So PSMA 1007 is going to have more liver excretion. PYL and PSMA 11 look very similar. And note that PSMA 11 was approved in 2020. An NDA was submitted for PYL in September of 2020, which is very exciting. And so we expect this to be approved actually in months, maybe by summertime, which will be very exciting for the reasons I'll show you in a second. This is our gallium generator. This is PSMA 11. This is our synthesis module and the gallium generator. You can only make 2 doses per synthesis with this gallium generator. So we have chemists every 4 hours eluting the generator, creating a dose in 2 patients, and we do that over and over and over again, 3 times a day, 4 days a week, right? And we do that to image patients. You can't image a huge number of patients because there's not that many gallium generators. The radioactive half-life is so short, you can't distribute it. So even though I'm very excited about PSMA 11, and it will have a huge impact, it's not going to be the answer for everyone because we just simply can't make enough of it and distribute it. And that's why this F18 DCF-PYL compound is so important. Very similar to PSMA 11, but it's labeled with fluorine 18 made on a cyclotron, and you can make 100-fold the amount of this compared to PSMA 11, which allows it to be distributed. And this is what is going to make PSMA PET be much more widely available to patients in the United States. So hopefully, by, I would say, the end of this year, most patients in the United States should have widespread access to PSMA PET. Okay, so we'll quickly go over the impact of PSMA PET and then wrap up and go to questions. So just to review prostate cancer, as you all know, you get diagnosed, your PSA is typically rising, and you'll get treated as a patient with typically radical prostatectomy or radiation therapy, something like that. Afterwards, your PSA is going to fall. If it's a radical prostatectomy, it'll go to 0. Radiation, it goes down to some low number. At some point in time, that PSA will start rising, and that's what we call biochemical recurrence. We call it biochemical recurrence because we actually can't image where it is. We only have a lab test, that PSA, that tells it recurring. So we don't know where it is, we just know there's recurrence. At some point in time, patients will start systemic therapy, like androgen deprivation therapy, and that is usually very effective, and the PSA will fall. But at some point in time, those patients who are on ADT will develop castration-resistant prostate cancer, PSAs will rise, and this can be the aggressive form of cancer that will eventually lead to the death of a patient, where you have metastases, etc. Now, the areas where PSMA PET are primarily useful are primary treatment, determining if you have metastatic disease before you get definitive therapy, or it's kind of biochemical recurrence, right? Determining where that disease is so you can get targeted therapy. And then some people use it in castration-resistant prostate cancer, but this is more going to be in the area of lutetium-based theranostic therapy. So I won't really talk too much about the definition of biochemical recurrence, just to know that there's a definition. And really, I think it's important to denote the difference between PSA as screening versus following patients after definitive therapy. It is incredibly useful following patients after definitive therapy because we can tell when patients are recurring. This is the data that came out of UCSF and UCLA that supported our NDA submission. And as is true with all PSMA studies to date, your PSA here, as you get a higher and higher PSA, you have a higher and higher detection rate. So this is a common question you get is, when should you get a PSMA PET? It's actually a really hard question to ask. If you wait till you get a PSA of 5, you probably no longer have oligometastatic disease that can be treated. But if you go too early, you might not detect anything because it's so low of a PSA. But it really depends on if you're deciding to get salvage radiotherapy and you're going to get it anyways, well, you might want to get a PSMA PET independent of how low your PSA is, et cetera. But just remember, higher PSAs, you're going to have a higher detection sensitivity. And then again, very good inter-reader variability, high kappas, test functions very well. So this is an example that I love. This is a patient who had a recurrence after radiation therapy. There's a little 4 millimeter left pelvic sidewall lymph node. You'd really never be able to know that was prostate cancer using any other technique. This is the patient's radiation therapy plan before the recurrence. And you can see that little lymph node was just chilling there beforehand. It would have been pretty nice to have known where that disease was when they got their definitive radiation, and they could have just included this in the radiation field and prevented the quick biochemical recurrence occurring immediately after the definitive radiation therapy. This is in patients after radical prostatectomy. We looked at 125 patients with low PSAs, and 53% of them had PSMA positive disease. And I think most importantly is 30% had disease missed by standard radiation therapy. So for example, here's a patient with a lymph node outside of the normal radiation field. This green here is called the consensus tumor volume. A third of patients had disease outside of the consensus tumor volume. If you look at the literature at the percent of patients who recur after radical or salvage radiation therapy after radical prostatectomy, it's 30% of patients. It's not that radiation therapy doesn't work, it's that radiation oncologists don't know where to aim. And if we aim more accurately, we strongly believe that we'll be able to really improve the outcome of these patients by knowing and localizing where this disease is. Okay, and then management, lots of changes. It's actually pretty impressive. Over 50% of patients have a major change in management after they get a PSMA PET. So there's a lot, this information really changes the way oncologists and surgeons and radiation oncologists treat patients. And so you really, it's going to be a big change to the way patients are treated moving forward. So my last couple of slides is going to be on theranostics. So this is the use of the compound for both diagnostics and therapeutics. You'll note here this urea motif on one end of the molecule that we've been talking about. Other end is that chelator. You can put gallium into here, or you can put lutetium or actinium or anything else on this side. The lutetium gives off radiation that will kill tumors, and so we can actually treat the tumors using this type of molecule. And this was studied in this Australian phase 2 study of PSMA 617. This was a heavily pretreated population looking at PSA responses. So the PSA falls after you give the lutetium, which means that it's killing the tumor. Over half of the patients had over a 50% decrease in their PSA, which was very exciting and impressive. And so, you know, the whole field is excited about this moving forward. That same group then ran a trial comparing PSMA 617 to cabazitaxel, a chemotherapy, and showed a much higher PSA 50 response of lutetium PSMA compared to cabazitaxel, and an improvement in progression-free survival. And actually also the lutetium PSA was better tolerated than cabazitaxel. So this data is really supporting this, and we're all waiting for the VISION trial, the phase 3 trial studying lutetium PSMA, to read out. And then obviously, you know, people show you images like this of this person who had bulky metastatic PSMA disease, having that disease come down in size with PSMA radioligand therapy. And not all patients have responses like this, but it clearly is effective in a subpopulation of patients, and will be very exciting when this gets approved. And then obviously there's improvements to be made. We have a trial at UCSF where we're combining PSMA radioligand therapy with immunotherapy. There are many other types of trials that are ongoing to try to improve the efficacy of PSMA radioligand therapy. So in summary, 1, PSMA PET is superior to existing radiotracers for the detection of metastatic prostate cancer. It really is the best way to image where disease is. 2, the use of PSMA PET has a large impact on clinical care, particularly with the way the radiation oncologists plan, telling them where the disease is. And then 3, very excitingly for us, PSMA 11 is approved at UCSF and UCLA. There's actually a kit that should be approved soon, which also makes 617 or PSMA 11 widely approved. But maybe most importantly is this fluorinated DCF-PYL that we hope will be approved before summertime, which will make this available to most patients in the United States. So to say the least, it took a huge number of people to make this happen. I just want to thank them all, although I don't have time to go through it. And then obviously our funding organizations who help support our research over the years. And I really, without funding organizations and in all honesty, donors, there's a patient donor who helped fund our NDA submission and a lot of the research we've done. It's critical to make all of this happen. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. That was awesome. That was excellent. See, so we got a really good overview there, sort of A to Z. You know, we normally present you before you give your talk. We were so excited you were going to be here. We normally present you with a gift. And then I thought, this is going to be the one time we don't give you a gift. We'll give you an option. So based on your bio, would you like a t-shirt from UCSF a t-shirt from Stanford or a t-shirt from the University of Michigan?
Michigan. Why Michigan?
That's me. I'm Mr. Michigan.
I don't know how my bio suggests that.
It doesn't. It's just the fact that we're bonding today. So I thought you want a Michigan shirt. Plus, they're going to win the NCAA title in basketball.
Well, that would be exciting.
Yeah. So you want Stanford or UCSF?
I guess UCSF. That's where I currently work at. So my allegiances are currently owned by UCSF. Although I did love my Stanford.
Yeah. So you spent some time at Stanford, and then, you know, I don't mean this in a negative way. On your photos, and even when I see you in person, and I got to tell the audience this to tell you what a good job, what an incredible job he did. Usually, we talk to the speakers. I know them for a long time. We have a little run through. We talk a little bit beforehand. Thomas and I didn't talk at all. He just showed up, had his slides. I had no idea what was on his slides. He could have had old pictures of me in high school for all I know. And I didn't know what he was going to present. He has no idea what I'm going to ask. But this is the kind of stuff I love that's off the cuff. It's not so automated like I see today at a number of meetings and situations where everything is so structured, everything is so read. So I appreciate that. So we will definitely get you that UCF shirt, UCSF. But what I was going to say is on your picture, you look very young. You look like you're late for high school biology class. So, I mean, you haven't been in the, how long have you been in the field actually to have made these kind of changes happen? Have you been at UCSF a while or no?
8 years? Is that a while or not?
I think that's a while.
I like being called I look young. When I first started, it was not as good, but now I'm happy to be called young. I'll take it.
Let me tell you, you should enjoy it, because when I remember when I was 30, 31 doing speakers bureaus and things, and people would say, "Hey, you look young," I would think, and then 10 years later, nobody ever said that. And I thought, why aren't they saying that anymore? What do I look really old now? And now it's 30 years later and nobody says that. So I think that's a compliment. I mean, 8 years, not even a decade, and you're doing all of this. So that's exciting. So what else do we need to know about you before we talk about medicine a little bit and imaging? When you're not spending all your time with family or, trying to figure out what can get FDA approved and helping patients, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do for fun?
So most of it's with my family. So if you take out the family, I'm not sure what they are. No, we go hiking and walking a lot. I think in the COVID times, there's a lot of outdoor activities, which is pretty much most, go camping, hiking, getting in the outdoors and maybe a little bit of woodworking, but I hate to say that because I'm not the world's best woodworker.
Really? So we've interviewed, I don't know, 100, 75. I've never heard anyone use the word woodworking. No interviews where the expert said, I woodwork. So what's the last thing that you woodworked? Is that such a term? What's the last thing you made?
Maybe. Constructed. I'm making a table for my son right now, a desk for his room. So, got my planer out and doing God only knows what with wood. But it would be a shame to actually show you what I make. It'd be slightly embarrassing.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I've never met anyone that physician-wise that had that as a hobby. We've had a lot of different hobbies out there. But is this a usable desk for your kid or
I hope so.
I mean, that's incredible. That's great. So that's an interesting hobby. Where do you do this? At your apartment, at your house? I mean, do you go someplace to make these things?
In our garage.
Nice.
Very
wow.
exciting.
So, look, I've learned more about you outside of medicine in 60 seconds than going through the entire internet on your bios and your UCSF videos. And I think that's really fascinating. So now, in the future, if we bond, you can make me something. All right.
Might take 3 years for me to complete it, that's the problem.
That's fine. That's no problem. I'm desperate. So we always have a quick comment before we start on COVID. And the quick comment on COVID is any surprises, anything you expected, anything you can pass on observation-wise with oncology and patients? I mean, anything unique from your perspective that you saw with COVID at the beginning, in the middle, and what we're going through now? Could be anything from delays. It could be anything from worries. Anything.
Well, we the 1-year anniversary of our lockdown was like last week, so we have been doing videos with my kids to, like, talk about your day so that we could remember what this experience was like. And it was shocking when it first started. We were like, I can't believe we've been at home for a whole week. So I guess the thing that's surprising is how long we've been doing this for. But from a patient perspective, masks matter and vaccines matter. So please mask and please get your vaccine. And I think the other thing is get your care. Don't let fear of, the hospital, shockingly, is probably one of the safest places you can go from an exposure standpoint. I know a lot of patients who don't want to come in because they're afraid of being exposed, and that oftentimes is a worse decision. So I would highly recommend coming in. You can do Zoom visits and everything, but when you do need to come in to get lab or imaging or a procedure done, all of the hospitals have put so much effort into making sure people are, screened and safe, that it's actually a very safe experience.
So you feel very comfortable with the imagery because you have all these people using these imaging machines you showed all those photos of. And so people sometimes were saying to me, well, there's another person in there every 2 hours. But you have to explain, this is the height of sterilization. I mean, people are, making sure that after every patient. So you've been very comfortable with what you see after every patient is done with an imaging machine, that it's basically cleaned so well that there should be very little concern.
Yeah, I don't think there's any risk of touching the machine. I mean, that all gets sprayed down between every patient. I mean, theoretically, it's airborne stuff that you would be potentially worried about, but they space patients out. It's not every 2 hours. It's more frequent than that. But all of the rooms have these high circulation things now. Everyone's wearing a mask. If patients were getting exposed, I mean, none of our staff are getting, it's just, I think it's in all honesty, I think it's a very safe experience. And I think the risk certainly does not outweigh the benefit of imaging when you really need cancer imaging. And there has definitely been a delay in diagnosis of a lot of patients. And we're all in oncology a little fearful of the wave of late diagnoses that's going to come in the next year because of this delayed screening and imaging. So please, get the care you need to get, and also get vaccinated. Now that so many patients are vaccinated, that makes a huge difference as well in terms of a safety perspective.
Yeah, well said, well said. Well, I talked to you right as we started. I thought we would take baby steps and then finish up with what you've been doing lately. And what I mean by baby steps is that I first want to talk about x-rays. I think a lot of patients, a lot of people in the public, they understand the term, I'm getting an x-ray. I got to get a chest x-ray. And so let's just start with that and your thoughts on that, because at one point in time, people were using x-rays to look at the bones, right? They were looking for bone metastasis, and it wasn't that long ago. And so what really happened to the x-ray here? Does it really have, that's the plain old x-ray, does it have really any role anymore in prostate cancer or for detection?
No. I need to expand upon that. So an x-ray is mainly useful for looking for fractures, right? So you break a foot, you go get an x-ray. Maybe if you have back pain and they want to see, is there an anatomic cause to the pain? The x-ray can be helpful for that. But in terms of detecting disease, is pretty useless. So, a CT scan can see it much better. You need pretty bulky disease in your bones to actually be visualized with an x-ray. And it's you're too late by the time it's visualizable on an x-ray. So generally, I can't think of really any time anymore that people would use an x-ray to image metastatic disease.
Yeah, that's interesting because it's kind of the same concept, right? For bone loss, the idea that you can use an x-ray, but you have to have a huge amount of bone loss before you can actually see something. So they have specialized imaging like DEXA scans to pick that up earlier. But
remember, DEXA is an x-ray though. So yeah. I would actually say DEXA is a quantitative x-ray where x-ray can actually do that reasonably well. So for bone loss, actually x-ray is okay. Remember, x-ray is just looking at density. And so that technology can be used for that.
So really, when we're going into the type of imaging you're talking about, it's so much more sensitive at picking up something so early compared to needing something overt to happen with a plain old X-ray. Is that better said?
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't even get close to waiting for an overt change in X-ray. I mean, what we're talking about with PSMA PET is actually trying to find changes that CT can't even see, right? So the thing with prostate cancer, particularly in these biochemically recurrent patients, is it's a drive to the lowest PSA where you can find disease. Because if you can localize metastatic disease with a patient with the lowest PSA, that's the patient you can really impact dramatically, right? If I know the one site of metastasis and the PSA is 0.0001, and I can treat that one metastasis, that's it, right? Yeah. Whereas if you have to wait for a PSA of 45 to see it on an X-ray, well, who cares, right? You're too late. You can't treat it anyways. It's all systemic therapy.
Yeah, but I'll tell you one thing. When I think of the term X-ray, and tell me what your opinion is on that. I still think that patients and the public have a difficult time understanding, and I do think they should understand it, the amount of radiation exposure from certain devices. So if you go to some radiology sites, they'll put the term in terms of chest X-rays, in terms of the number of X-rays you're getting. So if you get a CT of this type, or you get a PET CT, or you get a bone scan, that's equivalent to so many X-rays. And so I don't know, I kind of wish I would see more sites where when I was getting an imaging device, it would tell me how much radiation I'm being exposed to. Doesn't mean you're not going to get it. It's just getting a better understanding of radiation exposure, I don't think is a bad thing. Do you?
Yeah, I struggle with the whole radiation exposure thing because I think a lot of patients, it's just like if I were to give you a number, right? We typically report things in millisieverts. It's a meaningless number. And the same, like we have so little understanding of the impact of some of these doses. The whole debate over radiation injury, particularly in a prostate cancer patient when 50, 60, 70, 80 years old, the doses we're talking about are just irrelevant, right? They're so low. And the only reason why we have some idea as to what they might be is we take Hiroshima bomb survivors, look at rates of secondary malignancies, and we say, okay, this person got some huge dose, and we have all these doses, and we just extrapolate the line down to the little doses that are imaging and say, oh, okay, well then you have a 0.001% chance of developing leukemia. And well, I mean, it's a little bit far-fetched. So the doses here, doses that matter are what you get for external beam radiation, right? I mean, those are huge doses. They're given all at once, right? And clearly when you fractionate your doses out over longer periods of time, they have much lower effect. So, in essence, when you're getting like a CT scan, which is a dose that's, 10 to 100-fold more than an X-ray, that dose is so low, it's not relevant in terms of anything with that individual patient. So,
isn't it true, as all these technologies become better and better, you're actually, so for example, emerging with a PET with a CT, the actual exposure to the actual radiation exposure to some of these images have gone down. Isn't that the case when a number of these things are combined? They were becoming more judicious. It's becoming more favorable anyway.
That's yes and no. So when you do a PET with a CT, you get the dose from the CT and from the PET. Gallium has a pretty low dose. It has a 68-minute half-life. We don't give a huge amount of activity. So compared to like FDG, the regular sugar is probably about half or a little less than half of the dose that you get from FDG. But yes, so CT scans, the dose from a CT scan has gone down over time with technology improvements. So we now use different reconstruction techniques so we can use fewer photons. You need fewer photons to actually image the patient, and we get maybe half the dose that we used to have from a CT scan, et cetera. So the doses are definitely going down in the CT perspective. But when you add PET to a CT, it actually doesn't go down in that sense. But bone scans are actually a pretty high dose. Yeah. So PSMA actually has a lower dose than the bone scan. So yeah, it depends on how you add it up. But.
Well, that's a good segue. You know why? Because here's what I found online that you said when they talked about bone scans. And I noticed how you raised an eyebrow, but it's not, this is just what you said. And this is the kind of candidness, whether you still agree with it or not, this is the kind of candidness that's refreshing. You said in an interview with one of your colleagues. You said, quote, within a couple of years, I don't want to see another bone scan ever done in a patient with prostate cancer, right? There's no point. It's a worthless study. I literally typed that quote out. Do you remember that quote? And do you still agree with that quote?
Yeah, I think it's in the era of PSMA PET that there's no role for a bone scan. Well, with one caveat. So the one thing, and it's more in a trial setting, bone scans are not sensitive. So you need bulky disease to be detected on a bone scan, right? And so if you see something on a bone scan, that has prognostic value, right? Because it means you have bulky disease. Whereas a PSMA PET's going to see disease so much better than a bone scan, but you can see much, much smaller disease. So having a positive PSMA PET has much less negative prognostic implication than bone scan. But I would like to not see a bone scan in a handful of years as we move towards things like PSMA PET. It's just such a better imaging modality.
That's really interesting. So, I mean, it seems like I say, you firmly believe that maybe, 3-5 years from now, those things are put on the side more, and the things that you're doing take over. There was something else I thought was interesting on the UCSF site. It was on bone scans. It said, this was very specific. It said, do not take any medicine with bismuth in it, such as Pepto-Bismol, for 4 days before the test. I thought, wow, can you explain that? That's awfully specific. So we're not supposed to take Pepto-Bismol before we get a bone scan? Is that true because it causes some kind of problem with the reading? Because let me add to that. It's not, Pepto-Bismol is just, that's the paradigm of the bismuth category. But believe it or not, there are a ton of patients that take products with bismuth in them when they are going for imaging. And they don't realize it because it's not called Pepto-Bismol. It's just called Gut Protect, or it's something bought over the counter. I looked at Amazon before this interview, and I probably found 20 different products that didn't say Pepto, but there was bismuth in it. So can you comment on that before we move on to the other imaging tests besides bone scan?
So this is where I wish we had prepared, because I hate to say it, I have never even heard that before. So my assumption is bismuth must bind to the MDP, which is in the bone, what we use for a bone scan, and it prevents it from binding to the calcium or the hydroxyapatite in the bone. In all honesty, I thought that when you drank Pepto-Bismol, it stayed in your gut.
I thought so too. And it's
your blood, so I don't know how it interacts. God, if I know.
You know what, Thomas? I had never heard that before. But this is why it's fun to do these interviews. I thought it was just because it was radio opaque, and I don't know why it would be an issue in prostate. I can see maybe if they're looking, I don't even know why it would truly end up being an issue. But
maybe it's the radio opaque. That could be it. It can obscure the interpretation. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's so radio opaque if you take a huge amount that that's probably why. But it's kaopectate. There's so many products so many products that have it. I just thought. I was very specific, and there's a lot of products out there, but at the end of the day, I guess you shouldn't take it 4 days before. I mean, God, is that specific or what?
I have no comment. Last question, I'm very opinionated on. This question, I have no comment.
I know, but this is what makes these interviews fun. You get to learn stuff that's going on all around you. So let me I don't want to spend too much time on MRI until the end when we talk about these combinations, but I just thought, since we had you here, maybe some comment on MRI in terms of a couple of things. I thought there's been a lot of talk over the years when we've been doing this meeting about the concern with the contrast, the gadolinium. And it's kind of died down a little bit, but I didn't know if you had a take on any of these, the gadolinium issue when you're getting an MRI, if you really have a concern or you're very happy with the safety of these agents.
So I used to do a lot of gadolinium research, like 15 years ago. I used to do animal models of diseases that caused by gadolinium. So, I paid a lot of attention to gadolinium. If you look at it historically, it's interesting. So in the 90s, gadolinium was thought to be like water, no toxicity. It just comes out in your urine, fully chelated, doesn't matter. What happened in sort of the mid 2000s is that in patients with renal failure, gadolinium didn't come out in the kidneys, right? It's not excreted as quickly, so it sits in your blood and goes into your interstitial space. And in that area, it probably gets taken up by macrophages and things like that. And then the gadolinium, which is chelated. Remember what I was showing with the PSMA? You have a chelator binding to a metal. The same chelator actually binds to the gadolinium. And that gadolinium gets taken out of the chelator and then can cause trouble, right? Now, it's actually sort of crazy. The amount of gadolinium we administer for an MRI is the LD50 of gadolinium, which means that if we didn't put in a chelator, it would kill you. It's also sort of crazy. If we take the chelator and we don't put the gadolinium in it and administer it to you, that's the LD50 of the chelator. So both of them are lethal at the doses we administer, but when you put them together, they're not lethal. Now, what was found out in the mid-2000s was that these molecules, the gadolinium chelators, have stability. They're very stable, right? They're very thermodynamically stable. So most people didn't believe that they actually dechelated, right? So the gadolinium didn't come out. But it was found that in these patients with renal failure, where it does accumulate in soft tissues over time, likely these lysosomes, the very high acidic regions of cells, the gadolinium comes out and causes this fibrotic reaction, sort of deposition of collagen, and create a disease called nephrogenic systemic fibrosis.
That's nephrogenic systemic fibrosis. Okay.
NSF. Yeah. So NSF, in essence, changed the world of MR a lot, right? So we screened all these patients for renal failure, and we also got rid of, the market, got rid of some gadolinium. So there's more stable and less stable gadolinium agents. So the ones that were bad disappeared, right? And after a couple of years, actually, NSF doesn't exist. Right? No one gets NSF anymore because the bad agents are gone and we don't give as much gadolinium to patients with renal failure anymore. So then what was found was that we actually can measure the deposition of gadolinium in the brain. So there are areas in your brain that collect heavy metals, and there's some regions in the brain that collect gadolinium over time in patients who get like 40, 50 MRIs. Typically, this is in patients who have like multiple sclerosis or glioblastoma brain tumors who are getting like lots of MRIs, not one or two, but 10s, 20s, 30s, 40 MRIs. And so people were like, wow, that could be a problem that you have gadolinium in your brain. But no one's ever actually found out any toxicity from it. It's potentially possible, but we don't actually know what it would cause. We just know that it's there. But then in the last 5 years or so, we've converted over to even more stable versions of gadolinium, where that chelator binds on to the gadolinium even stronger. And in those patients, we don't seem to even see much, if any, deposition of the gadolinium in the brain. And so we're pretty happy with where we're at right now. And personally, I would say that the gadolinium risk is very, very low and very different from where it was 15 years ago.
That is a really interesting history of where things are. I mean, it was so polarizing the past few years. We had all these different individuals on TV saying these were a problem. So, but in terms of where it is, in terms of what it does for an MRI, in terms of enhancing readability, you're very happy with it.
So that's another interesting question, which is a different debate, is particularly for MRI of a primary tumor, at active surveillance, initial diagnosis, where you get a prostate MRI, whether or not you need gadolinium, I think is a big debate. So we use this thing called PIRADS, which is a way to characterize disease in the prostate. And if you look at PIRADS, it actually doesn't really take into account contrast all that much. It's really dominated by the regular MRI sequences. And so there are groups that are going to what we call biparametric MRI, which means diffusion and T2 weighting only, and dropping the multi-parametric portion of it, so dropping the gadolinium. And I don't think that's unreasonable. I like it from a workflow perspective, right? You don't need to put an IV in. You don't have to give gadolinium. It's faster. Patients like it more. There's no nausea. You don't taste that metallic taste in your tongue. And, maybe it doesn't make as big of a difference as we used to think. So I think there is a trend actually, not because of a risk of NSF or brain deposition, but we might not need it as much as we thought we did in that setting. There's other settings in prostate cancer, like biochemical recurrence, looking at the prostate bed to see if there's lesions in there. That can be really helped by gadolinium. But the initial staging, actually, I think the field may be slowly moving away from the administration of gadolinium.
That is really, really interesting. That I didn't know we were going to get to cover all of that. So since you worked with gadolinium and you wanted to comment on MRI, what's your comment going forward on, still when we see people present at the meeting, they talk about 10 to 20% using an MRI, for example, to look at the prostate. 10 to 20% of the significant tumors are still missed. Do you feel confident that in the next few years, I don't know what the technology is going to show or how it will advance, that we can bring that number down of missed tumors with MRI, significant tumors that are missed by the machine, bring that down substantially?
You know, I'm not sure. I feel like MRI is a very mature modality. And I'm not sure how much improvement upon where we are is going to happen, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, I think people are talking about machine learning and deep learning and artificial intelligence interpretations, but sometimes information is just not there, and that there's just a limitation of the images you get off the scanner. So there will probably be some improvements, but it's not going to be a generational change in the way MRI works coming in the next couple of years. So I would expect it to be fairly similar in the short term. You know, I can't speak to what's going to happen 15 years from now. Things seem to change faster than you think. But no, I think it'll stick in that realm. And you know, I think of MRI, in all honesty, at initial staging as telling a urologist where to put a needle.
Do you see PET-CT doing some of the things that MRI would do for active surveillance, or in that setting, seeing what's going on within the prostate itself? I mean, you got to admit, the 8 years you've been at UCSF, look how far we've come with PET-CT and imaging. Is it possible that 5 years from now, someone asks for a PET-CT of some type to determine whether or not they're a good active surveillance candidate?
Yeah, so I mean, that's a common question people do ask. I'm not totally convinced of it. So the approvals are in patients at risk for metastatic disease, so obviously not active surveillance patients, right? So it's intermediate high risk patients, you know, Gleason scores, high PSAs that you wouldn't typically put on active surveillance. There's not a lot of work being done in the active surveillance population. So, you know, I don't think PSMA PET radio tracers are going to get approved with that label. So it's unlikely to be approved in that space. I think PSMA PET's probably slightly better than MRI, but not as much better as you think. So, you know, we did a study where we did MRI, and, you know, we have a PETMR, so we compared MRI to PSMA PET, and, you know, it's a slight improvement, but it's like 5% better. It's not, you know, a dramatic improvement, where, you know, it's really expensive, PSMA PET in the overall world. And so I just don't see it. You know, the active surveillance population is huge. It would cost a fortune to image the active surveillance population with PSMA PET, and it's just such a marginal benefit. I'm not completely sure that where it's going to go, but it's definitely something worth looking into. Is it something that we'd want to do? But right now, I don't think we have the data to suggest that we should be doing anything like that.
So before we talk about the FDA-approved PET tracers used in imaging, and we're going to go through them and end up with the one that you worked on and got approved, I just wanted to bring up something about PET-CT that I thought you could explain to the audience, because a lot of times we will get these kind of notes or letters that a lot of people who read the scans will use a term called SUV max. And so you'll see these terms, and I feel bad for patients. They'll say SUV max this, SUV max that, SUV max. And I understand when you Google it, it says standard uptake value, but can you just basically give your explanation of why an SUV max or those words are important to somebody like you and to a patient when they're reading a scan?
Yeah, so thank you for pointing out that I used SUV max in my talk without really defining it.
Actually, I don't remember that part at all. I actually didn't remember that part. It was a question I wrote down. I didn't remember if you mentioned it. It was just something that's important.
So the way I think about SUV, let's just define it so we know what it means. So if you inject someone with radioactivity that's perfectly distributed throughout your body, right? So you give 100 of something, and a patient weighs, well, 100 grams, whatever it might be, and you get everything is distributed evenly through every single voxel, every single gram of your body has the same amount of activity. You would measure an SUV of 1. That's the definition of SUV 1, right? Mm. The amount of activity in a voxel or in a region of interest is equivalent to the perfect even distribution of the administered radioactivity throughout the body, right? So that would be SUV of 1. If you have twice that amount, i.e. it's concentrating, you'd have an SUV of 2. 10-fold concentration of that radioactivity, SUV of 10. So the higher the SUV, the more the radioactivity is concentrating in a region of interest. Does that make sense?
Absolutely makes sense. So if you want a lower number, not a higher number, essentially,
no.
Right? I mean,
No, so that is, so in a FDG PET, a sugar PET, right?
Yeah.
The higher the uptake, the more aggressive your tumor is typically, more hypermetabolic, it's using more sugars, it's growing faster. So in that setting, yeah, maybe you'd want a lower SUV because your cancer is likely to be less aggressive. That is not true with PSMA. So the higher your uptake of PSMA, it's not meaning that your disease is more aggressive, right? Actually, the higher the uptake, maybe the opposite. Maybe the more well-differentiated your tumor is, right? It's got PSMA on the surface, it's taking it up like it should. It also makes it easier to find, right? So if you see 3 lesions that have SUVs of 60, I'm pretty confident I didn't miss a 4th lesion, right? Because the tumor's taking it up so well. I'm very confident. If your SUV is 5, your 3 lesions, well, maybe I missed the 4th one because this thing's not taking it up as much. Now, as you get to really aggressive diseases, so patients who are post-chemotherapy, androgen targeted therapy like abiraterone, enzalutamide, those patients will then develop, in 20% of them, small cell variant, more aggressive cancers, and they might actually lose their PSMA expression and have low SUVs. And in those patients, the low SUVs would actually be indicative of worse outcomes. But in general, the higher your uptake, not a worse thing. And also it makes it easier to see. And then also another thing is patients shouldn't be like, my SUV is blank, because the size of your lesion dramatically impacts the measurement of the SUV. The smaller it is, you'll underestimate your SUV by quite a lot. So the SUVs aren't one-to-one relatable across patients and between scanners and depending on the lesion size.
So with that as background, let's talk about the different PET CTs that are out there that patients have a choice to get working with their physician. So let's talk about FDG PET. You talked about that. That's eventually using that sugar molecule. And the reason that's interesting, because that set off something on the internet all the time that people say, well, if, different cancers feed off sugar. And so as long as you cut out sugar, then you can stop your cancer. And I always pointed that out one time at a meeting that if that was true, we'd have cured cancer long ago. And in reality, look at prostate cancer, for example. This FDG PET, which has been around for a long time, is not very useful in prostate cancer as a whole, with some exceptions. Again, let's talk about. So can you again talk about the impact of sugar uptake in cancer, and is it just a fact of life? Why isn't prostate cancer take up these sugar molecules like some other cancers do? Because FDG PET CT, even though it's FDA approved, isn't used very often in prostate cancer, right? So can you walk us through all that kind of thinking again, and what patients should think about getting one?
So I'm not probably the right person to explain why prostate cancer cells don't use sugar a lot. It has to do with the metabolism in the prostate cancer cells, which you're gonna have to find a different speaker to speak to that. Just one quick thing, and it's an obvious thing. If you try to starve yourself of sugar, you're gonna starve yourself before you starve your cancer. Human bodies require sugar. Your brain only runs off of sugar, and your cancer will get the sugar before the rest of your body. So you're just going to end up starving. FDG actually was originally developed, I don't know if you know this, back in the 70s as a potential chemotherapy. We were going to administer FDG at high doses and prevent cancer cells from using sugar, but you would just kill the patient as well. So it obviously didn't go that far down that path, and now we give it as a radiotracer. When you should use FDG. So in general, FDG has a very small role in prostate cancer. It's only at the end stage. It should never really be used at initial staging to see for mets, at biochemical recurrence. You really have to have frank disease seen on conventional imaging. And really what you're doing is you're not using it for detection. You're not trying to localize it. You're using it for characterization. How aggressive is this disease? Is it likely to grow, et cetera? But even more so, you're more interested in it later on. Remember how I talked about the small cell variants in patients who have a more aggressive subtype of castration-resistant disease? You might consider using it there. But even then, it gets to be a little bit of a problem, because likely insurance companies are not going to cover a PSMA PET and an FDG PET at the same time. And so you get into this problem where it might actually be helpful to get both imaging studies to find patients who are FDG positive, PSMA negative, but we're likely going to go down a path where you're going to look at the conventional imaging, see where the disease is, get a PSMA PET, and say, okay, is there anything that's positive? Do I see a liver met that's not positive on the PSMA PET? rather than getting an FDG. But I think that's the only place where it really plays a role. There are some centers in the United States that do use FDG PET frequently in the castration-resistant setting. And I think what they use it for is to say, hey, this patient's got more aggressive disease, I should be aggressive. We want to get into chemotherapy faster in this patient because there's a lot of avidity on the FDG PET.
So when you see these very bizarre variants of prostate cancer, like you mentioned, the neuroendocrine variant of prostate cancer, I mean, that is still extremely rare, right? So that's not picked up by other types of PET-CT. It's much better. FDG is much better at picking up those really bizarre variants. Is that a good way to put it?
So I would not get an FDG PET to diagnose a small cell variant prostate cancer, if that makes sense. It will be, so in patients, in some subtypes of CRPC, you can lose your PSMA expression, and the PSMA uptake will go down. And in those patients, likely FDG PET would be a better way to localize the disease. So it is helpful in that setting. But there's there's the landscape of CRPC genomically is complex, and there's all sorts of subtypes people are defining, and how you would use individual PET radiotracers in each individual one is not anywhere near characterized or developed. So I think the world is developing that right now, and we're not in a place to make any recommendations about you should use this in this disease.
Yeah, no, I've really never heard of FDG being used in prostate, but there was some of the reading I had done is the word dedifferentiation. So when you see something truly strangely aggressive, sort of this maybe Gleason 5 or Gleason 10, however you want to look at it, maybe once in a blue moon, there's utilization.
Yeah. I wouldn't, again, like if you have Gleason 5+5 in your prostate and you're just, there's probably not a huge role for it even then. It's more when they use the dedifferentiation, you're talking about patients who are dedifferentiating over time, right? So they get out to be, CRPC, they've been under androgen receptor inhibition exposure for a long period of time, and the cancers will change and go down a different path. And in that setting, it might be valuable.
Okay, that's really interesting. Let's talk about another FDA-approved one that has been used for a little while out there, and you mentioned it. It's called NAF sodium fluoride, F18 sodium fluoride, which is, so here's what you said when one of your colleagues interviewed you. I thought it was hilarious. See, I try to do my homework, You said, so Cooperberg, by the way, let me explain to to everyone watching, my colleagues, that somebody else on staff there that I know very well at UCSF, I know a lot of people there, they're fabulous, but there was this interaction between him and Thomas there, and he said, well, what do you think of sodium fluoride PET? And Thomas, your answer was basically 4 words. You said, don't get me down. That's what you said. You said, don't get me down. And I interpreted that to mean you're not really high on that anymore at all. You're just, do we really got to go there? I thought the answer was hilarious. That was the only thing that was transcribed as the answer. Do you want to talk about that? Because I thought, a couple of years ago, I thought the NAF, the sodium fluoride PET-CT, was really great at picking up something really tiny in the bones, a couple millimeters. And there were all these people around the country using it to pick up very tiny bone mets. And so they would get us all excited when they would write for newsletters. They would say, hey, you get an NAF if you're worried about a bone met that the bone scan can't see. And people would get all fired up. So what do you think about that now?
So I don't know what I meant by don't get me down. So I'd have to watch the video maybe. But so sodium fluoride is better than a bone scan for detecting small osseous mets, period. It is good for seeing bone disease. The problem with sodium fluoride is insurance. It never got covered. Medicare decided never to cover it. It's been around, the first sodium fluoride PET was done in 1970s. It's been around 50 years. And so I think my take on sodium fluoride PET is it missed the boat, right? But so there's a window where it's useful, and that would be before PSMA PET, right? And actually at the VA, where I'm head of nukes, we do flucyclovines, and I showed that case of flucyclovine being sort of rough in the bones. We actually give sodium fluoride with the flucyclovine to get a free bone scan, in essence, at the same time we're doing a flucyclovine PET to see the bone lesions. But once you have a PSMA PET, it becomes irrelevant, right? It's sort of, I don't need a sodium fluoride to show me small bone mets, and it doesn't help me in any way to characterize anything. So I think the window for sodium fluoride is sort of closing, and it never really got its chance to be on stage because of insurance coverage issues. So, you know, for the last 10 or 15 years, it should have had a very big role, and it should have replaced bone scans. But because Medicare never covered it, and now PSMA will be covered by Medicare this year, then it's over. Then the whole sodium fluoride story in my mind ends, and there's going to be no value to it moving forward. So maybe when I said don't get me down, it's because it was a huge missed opportunity. You know, what happened, it should have been, we shouldn't be even taught, I can't believe we're still doing bone scans, right? We should have been doing sodium fluoride PETs. But now that PSMA is within months going to be widely available and covered, then the question becomes mute.
Let's go on then to a different one that's used in a couple places that's been around almost a decade. I can't even believe it. It's C11 choline, offered at a number of places. I understand, as I explained to the audience, there are a couple of well-known places that offer it. I understand it's been great for a time period. I understand it's difficult. These are some of our colleagues that are giving these things. But I want to talk about some pros and cons of C11 choline. It's still offered out there. How do you see it right now? What I see is interesting. This is my take that might help with this discussion. When I looked back on the original FDA approval of this many, many years ago, and it's used at a couple different sites, what I saw was a false positive rate reported by the FDA in their prescribing information of 15 to 47%. And they said that their data was based on 98 patients, 5 studies. So what I'm saying is I think it's been an amazing run for choline, and maybe it still has another long run, you can tell us. But I compare that to how much larger these studies are getting with more and more patients in order to get an agent approved. It seems like things have changed. So what are your take on pros and cons of choline, C11 choline used for PET CT?
Well, choline is a great agent. So a huge amount of credit has to go to the Mayo Clinic. Mayo Clinic got an academically sponsored NDA approved in 2012, which was a huge accomplishment. And at that time, that was the best way to image prostate cancer, right? And it was great. It worked really well compared to what was available at the time. And I think, it to a certain extent is going to run its course. We have a ANDA for choline here, and we got it up and running right about when PSMA came around. And I mean, the moment your physician starts seeing the results from PSMA, they don't order choline ever again. It's not even in the same category. And the same thing sort of goes for fluciclovine. They're great studies. They were great when they came out, and they're great if there's no other alternatives available. But that's going to end in months.
That's interesting. With choline, I thought, and again, I know this doesn't happen as much with the PSMA, but the idea that BPH can take up, you can get false positive. BPH that's non-cancerous enlargement of the prostate can take up that product and it can light up, correct?
Well, you have to remember choline and fluciclovine, the labels only indicated at the time of biochemical recurrence. Usually you don't have many BPH nodules at the time of biochemical recurrence. Either the prostate has been irradiated pretty heavily and there's nothing left, or the prostate has been taken out by a surgeon. So that's only a concern really at time of initial staging. And typically, even at initial staging, you're only doing these studies because someone's biopsied the prostate and found clinically significant cancer. So I'm not sure it matters that BPH nodules take it up clinically, although it's a true statement, it does. It just doesn't actually really matter clinically.
I'm just looking at choline. Obviously, it served an incredible purpose. It set a standard. Thank God it's been there. And then we can talk about this. There were dietary restrictions and exercise, and you couldn't take a certain medication with it. And so I guess the only other question I have about choline is, do you ever see a situation where something's not showing up on PSMA that the person wants to go to another scan like choline to try to see if they can see something? I mean, do you ever run into these rare situations?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. So I think there's a couple, and actually this question usually comes up with fluciclovine because it's more widely available than choline.
Okay.
Would you do a fluciclovine PET in someone with a highish PSA that's negative on PSMA? And I think there are people who would try that. There's probably 5% of patients who might be better imaged with fluciclovine than with PSMA, something like that. That study's never really been done, trying to understand how you would select that and determine who should be getting a fluciclovine PET in the setting of a negative PSMA. There's also people who are arguing that you could use a fluciclovine or a choline study later, like in that castration-resistant population. But in all honesty, I would just get an FDG PET. FDG costs like $150 a dose. Fluciclovine costs over $4,000 just for the radiopharmaceutical. So, you'd have to have a real good reason why you would want to get that imaging study when you could get just a regular FDG PET. So there's probably a small niche there for fluciclovine and choline and PSMA negative tumors who have fairly high PSAs. The problem is, like, how do you determine who those patients are? And we don't really have a good handle on that yet.
You said something in an interview that though fluciclovine or Axumin might work well in brain tumors or lobular breast cancer. You said in an interview, is that still the case, that it might find a home? If its home isn't primarily in prostate, it might find a home at other places in those
so
cancers?
Remember how I said PSMA is not specific to prostate cancer? Fluciclovine is really not specific to prostate cancer. Nearly all cancers will take it's an amino acid, right? It's not anything specific to the cancer. So there's certain cancers where it could work well. So brain cancer, there's actually a phase 3 study enrolling right now to try to use fluciclovine in the brain to see if we can image brain cancers. It works really, really well in lobular breast cancer, of all random diseases out there. But I don't think that's ever going to get on the label or be used extensively. But FDG it's very hard to image lobular breast cancer with FDG, the regular PET that we talk about, but it works very well with fluciclovine for whatever reason.
I don't want to jump yet to PSMA, but I'm just going to jump forward on one comment. Again, when I read all these, including fluciclovine and choline, it says instruct patients to avoid significant exercise for at least a day before the scan. I'm going, wow, a lot of patients like to exercise. So these kind of restrictions that you see with exercise, these other kind of line by line restrictions, are you seeing that with PSMA? Do you have those restrictions too before someone gets one?
No, I don't have them. The PSMA in general. So why do you have restrictions for fluciclovine? If you work out a lot, your muscles start to take up amino acids and sugars as they heal, right? As they get energy back, and so it'll take up fluciclovine. I'm not sure it's a problem. I never think of it. If you see it, it's like the entire muscle that's hot, right? It's not going to mimic prostate cancer, so you can read through it. It's just sort of annoying. PSMA, it's not like if you were to work out, PSMA would suddenly be expressed on your muscles because you worked out, right? So it's not going to interact with anything. I think the main thing with PSMA is it gets excreted out in your bladder and your urine, and you pee it out. And so you need to drink a lot of water or get Lasix to try to make sure we flush out that radioactivity before we image patients.
That's interesting. Okay, so that takes us to the piece de resistance. Now, I'm not asking you to comment on this. We're going to go now for the rest of the time that we have, which is about 25 minutes. We're going to go into the gallium, the PSMA, the stuff that you helped bring to the FDA for approval in December of 2020, just recently. So I want to play this message that was left for me. I thought you might enjoy it, and I thought you understand what I deal with. But I was talking yesterday to a colleague of yours, and he said, I want to leave him a message. And I said, okay, I'll play the message. Let's hear it. And I want you to ignore, I did listen to this message. I want you to ignore the last 15 seconds of it. But you're going to hear a couple of comments, and then we're going to address those. I promise you. Here it is.
Hey, Mark. This is Matt Roach from UCSF. I heard a rumor that you're going to be talking to my friend and colleague, Dr. Hope, and he's an extraordinary expert on PSMA PET. And there are a couple of pearls and questions that I have for him about, number one, to caution radiation oncologists who are trying to offer salvage radiation. And occasionally a patient might have a dilated ureter, and people might get that confused with a PET positive lymph node. I want him to make sure people don't forget about that. And also, I do have a question about the accuracy of determining local recurrences in the post-prostatectomy setting, given that the bladder uptake is much higher with PSMA, and if there's a recurrence right at the bladder neck, it could be easy to miss. But probably the most important question is there anything PSMA can do to help Mark Moyad's basketball game? Because it is weak. So if you've got any suggestions there, I hope he can provide that to you. Y'all have fun. Bye.
So the last part you can ignore. He said you have to make sure he's got to cover those two things. So as we move into PSMA, I want to make sure I've got those on my list now that he said you've got to cover those with Thomas in terms of potential heads up and limitations. So before I go to his comment, which I wrote down, we're not going to forget him. I promised him I would play him. First, can you tell the quick story of, and that picture was so defining of that desk with all that paperwork. I've never seen anybody present a picture like that in a talk in 30 years. Because when I was a young guy in this biz, people would tell me the same thing. It's really, really hard to do the right thing. And they would show me all the paperwork they'd fill out and all the writing. So can you tell me sort of the quick story of how were you able to take this thing that was developed, I think, at the University of Heidelberg, right? And then move it this quickly to get FDA approved at 2 institutions, which will now make it available throughout the United States this year. Can you tell that quick story of how you actually believe that you folks could actually get an FDA approval of a compound?
So first, I think you bringing up Heidelberg is critical. Like they should get a lot, maybe more credit for this than anyone else, because they actually made this compound and they didn't patent it, which is an important fact. So it wasn't owned by anyone or by a company. But even there, before that, that urea backbone was actually made, if I remember correctly, at Georgetown University, because they were going to try to make a drug that targeted this. And then it was developed further elsewhere in the United States. Then there was collaborations with Heidelberg. There was teams of people at multiple different institutions working with very similar compounds. Hopkins University was doing a lot of work on this as well. So just think, PSMA 1007 means that there's 1006 prior molecules that were developed. So it's huge groups and teams of people that, were making this happen. So why did UCSF and particularly myself think this could be done? So first, Mayo Clinic succeeded with choline. They got a drug approved. And so I was like, well, someone can do this. So, maybe we could do this. And so that got me thinking that this is something academia could do. We opened our first trial in 2015 with PSMA 11. And Heidelberg was incredibly sharing. They gave us or lent us dosimetry data and toxicity data that allowed us to open these studies, which was absolutely critical. The nice thing about academia is people collaborate. And there's a lot of collaboration that helped encourage and make this happen. In 2015, I was 2 years into being a faculty. I didn't really know what I was doing. I did most everything myself. I did all of my own regulatory work, pretty much all the paperwork, and that created a lot of issues. And so it took a lot of people to help, sort of right the ship, make things going, documenting things properly, fixing up our chemistry sections, getting, FDA inspections are different than just publishing a paper. And so getting the thousands of patients' data ready for the FDA to come in was an enormous amount of work amongst a lot of people.
And so that was your target, right? As you set up these studies, with these prospective studies that had, almost 1,000 patients. You were looking for those 2 indications, those high-risk patients before treatment, because we never really had something, correct me if I'm wrong, we never really had something like this available before you even decide to be treated, right? So these are these high-risk patients. And then the second indication you got was recurrence, for a suspected recurrence when your PSA is elevated after definitive treatment. So you got those two indications. Was that your target? That was your goal? Or were you looking for more, less? When you were putting this together?
No, I was happy we got both. I didn't think we would get the initial staging indication at first. When we started off, the literature suggested our sensitivity for nodal mets would be something like 60 to 70%. And when we ran our trial, we ended up with a sensitivity of something like 40%, which was much lower than we had anticipated. And that was sort of obviously discouraging, but it's probably actually true. That's actually probably the true sensitivity. You can have very small nodal mets at time of radical prostatectomy at surgery, 1, 2, 3 millimeter little nodes, and PSMA PET can miss those for sure. And if you look at the DCF-PYL trial that was just published, they also had a 40% sensitivity at initial staging in the same population. So I actually think that's the real number. Somewhere 40 to 50% is the sensitivity for nodal mets. So I was actually pleased that the FDA acknowledged, even though it's lower than we had planned, it's actually clinically relevant. And it's particularly relevant because it sees metastatic disease. And I don't think I really appreciated this at first. If you don't have pelvic nodes on a PSMA PET, then you probably don't have metastatic disease either. Okay, not probably. You really are unlikely to have mets. If you have nodal mets in the pelvis, you very well may have disease outside of the pelvis or more disease than we see. So it's really helpful, I think, as for a negative predictive value of saying, hey, you have high-risk prostate cancer, but if you're negative, you don't have anything outside of pelvis. So maybe pelvic radiation, including the nodes, or radical prostatectomy followed by salvage or something like that would be a good option for you.
So you got the two that you wanted. I'm probably killing the story. I did a lot of research for this, but there was some story I thought I read back a while ago. There was something that sort of inspired you from a patient advocate who was working in the neuroendocrine area. Wasn't that you? That kind of struck me because this is a patient advocacy meeting, right? Can you relay that? That was very inspirational. It was, you got something from a patient advocate that sort of gave you that oomph. And you'll tell the story better than I do. I heard it third hand. So how did that go?
Well, so actually I got into prostate cancer through neuroendocrine tumors. So we started doing gallium-68 DOTATOC imaging in early 2014. And that is a radio tracer to image metastatic neuroendocrine tumor. And the reason why we could go into prostate cancer is we had the gallium generator, we had the synthesis module, we had sort of chemistry workflow set up, so we could just use the same resources to do prostate cancer. And there is a patient advocate in the neuroendocrine tumor world called Josh Mailman, who is just amazing and wonderful in many levels. And he's from Northern California, so he runs NorCal Carcinet, which is our local patient advocacy group. And I've had been talking with him about, well, can we get gallium-68 DOTATOC approved? And worked with him, and actually the University of Iowa is an institution who's also been really great collaborators on many different projects, who had been working with gallium DOTATOC. And actually through this whole process, it ended up that Iowa got gallium-68 DOTATOC FDA approved in 2019. And actually that was sort of that's where I learned how a lot of these pieces work together. And Josh is pushing, and the thought that academia can do this. It's just very unusual for academia to get a drug approved. Yeah, it's happened 3 times. Iowa with DOTATOC, C11 choline with Mayo Clinic, and then us in UCLA with gallium-68 PSMA. So just having been close and familiar and interacted with all that really was very helpful. And without the neuroendocrine tumor experience, I would never have thought that we could have done this.
That patient advocacy, boy, that comes through again. I'll say, let's spend the rest of this time on just pros and cons, including what Mac mentioned, Mac Roach. But the only thing I'll say is when I look at news reports on the FDA approval of PSMA, they'll talk about the 2 approvals, and people say, for example, if you've had radiation or surgery and you're worried about recurrence, can you just clarify though, what about someone that's had focal therapy? They've had cryotherapy, they've had HIFU. How do you look at them in terms of this approval? Because those are examples that don't come up a lot in the internet.
That is a good question. It's a hard question. And what I mean by that is if you've had focal therapy, I'm not sure what biochemical recurrence is, right? How much does your PSA have to go up? How do you know if you have biochemically recurrent disease or not? Because you still have regular prostate tissue sitting around that can secrete PSA. You can get prostatitis like any other patient. So it's very hard to tell what the definition of biochemical recurrence is or when you should be doing a PSMA PET. We're sort of writing guidelines right now of when PSMA PET should be done. And that this question comes up. And I think what we've sort of come down to is that the use of PSMA PET in a patient post-HIFU should be used in essence similarly in the patient initial staging. It depends on what your Gleason score is, what are your risk factors, and whether or not you should have gotten your PSMA PET at that time or not. Because it's very difficult to determine when someone should get a PSMA PET after focal therapy, mainly because regular prostate tissue is still there.
But it brings up the idea that someone's been treated by PET or by cryo or HIFU, and their PSA has been stable and now it's rising. And this brings up the concept of when people are going to start using it. They see this rising PSA, they see doubling times, and it's often quoted from your institution. Now, if you're between 0.2 and 0.5, there's this percentage chance it could pick it up. If you're 0.5 to 1, there's this percentage chance. And if there's 1 to 2, it's even higher. And so in my mind and in people's mind, they're thinking, well, I want to go right as early as possible when there's a 0.2 or 0.3. And other people are thinking, why don't I just wait till the PSA gets back up to 1 so that it would be most accurate at a higher PSA level? See, this is what dogged us during the choline times. We'd say, oh, just wait around till your PSA gets to 1 or 2, and then we can find this. And people would say, I don't want to wait that long. So how do you figure that out in your head where people are advertising, look, with the PSMA PET, we can get you potentially, we can find it at 0.2, but yet it becomes more accurate as the PSA gets higher?
So accurate is probably equally as accurate at all stages. The patient level detection rate goes up, right? So as your PSA rises, you have more disease, right? So it's easier to visualize. I don't think anyone should ever wait for disease to grow so that we can see it, depending on the patient. So if you're a patient who's had a radical prostatectomy back in 1999, and your PSA became 0.1 in 2015, and now it's 0.2, wait as long as you want, right? Like, I mean, that patient has a very slow PSA doubling time. Maybe you will never even have issues with prostate cancer, even if you never get treatment. Whereas if you had a radical prostatectomy, your post-op and your PSA is 0.3, 6 to 8 weeks out, and then your PSA is 0.5, 4 weeks later, get a PSMA PET right then, right? Because you're not going to put off anything. You should be getting lined up for salvage radiotherapy because we know it's effective. Even blind salvage radiotherapy is effective, right? Without having anything to aim at. So it really depends on that individual patient and when you're making a decision of what you want to do. And that's why I actually would never make a guideline that says always get a PSMA PET at 0.2. Because 0.2 means different things with different patients. If you're deciding to enact a treatment plan, maybe at that time is when you want to get your PSMA PET. But there's a lot of data, and Mac could do a much better presentation on earlier radiation therapy and how that has better outcomes. I would prefer not to have patients wait for them to see disease, because you're waiting for your disease to grow. Seems like not a good idea. And then what if you're at 1 and you're the 10 or 15% where we don't see disease at that time? Well, it seems like a bad choice. And the other thing I would add to that is a PSA of 0.2 means different things in a different way. After radical prostatectomy, you have disease, right? After radiation therapy, that might be residual, burnt out prostate. After cryo, God, you probably never get down to 0.2, right? So, really, you got to take into account the individual patient factors. And, as an imager, I should never be telling Mac or, Peter Carroll or Mac Cooperberg what they should be doing. They're going to talk to the patients. They're going to know the patient's risk factors. They're going to know their genomic risk factors and everything, and determine when the right time is to get a PSMA PET.
But the appeal, part of the appeal is lower is better. It's you can get it at lower and lower PSA values, which are attractive, right? So, but you're going to have a number of people that are negative that they're going to ask, well, what do I do now? You work with your physician and possibly come back and get another one. You must have plenty of people that have had 1, nothing, 2, maybe they found something, or they're up to their 3rd one, right?
Yeah, so I would just say that, like, let's say you've had a radical prostatectomy, your PSA is 0.2, and the PSMA PET's negative. You should get salvage radiation therapy, right? The key is that you don't have disease outside. The places where PSMA PET changes management is when you have disease outside of the normal radiation therapy fields. You should not withhold therapy that has good intent, good potentially curative intent. at low PSAs because your PSMA PET's negative. And that had, like, there's a lot of data out of Australia now where they've done a ton of PSMA PET, and a lot of the patients who had negative PSMAs ended up observing, and they all recur, right? But you could have gotten salvage radiation therapy, which is the standard treatment before PSMA PET, and potentially not recurred for a long time. Right. And so I think you have to be really careful. And again, this is where I don't want to get outside of my wheelhouse of telling people how to manage their disease, but, really listen to your radiation oncologists and your urologists and your medical oncologists, because, I showed that 50% of patients had their management changed with PSMA PET. That doesn't mean that those management changes are right. Right. We have to learn how to use it, and we really need to be careful about how to incorporate this into our decision-making process.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. Is it true or false that you have to wait about 6 weeks now to get a PSMA PET? You guys, I mean, it's a busy backup process. There's a lot of people that want it now. I mean, 6 weeks, depending on who you talk to, is pretty fast. Other people, it's too slow. But is that the thinking now, that in the future, or it's a 4, 6, 8 week wait to get it done if you qualify?
So in the future, no. Right now, it's probably 4-ish to 5 weeks to get on the schedule. That's just because we have 2 sites in the country that are doing this. It's impossible to handle it. But remember, so the kit for PSMA 11 will be approved in hopefully May. DCF-PYL will be approved soon thereafter. And then it will take a little while for that to sort of ramp up and become more widely available. But we're talking not years, we're talking months. And then once more and more sites have these things available, then, everyone coming to 2 centers will dissipate and go away, and you won't be willing to talk to me anymore because no one will care about UCSF. But, so there's currently a wait list, but that's going to dissipate. And that's the point, right? The point is to have widespread of it. That's why we created a drug that's not proprietary for anyone to reference and make and distribute and use. So I hope that it will not be that way by maybe the end of this year.
So what Mac actually brought up was a good point. One of my last points on PSMA is that, it wasn't that long ago, I remember the idea of getting another pathologist to read your slides outside of your institution. It wasn't that long ago that people thought, wow, that's pretty bold to have somebody else outside, another pathologist, confirm or deny or say that what you're seeing is what you're seeing. And now I'm beginning to wonder, as Mac mentions all this, and you mentioned the word inter-observer variability, and you're working with it, and then other people are going to work with it. Is it crazy to think that when someone gets a PSMA done in another place, that we're going to have other people read it as a second opinion, just like we do in pathology, that there'll be centers of excellence that do second readings on these reports? I mean, is that something that you see happening? Because it takes a lot of skill to read these things. And I want the person who's read most of them, not the person who's read the least amount of them, just like in pathology. So are we going to have these second opinion inter-observer readings coming up, or what's the deal with that?
I don't think so. I think that this is true with every imaging study that we do. There's variability. It's always there. I think, there's going to be a learning curve, but it's not that steep of a learning curve for interpreting PSMA PETs. Like I've actually found, so Mac said that, you don't want to mistake a urine for cancer and irradiate the ureters, which is absolutely true. I found the opposite is more common, where you mistake nodes directly adjacent to the ureter for urine, which is sort of interesting. But, a couple of those you learn pretty quickly. These will actually be pretty common studies in a year from now. And so, my field in nuclear medicine will be interpreting a lot of these. So I think there's maybe a period of time where there's going to be some little bit of difficulties. But I also, not all hospitals, but we have tumor boards at UCSF. And I run our GU from the radiology side, our GU tumor board, and we review PSMA PETs, every other week to review funny findings. And, the clinician's like, well, I just want someone to take a look at that and make sure it's real. So it's important, that even more so than having second readings, that your radiation oncologist checks with the radiologist and communicates, right? And says, hey, is this what you called cancer or not? Is this what you think was wrong or right, et cetera? So that communication is probably more important than a second read per se.
Yeah. How about this bladder uptake that he talks about? So in the scan, the bladder, I guess, lights up too, and it can distort what's going on. near where the prostate was or is? Are you concerned about the fact that this product is excreted and the bladder lights up, which can throw you off a little bit, or have you become better at reading these things now and that's not an issue?
Yeah, so it's not a difficulty in, well, it's a difficulty in reading. It's an artifact that obscures stuff that you couldn't read through it if it's there. And we call it scatter artifact. That's sort of, there's a halo around the bladder. And when we first started 5 years ago, this was a big problem. And that's why we started giving Lasix to patients. And now we've also upgraded our PET scanners to better scanners so that that scatter artifact's no longer there. So I showed that case of that nodule adjacent to the bladder. That's usually what we see. You'll see the bladder has urine in it, there's activity, but it doesn't obscure adjacents around it. You just need to be careful in your methodology, make sure patients are hydrated, and you don't always have to give Lasix, but we typically just give Lasix to everyone just to make sure the bladder is cleared. Lasix makes you urinate, obviously, so you just clear out the activity from the bladder, and it seems to be just fine. And with that, it's not a significant issue. The uptake is so much higher in the cancer that you can interpret through it. It's rare that there's so much activity in the bladder that becomes a problem.
So before the scan of the diuretic Lasix, you now give that to almost every patient that has a scan done. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think you could come close to not, with the newer scanners, the reconstructions are so good that it can separate out and keep the activity from the bladder in the bladder, and then you can see the disease adjacent to the bladder. But it's just, I feel more comfortable giving Lasix, but you could get away with not giving Lasix probably now with the newer scans. If you have an older non-time of flight PET CT, you really have to give Lasix.
Last but not least, since we've covered so much, and I promise to keep you on time, was this idea of these radioligands, these lutetium 177. And so it's where you're tying in your PSMA scan with actual treatment, right? So can you tell us, because you use the word like vision and you use other trial names like therapy, can you tell us where we are? We attach this PSMA reading to the idea of then giving a type of radiopharmaceutical, right? And then you can go after metastatic sites, but we don't have lutetium approved. It's only in a clinical trial. It's in a phase 3 trial called the Vision trial, but my understanding is that ends this year. Are you feeling pretty confident that this is a technology that has a good chance of approval in the next 12 months?
I'm knocking on wood here. So the Vision trial closed to recruitment a while ago, actually. I think a little over a year and a half ago, something like that. And we're waiting for the results to be published. And we're hoping maybe by ASCO, which is a big medical oncology conference in June, that might be the first time we see results presented from Vision. But that will be a huge trial. And if that data looks good, then yes, I think it'll be approved. The problem with Vision was it happened during COVID, so getting all the follow-up data and everything was difficult. And then the other problem was a lot of people on the control arm who were randomized to not getting the lutetium. Some of them got lutetium outside of the Vision trial. They went to Germany or Australia, or even tried to re-enroll in the Vision trial at different sites to try to get access to the lutetium PSMA. And that can obviously limit the power of the study and your ability to show a difference between the control arm, which didn't get lutetium, with the treatment arm that got lutetium. But my guess is it will be a positive study. And then that would lead to approval. So I'm hoping maybe by this time next year, lutetium PSMA 617 will be FDA approved.
For metastatic castrate-resistant prostate cancer patients, right? It would be another option in that setting, which would be amazing. But you're also doing trials, and I saw a whole list of them, of combining lutetium or this kind of technology with immunotherapy, words like Keytruda, pembrolizumab. So these immunotherapy and all these other combinations with lutetium are going on now. Is there anything, could we see approval of these kind of things in the next few years, or a phase 3 trial of these combinations? Or are we still a long way away from combining lutetium with immunotherapy or with PARP inhibitors, or who knows? What do you think?
I think we're a bit away. So, there's a phase 1 trial at UCSF with pembrolizumab. There's a similar phase 1 trial at Peter MacCallum Institute in Australia. There's also a phase 1 trial with olaparib, a PARP inhibitor combination. Once, let's say those phase 1 trials read out and look let's say they look really positive. Well, then you got to run probably a phase 2 or just skip to a phase 3 trial to get eventual combination approval. which is not going to be trivial. So that's probably a 4 to 5 year process. So you're talking a long time from now, 6, 7 years from now, before anything is approved. But things take time. Trial enrollment in 2016, 17, maybe 2017, and so we're still awaiting approval. It'll be 2022 before it gets approved. So this is just the way the pace of science.
But still, the amazing thing is we're right there on the lutetium trial, at least getting an answer from that phase 3 vision, just like it sounds, VISION trial. Let's leave with one other thing, because it came up a lot in the slides and it came up a lot in our discussion, but I guess I didn't do a very good job of explaining it, but you would do a better job of explaining it. You have this PSMA that you got approved, this historic move. It's a big deal. But yet you keep talking about a different type of PSMA called PYL and how that's going to be approved later in the year. Why is there such a focus? Is this just like the next greatest technology? Or in other words, how do we look at this thing you bring up called this other PSMA called this PYL, and it might get approved in May or this year, and it'll be offered all around the country? Is this just a better version of what you're doing or different?
I wouldn't say it's actually probably the same. It has the urea motif. No one's really shown any benefit of one over the other. So the benefit is that PYL is made and labeled with fluorine, F18. It's the same atom that's used in FDG, fluorodeoxyglucose. You can make fluorine on a cyclotron. So a gallium generator will elute, meaning give off gallium. It probably gives off 40 millicuries if you're lucky, right? And then you have to do the chemistry and label it, and then you might end up with 15 millicuries of final product that you then inject into a patient, and you might get 2 patients out of it. With fluorine, you can make 3 curies of fluorine, do your synthesis, and end up with 1,000 millicuries of F18. F18 has a 2-hour half-life, so it's easier to distribute and sell around. So having a company own an F18 DCF-PYL compound that can be made in the cyclotron distribution networks that we have in the country will really increase access. So it's better in terms of access. It's not better or worse in terms of efficacy. It works just fine. And it's going to be a great drug, and I'm looking forward to it. At the VA, we don't have the ability to make gallium-68 PSMA-11 like we do at UCSF. So at the VA, we're waiting for DCF-PYL to be available so we can order it and have it distributed.
I see. So it really is an access issue. Any other comment on, we talked about this combination of PET MRI in the future or anything? What's in your mind? I mean, you've already crossed a major hurdle. A lot of people don't get to cross in their career. What do you see next? What do you want to do next? This combining of PET MRI, there was some talk of using during surgery intraoperative, for example, using PSMA. I mean, what are you really excited about in the next year or two that you'd like to take to the next level? Or have we covered all that?
Well, I think that's, what am I doing with my life now that PSMA is approved? So PET MRI, we've been doing PSMA PET MRI. We've done over 1,000 of them, and it works really well, and I love the technology. So it's not like you don't get it approved for that indication. It's just another way to image PSMA, which it works great, and I really enjoy it. The intraoperative thing is very cool. That's not my wheelhouse, right? It's not radioactive. Well, it can be, but what we're moving forward here at UCSF is not radioactive, and I'm not a surgeon. But Peter Carroll and Hao Nguyen are running a trial of a fluorescent PSMA molecule, doing the Firefly during the, robotic surgery, so you can see residual disease or the positive lymph nodes, which I think will be really helpful. It'll be really important because actually in our trial, the surgeons did miss a number of PSMA positive nodes because they're sometimes really hard to see and get to. And so if you're not used to looking like behind the ureter for this little 3-millimeter node, you might not be able to get it unless you can see it visually. And so I think the fluorescent imaging will actually be potentially really helpful intraoperatively to help the surgeons find the disease.
That's interesting. Well, I mean, even if you get bored of medicine, there's always the wood shop. There's always the garage, right? I mean, you could do that. If you can make tables, God knows what you can make next.
So you reminded me of something. My hobby used to be before COVID was basketball, but I can't play basketball anymore. Hopefully I can get back out and actually be on a basketball court without infecting everyone sometime soon.
Well, I would invite you, because we played in the backyard at Mac Roach's house, and you should see how much he cheats and he actually lies about what the actual score is. It's really kind of scary that someone that's so talented medically basically has zero athletic ability. And so that's my claim to fame in knowing him. So maybe we'll have a pickup game in the backyard to celebrate the next FDA approval or whatnot. Look, I just want to say this was a lot of time. It was a last minute effort. But we wanted you specifically. It was one of the latest invitations that we ever had. And you said yes. You've been really kind throughout, really explained everything. We spent 2 hours, which was very gracious. So in all seriousness, I really appreciate your time. I appreciate what you've done here to explain one of the hardest topics to explain in this kind of setting. And I hope we can do this again in the next year or two as we get more and more research and updates to see what the pros and cons of all these things are as we covered them today. So it's a long way of saying thank you for what you're doing and thank you for being here today.
Great. Well, thank you, Mark. And I'm always happy to talk to any patient group. So I think it's really important, and keep it up. And I think patient education is absolutely critical. You feel more confident in the decisions you make as a patient if you know more about the disease that you have. So I'm happy to help out in any way I can.
No, that's fantastic. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Moyad, and thank you, Dr. Hope. That was awesome. I wanted to mention that we are giving away $50 Amazon gift cards, and to enter to win, all you need to do is 3 things. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and go to our conference webpage, enter your email in the form, and say Go Blue. Don't forget to share this conference with your social media channels and help us spread prostate cancer awareness. Also, if you would like to support PCRI, we are a nonprofit organization, and you can find the link in the description below that leads you to our donation page. We really appreciate your support, as it helps us to keep providing conferences and videos just like this for free. Let's get back to the conference. In our next segment, we have a sponsored talk from Janssen Pharmaceuticals, and they will be discussing non-metastatic and early metastatic prostate cancer. Dr. Matthew Rettig will be presenting. He is the medical director of the prostate cancer program of the Institute of Urologic Oncology at the David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA, and we hope you find this information helpful.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Matt Rettig. I'm a genitourinary medical oncologist. I see patients at UCLA. I also see patients at the VA that's affiliated with UCLA in Greater Los Angeles. So we'll get started. So here's just an overview of what we'll be talking about. The learning objectives are: 1, to understand prostate cancer. Prostate cancer is associated with many disease states. In addition, we'll go into some detail about 1 or 2 of these disease states, namely non-metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, NMCRPC, as well as metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer. So you can see that prostate cancer in its advanced state is defined by 2 critical factors. 1 is the state of metastasis, non-metastatic versus metastatic, and whether the disease is still sensitive to the initial castration-based therapy, typically an LHRH analog like Lupron or Leuprolide. The term castration is not all that palatable, but it's accurate. So we're going to use that term in describing these 2 states. So patients with castration-resistant disease have some element of the disease getting worse, typically a PSA, despite Lupron castration. We'll also talk about apalutamide, new treatment option for these disease states, and talk about androgens, male hormones, and their role in prostate cancer. And of course, all of these disease states and these new treatment options are contingent upon the understanding that androgens, typically or most commonly testosterone, drive the growth and survival of prostate cancer cells. So the patient can receive the diagnosis of prostate cancer and respond to it in many different ways. So I think on the left, we see that there's a taking a proactive approach to fight the disease. I think that's probably one of the more well-adjusted approaches, getting information, interacting with your providers, and coming up with a shared decision that's best for the patient, taking into account patient-specific factors. Some patients are just more practical about it without any emotion. And over time, or at least at the outset, patients also can feel confused and simply want to follow the doctor's orders with questions. And then there's the patient who feels hopeless, there are no choices, and just really go through the process without really much input. So I think that those of you who are listening today, I think that's a real critical step as part of your ongoing knowledge acquisition about prostate cancer. And I think it helps you understand the disease and respond to your caregivers' recommendations in a shared decision fashion. So when patients struggle with the diagnosis of prostate cancer, they can feel confused, as some of you may have already experienced. The confusion can be about the prostate cancer states of the disease, the stages and states that we mentioned just now, but we'll go into in some more detail. There's also perhaps a reduced understanding of what the future holds, and that is more complicated, predicting outcomes. And there are a lot of different factors that your provider should be using in terms of tailoring therapy to the individual patient and giving patients some understanding of the likelihood of how they may progress through the spectrum of prostate cancer disease states. And it's also, I think, important to understand the significance of a progression to the metastatic state where the cancer has spread. So here are some incidence data from 2019. So incidence means the number of new cases in a year. So in 2019, prostate cancer was the most commonly diagnosed disease amongst men. You can see it clearly outpaces lung cancer. Of course, lung cancer affects women as well. And so on the left, you see the incidence, and on the right, you're actually seeing the mortality associated with prostate cancer. So about 1 in 41 men will die of prostate cancer, and about 1 in 6 to 7 will actually receive a diagnosis of prostate cancer. So let's talk about the spectrum of prostate cancer disease states. So in the United States, most patients fall into the left circle there at the time of diagnosis. It's localized prostate cancer, most commonly diagnosed with an elevated PSA. Often there are no urinary symptoms that are attributable to the prostate cancer. The patient has a biopsy and diagnosis is made. Patients then may undergo what's called curative intent therapy, which could be a combination of surgery, radiation, hormone therapy, or combinations of different components of these 3 treatments, depending upon the specifics of the case. Now, in total, about 1 in 3 men who undergo curative intent therapy have a recurrence, a PSA recurrence, and that's in that second circle. And over time, that second circle can transition into other disease states. Now, if the patient is put on hormone therapy with Lupron, just with a PSA or biochemical recurrence, as we call it, and the patient is on it for several years, at some point, the tumor will learn to bypass the effects of the castration or leuprolide. And that is typically manifested by a rising PSA. And as long as the patient's being followed, it's very typical that metastases are not detected. And that's when the patient falls into the purple circle. It's non-metastatic because scans are negative, bone scan, CAT scan, MRI. Yet the patient has a rising PSA despite castration with leuprolide or a similar drug, and that's therefore non-metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. Alternatively, if the patient decides not to receive hormone therapy for a PSA recurrence, over time, that disease may metastasize. And when it metastasizes and the patient has not demonstrated any progression of the cancer on castration-based therapy, then that will be a patient with metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer. Now, it's also possible that some patients, a small percentage of all new diagnoses, are made when the patient actually has metastatic disease. That's called de novo metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer, as opposed to one that's recurring after treatment to the prostate, which is called recurrent metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer. And both the blue circle and the purple circle can transition to the far right circle, which is metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. And that's really the lethal or potentially lethal form of the disease that accounts for the overwhelming majority of the mortality of prostate cancer. So what is metastasis? Metastasis, I think most of us understand what that is. It means that the cancer has spread from its origin, in this case, the prostate, and gone to another organ. The most common organ is the bones. 90% of metastases are in the bones. About 40 to 50% of patients have lymph node involvement. It could be lymph nodes in the pelvis, which are not technically metastatic, but lymph nodes above the pelvis, in the abdomen, in the chest, in the neck would be metastases, distant metastases. And of course, it can involve some of the major organs. This is much less common, the liver and the lungs. And the brain is really very, very rarely affected by prostate cancer. So let's talk about a new treatment. So Erleada, or apalutamide, has been approved for non-metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, NMCRPC, as well as metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer. So both of those precursors to metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer have an FDA approval for the use of Erleada, or apalutamide. So let's first talk about the use of Erleada, or apalutamide, in metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer, the solid blue box there. So there was a large study that was conducted in which patients with metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer were given androgen deprivation therapy. That's what ADT stands for. And that's essentially leuprolide or a similar drug. And they were randomized to either getting Erleada, or apalutamide, or a matched placebo. And this study showed that the addition of the apalutamide at the time the patient was being placed on ADT reduced the risk of death by 33%. And this is, I think, clinically and statistically meaningful, and is representative of this notion that when we use drugs for prostate cancer, it's best to use the effective therapies up front and early, where they have the greatest impact on clinical outcomes such as mortality or the cancer progressing. The study also looked at the potential for Erleada to prevent the cancer from getting worse or further spreading. And it improved or reduced the likelihood of the cancer progressing or spreading further by over half, 52%, compared to the placebo. Again, this is a patient population who has metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer, so they're still responding to medical treatments or surgical treatments that lower the testosterone. Medical treatment, again, is ADT, such as leuprolide or Lupron. In this study, they also showed that there's a delay in the initiation of chemotherapy. The time to chemotherapy was reduced by 61% in the patients on Erleada and ADT versus placebo plus ADT. So this is also very significant, both statistically and I think clinically. It's a meaningful result. So now we'll turn to the purple, solid purple circle. We talked about the top circle, metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer, and now we'll turn to non-metastatic CR, castration-resistant PC, castration-resistant prostate cancer. So these are patients whose PSA is going up on androgen deprivation therapy and who, when they undergo restaging scans, CAT scans, bone scans, do not have evidence of metastasis. So they're non-metastatic, but also castration resistant. So what the study did was they kept patients on androgen deprivation therapy and either gave them Erleada or placebo, similar to the previous study that we just discussed. And the Erleada markedly delayed the progression of the cancer to a metastatic state. And you can see there that it delays the onset of metastasis by over 2 years compared to 16 months for placebo. And I should point out, in this particular study, the patients had to have a rapidly rising PSA, what's called a short PSA doubling time, which itself predicts for a shorter onset of metastasis. So what you can see here is that this is a really meaningful result with the addition of Erleada for non-metastatic CRPC. So it's again highlighting this concept that using a drug earlier, as opposed to waiting for the patient to develop metastasis, using it earlier has a really more profound impact on outcomes. So the previous slide that I just showed you, and I'll just go back one right here, it gets a little into the weeds here, but the primary endpoint of the study was something called metastasis-free survival, which means either time to metastasis or death to any cause. So if a patient was in a car accident and died, that would actually count as a metastasis-free survival event, even though the patient may not have had a metastasis, the patient died, even if it's not from prostate cancer. But if we isolate just the time to metastasis and take out the factor of dying of any cause, you can see similar results. That is about a 2-year improvement in the time to metastasis. And that's because the overwhelming percentage of patients who have a metastasis-free survival event are really metastasizing and not dying from anything, including their prostate cancer. And there are some improvements in progression-free survival, which also includes the progression within the prostate area as well. And you can see that the numbers are very similar, about a 2-year improvement. And overall survival data are still being evaluated. Frankly, patients are doing very well and live a long time with this disease state, non-metastatic CRPC. So the survival data are not matured yet here. So possible side effects. So there are some, including heart disease with hormone therapy, including Erleada, and that's seen with hormone therapies in general. There's a small increased risk of heart disease with Erleada. Fractures and falls are more common, so that's really important to keep in mind, as well as a risk of seizures. So about 1 in 200 men developed a seizure on these studies. And patients who have predisposing factors for seizure, like a history of stroke or a pre-stroke called a TIA or a history of seizure, probably should not be going on this drug. Some other side effects that you see listed here in the bullet points are very typical of hormone therapy. So hot flashes, some digestive tract issues like diarrhea, muscle aches, joint pain, feelings, fatigue, and rash. So rash is something that is more specific to or more common in Erleada. With Erleada, about 1 in 4 patients develop a rash, usually a mild rash that's easily treated with some topical over-the-counter steroid creams. Of course, Erleada and androgen deprivation therapy will cause fertility problems in males. I think those of you who are on these drugs already know that. And donating sperm is something that should be avoided. Not that any of us are necessarily doing that or can do that with while on these treatments. So we just talked about treatments for advanced prostate cancer, non-metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, and metastatic castration-sensitive prostate cancer. So what is the basis for this? Why do we actually target the male hormone or androgen environment, and how do androgens play a role in prostate cancer? So in this cartoon on the left, androgens are depicted with the triangle. So, and androgens, if you can think about a car, a car has an engine, and the engine has to be turned on for it to go. So if the engine in the tumor cell is an androgen receptor, androgens like male hormone, which are male hormones, most commonly testosterone, are really the trigger to turn the engine on. So an androgen in the triangle binds to and interacts with the receptor, the engine. What happens is the engine gets turned on, and it drives the growth of the cancer by turning on genes that are good for the cancer and bad for the patient. Turn on genes that drive the proliferation and survival of the cancer. So the concept here then is that if we can block the production or action of androgens, we can turn off the engine and elicit a clinical response. And that's really the premise of all of our therapies. And you can see here is depicted that the androgen triangle is binding to the receptor, and by using androgen deprivation therapies like Lupron, we can turn off the majority of male hormone production, which occurs in the testis. Erleada is an androreceptor blocker. It's what's called a competitive antagonist, which means that as the concentration of Erleada goes up, it inhibits the androgens in a linear fashion. So more Erleada, less androgen effect. And here you can see in the lime green snow cone looking thing is Erleada, and it's blocking the little notch where the androgens like testosterone bind, and in so doing prevents the androgens from turning on the androgen receptor and preventing the androgen receptor from driving the growth of the cancer. So like with any drug and with any new treatment, your provider, your cancer doctor should be aware of all your medical problems, whether or not you have a history of seizures and strokes or brain tumors that might put you at higher risk for seizures and be relatively, would be contraindicated to use Erleada in that context. And if you have a partner that could become pregnant or may become pregnant, that is someone that should not be handling the pills directly. If they have to handle them, it should use with gloves. And any sex should be done with a condom to prevent pregnancy while on Erleada. And then, as I said, just tell your provider that what drugs you're on. That's pretty standard, and include any over-the-counter medicines, vitamins, herbal supplements, because there's always the potential for drug-drug interactions that need to be addressed before you start a new drug like Erleada. How do you take it? If your doctor prescribes it, it's pretty easy. It's once a day, 4 tablets all at once by mouth. They can be taken with or without food. When you get the bottle, sometimes there's a little packet in there that's called a desiccant. It keeps the pills dry. Leave it in there. I know we all tend to throw those things out, but just leave them in. And store it at room temperature. Don't just store it in a dark place. Keep it in its original package. And again, make sure your provider, your clinician, your healthcare provider knows what drugs you're on and does a good drug-drug interaction analysis to make sure that there's no potential problem with Erleada and one of the drugs that you may already be on. And then, of course, like anything, stay on your medications, including Erlita. And if there's a side effect, let your doctor know as soon as possible. If you have a rash, it's best to take care of it sooner than later to stop it from spreading. And don't stop taking it unless you're told to do otherwise. And here are the key takeaways. So the first bullet point is really Erlita is approved for both non-metastatic CRPC and metastatic CSPC. And it's the first drug that was approved for both of those indications. In the context of metastatic CSPC, Erlita can make patients, does make patients live longer. Erlita works with ADT, leuprolide, similar drugs to lower androgens as well as block their action in prostate cancer. The side effects we kind of already talked about. It's generally quite well tolerated. There's not really any drop off in quality of life as assessed by patient questionnaires on these trials. And of course, have to remain compliant with your treatment. And here are some questions so that you may want to ask your doctor. Can you explain why my cancer has advanced? Usually if you're on a therapy and it has advanced, that means that the disease has acquired mutations that can allow it to bypass the effects of your treatment. You need to ask if Erlita, apalutamide, or any drug that is out there is right for you, and do you fit into one of the disease categories for which Erlita is indicated? And can Erlita delay the spread of your cancer? We already said yes, both in the metastatic castration-sensitive and non-metastatic castration-resistant spaces. And you need to be mindful of the potential side effects. And of course, that's true with any drug. And there are copay assistance programs as well. And here are other resources. I know the Prostate Cancer Foundation has a great website and a patient-based pamphlet document that you can download. I'm sure PCRI has a great one, and as does the American Cancer Society. So there's a lot of information out there. So use these resources so that you can learn more and more. And I'll stop there and say thank you very much for listening today. I hope you were able to learn something. I always find it a pleasure to be able to educate patients so that they have more control over the disease and reduce their anxiety about this disease, which is really more of a chronic illness that we can control and treat for many, many, many years. So I think everything for prostate cancer is looking up, and the future looks very promising. So thank you, and I wish you a wonderful day.
All right, next we have Dr. Celestia Higano. She was formerly a professor in the departments of Medicine and Urology Division of Medical Oncology at the University of Washington and the Clinical Division of the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. She is an adjunct professor in the departments of Urologic Sciences at the University of British Columbia, and she previously was the medical director of the Prostate Cancer Supportive Care Program at the Vancouver Prostate Cancer Center back in 2013. Dr. Higano is an internationally renowned expert and clinical researcher focusing on prostate cancer. And at UW, she led the prostate cancer clinical research groups that participated in developing agents such as zoledronic acid, sipuleucel-T, enzalutamide, apalutamide, abiraterone, and radium-223. Over the years, her clinical research has impacted the standard of care for prostate cancer patients around the world. So without further ado, here's Dr. Higano.
So I'm going to talk about the side effects of androgen deprivation therapy today. What are they and how can they be managed? And I'd like to do this in the context of the program where I'm medical director called the Prostate Cancer Supportive Care Program. So you can see how we use education in the context of this program to help patients and families manage with these side effects. So first of all, the Prostate Cancer Supportive Care Program, and this is the website listed here, is comprised of 7 modules, which encompass the whole range of situations for someone with prostate cancer, ranging from early diagnosis towards developing metastatic disease. And each module is optional for patients to attend. So depends on their situation and what they really want. So module 1 is actually a module teaching patients about prostate cancer and the primary treatment options. Module 2 has to do with sexual function and intimacy after treatments. Module 3 has to do with exercise and nutrition, so-called lifestyle management. Number 4 is recognition and management of side effects of androgen deprivation therapy that I'm going to address today. 5 is about pelvic floor physiotherapy for urinary incontinence. 6 is emotional counseling. And 7 is an education session about metastatic disease. And why am I having trouble with this? Okay. So androgen deprivation therapy, well, what is it? Well, first of all, we know that testosterone is the main male hormone. And we know that prostate cancer cells are stimulated by testosterone. Way back when Dr. Huggins discovered that if he removed the testicles of which make the testosterone in men who had pain related to metastatic prostate cancer, the pain was magically relieved. Removal of the testicles was the only way to deal with that until the 1980s, when we finally had medical treatments to lower the testosterone to the same level as what we see with removal of the testicles. So testosterone has a lot of different functions, and this slide is sort of showing all of the places in the body that testosterone can have an important effect. So how can we control testosterone levels? Well, I already alluded to one of them. One is we can remove the testicles. And also now, luckily, since the early 1980s, we've had more medical approaches to that, which include any of the following injectables. And I've put both the generic name and the brand name, so you may recognize one of these if you're on one. There's also another way to lower the testosterone level. These drugs are more recent, these antagonist drugs. Degarelix or Firmagon is an injectable, and that's been around for a while, but just a few months ago, an oral form of this antagonist became available called Relugolix. So there's another option for men who need to have ADT or androgen deprivation therapy. So again, just to quickly review, when we remove the testicles with a so-called orchiectomy, we're actually removing the place where the majority of testosterone in a man's body is produced. Otherwise, when we give the injectables, either the agonist or the antagonist, we basically turn the testicles off through this hormonal mechanism. So when we have, a person who's been treated with either surgery or radiation, we have these kinds of side effects, which, many of you may know well. When we then add androgen deprivation therapy, we're kind of adding insult to injury, because really when you put these together, there's a lot of overlapping issues. And so, it's really important to address these and know about these beforehand so you can be prepared on how to deal with them. So I like to think of the side effects of ADTs in these categories. First of all, what the doctor commonly will tell you, and there's 3 things, and we're going to discuss these. They talk about loss of sex drive or libido, erectile dysfunction, hot flashes, and that's commonly the only thing you'll hear from the doctor. Now, sex drive, unfortunately, as many of you may have found out, there is no magic pill to improve your sex drive or libido. We also know that in many men, as they age, not all, but many, the libido tends to decline anyway. There are very interesting strategies to actually enhance your libido. And we work on this with our sexual health nurses in our so-called second module. They look at all these different strategies for improving libido. So if your libido is kind of blah or none, usually you don't like to have good erections. And furthermore, if you've had surgery in particular, you may not have too good erections to begin with. So, you know, we know that there are various treatments for so-called ED, erectile dysfunction, medications, vacuum pumps, penile injections, et cetera. With our sexual health nurses, we incorporate couple-based coping and education, some psychological and relationship counseling. But one of the things that's very important, and many patients, never mind, many physicians do not know this fact, that just because you cannot get an erection does not mean you cannot get an orgasm. So many couples will experiment with that and how to best allow orgasms to occur if that's something that you want as a couple. So hot flashes. So this is another thing that doctors will tell us about when we're going to go on hormone therapy. A lot of times people think they got through the first month and they don't have any of these side effects. Well, oftentimes these side effects don't even really start coming on until the second month, because many of these drugs do not cause the testosterone level to go down to that, you know, undetectable level until the end of the first month. So just because you're in your first month and you have side effects, don't assume that's going to be the same throughout the course. So what kind of things makes hot flashes worse? Various dietary substances like alcohol, spicy food, caffeine. Heat makes hot flashes worse. So, you know, try to stay cool and well hydrated. And then stress, okay? Being in the middle of a traffic jam on the freeway, that's a sure thing to bring out hot flashes. So what can help with the hot flashes? You know, various materials. Anybody whose wife has gone through menopause knows that there's certain kind of materials that are desirable when you're having hot flashes. Also, sleeping with layers of clothing can be helpful so that you can take them off, and use a fan. I mean, my husband not only sleeps with the window open, but he sleeps with the overhead fan, and he's not even on ADT. So anyway, massage and acupuncture has been shown to be helpful. But also, and this may be a little bit counterintuitive, exercise can help hot flashes. And so can something called cognitive behavioral therapy, which you know, can really help with that. Now, there's a variety of things that people try. I would say most of these things don't have, you know, much data behind them to show that they work with certain frequency, but you know, some people seem to benefit. Maybe it's a placebo effect, I'm not sure. But these things shouldn't be added to your regimen without really talking to your doctor, because some of these items can actually interfere with medications you're on. But there are medications that do have some proven benefit for treating hot flashes. Gabapentin is one. Venlafaxine is another. And the nice thing about venlafaxine is not only does it help hot flashes, but it also can help with some of the depressive symptoms that some patients will get, which I'll address later on. Then the next category is, what do you see on yourself when you're treated with ADT? So let's talk about that. We're going to go into these things in detail. So weight gain can be a real problem. First of all, more than 40% of men are already overweight at the time they're diagnosed with prostate cancer. So if you're going to start ADT, this is likely going to get worse unless you do something about it. it's very common to see people gain 10 kilos, so that's 20 pounds, over 6 to 9 months, related to increased appetite and probably other metabolic changes that are shifting calories to fat instead of more productive places. This fat comes on, as you can see in this patient right here, around the waist, hips and thighs, sort of more like, feminine types of body fat tend to be, and even in the breast tissue. And this is associated with loss of muscle mass and strength. And this, even if you are going to be on androgen deprivation therapy for a limited amount of time, it's often very difficult to lose the weight, even if you stopped the ADT. So that is very important. So we counsel people to be physically active with both aerobic and resistance exercises, and engaging in healthy lifestyle habits. So that gets us to our module 3 education sessions, where we talk about both exercise and good nutrition. Shrinkage of the penis and testicles. This can be very disturbing if your doctor didn't warn you about it. And I certainly had patients come to me early in my career wondering if everything was going to disappear into their body. And so this has to be discussed, that this could happen. Again, sometimes penis length is already less because of surgical retraction. And then when you add weight gain and all that, that just can make it even worse. So this kind of change usually stops after a year to a year and a half of starting ADT. But there are some strategies that might be helpful in minimizing this effect when you work with a sexual health clinician. What about hair changes is another thing that you can see. Commonly, there's thinning or loss of body hair on the trunk, arms, and legs. Beard gets softer, and sometimes some men say they don't need to shave. Some men think it's great, and other men are really bothered, especially by the loss of that nice chest hair that they used to have. Clearly, this is not a health issue, but it can be distressing if the person is not informed that this could happen. And this is one of the more easily reversible side effects when ADT is stopped. And what about what you don't see? So there's a whole list of things that you don't see. So one of them is bone density. We can't feel or see our bone density, but we know that hormone therapy lowers your bone mineral density and causes an increased risk for fractures. And many men already have low bone mineral density before starting ADT, but we don't usually think about it. We think about low bone mineral density associated with women who've gone through menopause. And then when you add loss of muscle mass and strength, and even balance with risk for falls, patients under these conditions can be at much higher risk for fractures. So loss of bone mineral density does not just stop magically either. It just continues while patients are on ADT. So to mitigate that, we commonly recommend a combination of calcium and vitamin D at these doses. Going up to high dose vitamin D is not a good thing to do unless your doctor is monitoring your vitamin D levels. So the same thing with calcium. More is not better. So, and I know Dr. Moyad commonly talks about some of these things in his talks. I'm not going to belabor that, but just the message is more is not better, but it's when on ADT, it's good to take a combination. We know from testing that some men are at increased risk for fracture. And so those patients could be treated with bone building drugs, either once or twice a year, depending on what drug your doctor picks. But again, resistance exercises, meaning weights, bands, whatever, and high impact exercises also help preserve bone mineral density. The way we measure bone mineral density is with a DEXA scan, which is a very easy scan. There's no IVs. You don't have to fast for it. You just lie underneath the DEXA scanner, and it will give out a reading that your doctor can determine whether you have normal bone mineral density or whether you have low bone mineral density to start with, so-called osteopenia, or actually if you happen to have osteoporosis, and men do have osteoporosis just like women. It's just usually its onset is about a decade later than when we usually see it in women. What about diabetes and cardiovascular disease? Oh, well, this is a nice large study that showed men of equal ages in groups that were treated or not treated with androgen deprivation therapy. And you can see that in the red, those treated with androgen deprivation therapy have more diabetes, cardiovascular disease, heart attack, and sudden death than the men of same age who are not on ADT. So it's very important to know what your cardiovascular risk is. In other words, have you already had some of these even before starting ADT? That may impact what drug your doctor chooses for you. Okay, and oops, sorry. So metabolic syndrome is when you have 3 out of these 5 things going on. Low HDL cholesterol, high triglycerides, visceral obesity, meaning in the abdomen, insulin resistance or hypertension, high blood pressure. So 3 of any of those things is metabolic syndrome. We know that when we treat men with ADT, fat masses increase, lean body mass or muscle mass decreases, insulin levels go up, lipids can go up and down. It's not always predictable, but oftentimes it's not in a good direction. High blood pressure, hypertension tends to get worse. Blood sugar levels tend to get worse. And patients commonly have some level of low blood, and this says the mechanism is not clearly understood. Actually, that's not true. The mechanism is understood. It has to do with lack of testosterone, which is well known to stimulate the red blood cell line. So as doctors, we like to encourage our colleagues who are prescribing ADT to think of the ABCDEs that we should be preemptively thinking about. So A stands for awareness and aspirin. So, and as a patient, you can be proactive about this. Talk to your doctor about metabolic syndrome. Some patients may benefit from the addition of low dose aspirin to their regimen. Blood pressure should be taken. Your doctor should know where you start and whether or not ADT impacts your blood pressure. And if it does, you should be treated with it, not just wait until you go off ADT. Cholesterol and cigarette smoking. Again, those cholesterol levels or so-called lipid panels should be tested prior to starting ADT, so they can be followed and treated with medication if needed, or diet, depending on what the situation is. And certainly, if you are a cigarette smoker, it would really benefit you to try a smoking cessation program. Again, diet and diabetes, follow a healthy diet. We frequently are sending patients to a registered dietitian. Monitor your weight and have your blood sugar levels followed. And then exercise. There's various recommendations currently in the United States. The recommendation is by the American Society of Sports Medicine, I believe, recommends 150 minutes per week of moderate to vigorous exercise and 2 to 3 resistance training sessions per week. So that just gives you a guideline, but you may need further input on how you could accomplish that. And then finally, the last category of the side effects of ADT has to do with what you actually feel. Okay, so we've gone through what the doctor tells you, what you see, what you don't see, and now what you feel. So let's go on to talk about that. So it is not uncommon that patients will complain of ADT-associated muscle aches and pains. Exact mechanism of that certainly is not clear to me, but it might have something to do with muscle wasting and changes in the tendons and ligaments. There are some non-drug related ways of dealing with this, like, again, exercise. I mean, you see the theme. Sometimes acupuncture helps with these aches and pains. And then the other thing that I think we don't emphasize enough is really getting some stretching in. I mean, I don't care what you call it, yoga, Tai Chi, there's any number of ways you can do stretching. And probably, even if you weren't on ADT, as we age, it's probably a good thing to be doing stretching anyway. So what about pharmacological? You know, you can use non-steroidals and other drugs such as Cymbalta. I won't belabor that, sorry, because you can walk into a pharmacy and find that out. Now, depression, you know, again, is something that you feel, and it's really important to understand that it's not uncommon for men to have what we call emotional lability after starting ADT. What is emotional lability? It means, you know, your emotions can fluctuate, be up and down, and even have kind of a short, or I should say shorter fuse than maybe you had beforehand. We know that major depression has been described in up to 13% of men who are on ADT. And we also know that this is about 8 times higher than in the general male population in that age range. If you have a prior history of depression, maybe you had to take medication, therapy, maybe you were even in the hospital, you know, we need to pay attention to that at the beginning of starting ADT, because it might want to actually work with a therapist to follow that very closely. So again, sometimes medication, exercise, again, is always a good thing to do. And I'm just advertising, in our module 6, we have counseling services needed. Now, what about cognitive function? You know, this impacts probably a smaller number of patients. It typically has to do with spatial memory, like where did I park my car? What did I do with the keys? Or, you know, so those kinds of things. Again, exercise is really good at helping maintain a cognitive function. And then there's other sort of, you know, things that you can do to help sort of clear out your mind, but also clear out your environment by decluttering living spaces, reducing alcohol, and possibly other depressants. Now, fatigue is actually, you know, it's not really exactly a very good description for what men describe, I would say. I mean, there seems to be somewhat of a lack of initiative, weariness, tiredness, that doesn't always improve with rest. So it's not like the kind of fatigue you get from like a long bike ride, let's say. Sometimes it can affect people's ability to do the regular things they're used to doing each day. And contrary to popular belief, there's really no good medication that's known to effectively reduce fatigue. But we do know, again, that exercising really does improve fatigue, social functioning, mental health. And this is what I mentioned earlier about the kind of exercise that's recommended. But, you know, I think we really, really underestimate the effects of exercise on the brain. And so I just want to, you know, show this list on the right to show all the things that have been actually shown in studies that have been published, where we see the benefits of exercise on brain functioning. And then on the left is sort of all of the other things that exercise can help improve, you know, all around. So, you know, exercise is an important thing. Now, I've been talking about the regular forms of hormonal therapy. And we have a lot of new agents now. These drugs, enzalutamide, apalutamide, darolutamide, abiraterone, are the newer second generation anti-androgens that have all been shown to improve overall survival in men with metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, and even in some other settings as well. So it won't be uncommon that these drugs may be added on to the ADT that we've been talking about. And certainly we know from the clinical trials that there are some issues. I mean, these drugs also have side effects, including fatigue more prominently in the top three, but also issues with high blood pressure. Enzalutamide, for example, has a small increased risk for seizures, but also patients seem to have falls more, and whether this is related to just more weakness in their muscles or to some central nervous system issues, we don't really have a handle on that right now. Apalutamide, the most common thing is a rash, and it sort of separates it from the other drugs listed here, but it's usually a pretty controllable rash. It's not really a game stopper for most patients. And low thyroid function, and again, high blood pressure. Darolutamide, of the three second generation anti-androgens, is probably the one with the least side effects. But having said that, none of these have been compared head to head, or at least published data yet to actually show that. So, I mean, I say that with a grain of salt. And then abiraterone, which is not a second generation anti-androgen, also has some issues with high blood pressure, more cardiovascular disease, liver problems, et cetera. So, you know, it's a lot more complicated story than it used to be when we just were dealing with regular old ADT. So the take-home message is really that ADT can have many side effects, although most men don't have all of them, and even up to 20% of men don't have any of these side effects. So I think it's really important to try to deal with these side effects proactively and try to avoid the long-term or minimize at least the long-term side effects of ADT. And, you know, if you didn't get the drift, I mean, probably exercise and physical activity are the most effective treatments that could cover most of the sins, if you will, of androgen deprivation therapy. It's important for patients to be active participants in these prevention strategies. And, you know, to that end, I would suggest reading a book I recently finished called Keep Sharp by Sanjay Gupta. It really is very inspiring and might help you get off the couch if you're on ADT. You know, in Vancouver, we have our prostate cancer supportive care program to support patients through these changes anywhere in the sort of prostate cancer journey. And the website is accessible. Our talks, many of our education sessions are online. This is a team that makes it possible in Vancouver. And yeah, I really enjoy working in this area. I don't see patients there, but it's a really nice program that patients appreciate. So thank you very much for your attention on that.
Me, I'm in the audience. That's awesome. You know, just to tell the audience, we weren't sure if we were going to go with the slides or not. I'm really glad we went with the slides. That's sort of a perspective you don't see very much. So I'm glad you decided to do those slides.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty comprehensive. I mean, you don't get that very often, do you? So I don't know if you want to take a drink of water. We're going to spend the next kind of 45 minutes to an hour just jumping around. There you go. In the old days, that used to be a beer. Just to pull a reference on during your talk on one of the jokes she made about me, which I laughed, is that people understand that Tia is actually, I never had a sister, but if I had a sister, one of them would be Tia, maybe a couple other close friends. I've known her for 30 years. I mean, we've traveled to probably 50 cities together at meetings. So know her family, she knows my family. So for the past 30 years, any joke between us was always fair game.
Yes,
So,
you're right.
is that probably the best intro to why if you bust my chops, people are going to go, man, she's mean to him, or vice versa?
we're really good friends. So don't worry. If I do bust his chops, it's only because I love him.
Thank you. Back at you. And so in fact, I just want you to know, we wanted you a couple of years ago. We actually wanted you 10 years ago, and you always were busy you had your hand in all the big studies. So you agreed to come here now. And part of it we were going to do in person, because this might sound funny. I know there's not really an adequate response to it. We were going to try to give you some Lifetime Achievement Award, because some people know and some people don't know that you have been in the thick of things with advanced prostate cancer and prostate cancer for decades, as much as anybody else globally. And I think that is an incredible run, which hopefully will continue for a long time. So I want to thank you. If I don't thank you at the end, part of this is also for people to understand that please look at those videos. And so your father's name was Norio?
That's right. Yep.
I do my homework.
Amazing.
Why?
I know.
Why? I see his name mentioned many times around bios and different interviews. Why is he so prominent in your life? Was it medically? Was it just his personality? I mean, what was the deal there?
I mean, he's my father, number one.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, he was a physician, and I think in retrospect, probably a lot of the way I've practiced over the years, kind of rubbed off on me as I was growing up. I mean, he used to drag his two daughters to the hospital with him on weekends while he did rounds, and we sat in the nursing station and played with those orange pens, that they used to have, the wax pens that you'd write on x-rays.
Oh, yeah.
You remember those?
I remember those, because my dad took me to the hospital all the time in that room, and you could unwind them.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, you could make a big mess. So, so there was that. And then when I was, like, I don't know, 12, 13, I used to be a candy striper in the hospital where he worked. And so that's how I learned to make a bed with a hospital corner.
Wow.
Because in the days, you can be a candy striper, and we weren't worried about HIPAA and all that stuff. I mean, I used to go in and like deliver pitchers of water, ice water, and change the beds, and I mean, all that stuff, because it helped the nurses out. And I mean, so I got, pretty used to the hospital. I mean, I learned all the places, where you wheel people in the hospital underneath in the basement, and you probably went through that too.
Yeah.
And then when I was a teenager, I used to work in his office. So he was an endocrinologist, internal medicine guy, nuclear medicine guy, and so I used to, answer the phone. I mean, basically, I was, the receptionist. So I would answer the phone, but then I would also, people would call up saying, "Oh, I have a terrible sore throat and I can hardly breathe," and so I would kind of take the whole history, write it down, and then my father would say, "Okay, I want this person to get this or that."
Yeah.
And I would call in the prescription for this or that if it needed a prescription or whatever, And
that is awesome. That's really cool.
Yeah. So, but I mean, listen, he was my father. He wasn't really. I mean, he worked very, very hard, and his patients really, really loved him. And it was tough for him to have to retire when he did because of health. But yeah, I always saw how his patients appreciated him, and yeah, I don't know. But so, but I mean, it wasn't like he was, a starry figure or anything like that. Like he wasn't an academic star. He had his couple papers in the New England Journal, but that was about it. He decided to get out of that racket when he was in his early 40s, especially when he was having 3 kids at that point. So
yeah,
he had to make a living. Mm-hmm.
So, but that's interesting with him as background, because when I look at some of your early papers, I was going back to the 1980s. You were doing some stuff, and there were some papers on bone marrow transplant. There was some papers on non-small cell lung cancer. There was a paper in 1989 on small cell lung cancer. Then there was some renal cell stuff in 1991. Show you why I don't have any hobbies. Then there was non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, 1992. And then all of a sudden in 1996, I saw a first authorship of you on intermittent hormone therapy. And then from then on, it's like whammo, hundreds of papers and all of prostate. So what happens in 1996 to make you a oncologist that basically only, for the most part, only focuses on prostate cancer? I mean, what was the bug there?
Well, that's an interesting observation on my CV. So when I came to Seattle from Mayo Clinic, I was interested in hematologic malignancies, and that's why I went to Seattle, because they had one of the only transplant units, and certainly at the time the best transplant unit, at least in the country. So I went there to train, and the idea was my fellow colleagues at Mayo said, okay, you go to Seattle, you learn transplantation, and then we want you to come back to Mayo and help us open our new transplant center that we're planning on. And I said, okay, but after I was in Seattle for a year, I am not going to be going back to Rochester, Minnesota.
Yeah.
So I did have to tell them that I couldn't see leaving Seattle. And so, I had to break a few hearts there. No, just kidding. And then what happened is, in my training, I realized, there was more than leukemia, and I wanted to learn more about solid tumor oncology. So I spent a year with Bob Livingston, who was a lung cancer and breast cancer guy, as you may recall. He's no longer with us, but anyway, he was an early mentor. And that's kind of how I got some lung cancer stuff going. And I mean, I went to SWOG and all that.
Yeah.
And, but then after my fellowship, I was sort of turfed to the Seattle Veterans Hospital, where, in those days, most of the patients were men. So what did you see for cancer? You saw lung cancer, colorectal cancer, and prostate cancer, right? So I had a prostate cancer protocol, which actually I never published, but anyway. And so after 7 years there, when I went back to the University of Washington, my colleagues there said, hey, Tia, you were at the VA, you do the GU oncology. And that's kind of, at that time, we were diversifying, early on, oncology, believe it or not, even in academia, a lot of medical oncologists did sort of general oncology with maybe a subspecialty here, but clearly over time, it's really, at least in academic institutions, it's very, very specialized, which it now has to be. There's so much stuff. I mean, I couldn't possibly treat breast cancer, lung cancer, and renal cancer and all that stuff in this day and age. But yeah, so that's how I pivoted more towards GU and less towards everything else. But yeah.
Were you, I have to ask this because I've never asked it.
Uh-oh.
I never thought about it. Were you one of the first women to work full-time as an oncologist, looking only at prostate cancer patients or working with prostate cancer patients? Because I'm thinking I can still count on a couple of hands how many full-time female oncologists just see prostate cancer. And you're one of several that I know. Were you one of the first? Were you one of the first?
I could have been. Honestly, I don't know, because I don't know what some of my female colleagues, what percent of the time they were doing that. But I was certainly one of the early ones.
Do you remember working, in other words, do you remember working with anybody else but male oncologists that first decade?
No.
That's, wow. Well, that's a whole other, That's a whole
You know
other
what?
lecture.
The other thing is, though, I think the other interesting thing is that occurred to me over time. It didn't really occur to me for a long time, but, being in Seattle, you're kind of like out of the mainstream. I mean, the mainstream is on the East Coast, right? So in Seattle, you're sort of out of sight, out of mind. I mean,
Yeah.
at least in those days, almost all the pharma was located on the East Coast. Certainly that's a little bit different now, but honestly, even now, things are very East Coast centric as far as what you and I do. I mean, so I'm always, waking up to do these calls at like 5 a.m.
Yeah, I know those, but that's an incredible, and then you just stayed out there. That's just amazing. I have one quick story, which I don't know if you'll remember. This will help the audience understand your passion for exercise. I've only told you this story one other time when you were in the audience. When we were traveling, we were part of this group that would have to go to some, I don't know if it was 20, 25 cities a year. So we would go to educate other physicians and healthcare professionals for many years. We would go to their city, and there was this pack of us that would just go to all these cities, and then we'd do our job and fly out. And we went to this one city, and it was early on when you and I got to know each other. And I prided myself on being a runner, and you did. And I went to a treadmill at the hotel, and I started running, and there was this petite person next to me running really hard. And I thought, well, this shouldn't be a problem. So I started picking up the pace. She picked up the pace. I kept going. And then, I'm not kidding, it was about 35 minutes later, and I thought, this is ridiculous. She's really competitive. And I thought, I'm not going to keep up with her. I don't know if you remember this. And then I stepped off the treadmill, and I was just kind of drying off, and I looked, and you had a hat on, and it was you. I didn't know. I didn't realize it was you being competitive on the treadmill with me. So thanks a lot for doing that. I think you helped me shed a few pounds.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad I kicked your butt.
that time. So let's go. So this paper is good, though, because when I saw this first paper on IHT, I also saw a paper on intermittent androgen deprivation therapy. Can you just talk a little bit about what that means? You don't have to go into specifics and numbers, but what does intermittent androgen deprivation therapy mean? And is it still used anymore? Because you wrote an opinion piece 4 years ago, and you were a big fan of it in your opinion piece with Lawrence Klotz. So can you talk about that a little bit before we go on?
Sure. So the whole concept of intermittent therapy, at least from a scientific standpoint, dated back to Nick Bukowski and his group. And at the time, I think Lori Klotz was in his research group. And they were looking at whether or not they could turn testosterone on and off and somehow affect the natural history of the disease. And what they saw in their animal model was that they could. And so they decided to try it in humans. And so the folks in Vancouver did one of the early trials with intermittent therapy. And meanwhile, because our University of Washington and University of British Columbia were doing some collaborations, I actually went to a meeting up there and heard their whole thing and thought it was really interesting. And at that time, we were starting to see this new group of patients that was defined only by PSA. So remember, PSA didn't really get approved in the US until the mid 80s. So when we were getting into the 90s, we were realizing that there was a bunch of guys out there who had had their surgery, and all of a sudden their PSA was coming up, and nobody knew what the hell to do with it. Because you would scan these people, you go, oh my God, what's going on with the cancer? But you wouldn't find anything. All it was is PSA in the blood. I mean, we understand that situation a lot better now, but because of the whole intermittent approach, it seemed to make sense in those days to study these men to see, what would happen if you gave them hormone therapy for a certain amount of time. And in our studies, we gave it for 9 months. I mean, there's sort of all over the map that what people have done, but 6 to 9 months of hormone therapy, and then stop it and see how long can they stay off before, you think you should start the hormone therapy again. And that's, of course, very arbitrary if you're just doing it But I mean, in our study in guys with biochemical relapse, we decided we were getting kind of nervous once the PSA got up to around 1. And so we would restart the hormone therapy then for another 9 months, then go off. And I mean, I still have patients to this day who've been doing that for 10, 11, 12 cycles. So, going on and off and on. Now, unfortunately, I can't say that, at least in the fairly large clinical trials that have been done, both in this biochemical relapse group and in men with new metastatic disease, intermittent therapy hasn't really been shown to delay time to castration resistance like it seemed like it did in the animal models. But on the other hand, gosh, I've been giving intermittent therapy for years now, and I have to say that I really do think men, like intermittent therapy. I mean, they like knowing that the ADT is only going to last for a finite period of time, and they know they have something to look forward to when their testosterone level comes up. And, people say, well, it doesn't come up to normal. Well, it doesn't have to come up to normal necessarily for a guy to feel pretty okay. And so I feel like when, we need to think about quality of life when we pick our treatments. And so if we're going to use ADT, we might want to decide, well, could we do it intermittently? I think the paper that Lori and I wrote, we were trying to give clinicians options and some framework about how to think about intermittent ADT, because at that time, the SWOG trial for metastatic patients had been published, and everybody was taking it to mean that, oh, you should never use intermittent therapy because it didn't, prove anything. Well, yeah, it's true. It didn't prove it was either inferior or non-inferior to, continuous ADT. And so we just wanted to give people an idea of how you could perhaps choose a population of patients with metastatic disease who could probably safely get intermittent therapy and reap the benefits of, having their testosterone come back periodically.
So for men watching this, is this just something that they should talk to their oncologist about to see if they're even a candidate for what we call IHT, that intermittent therapy still has a role for some group of men, that they should just bring up the discussion?
Well, I wouldn't be terribly optimistic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we wrote the paper. We were hoping. Now, interestingly, I would say that urologists, I believe, are a lot more keen to use intermittent therapy in their patients than medical oncologists, mainly because they've had the same experience I've had over years and seeing, the quality of life benefits. But I don't honestly think that asking your medical oncologist, it will necessarily get you what you want to hear.
Yeah.
Most of them, honestly, I think most of them are going to say no intermittent therapy for you.
Well, at least we talked about it. The option exists for some people, so if they can at least bring it up. And a lot of people, like I say, go for other opinions today. So let's shift to shift to androgen deprivation therapy, to your talk, before we go on to the rest. Sure. And let's just give me your just basic thoughts. I can only think of this stuff alphabetically. That's how I always wrote about it.
Right.
I always say I'm really smart in my job and not anything outside of my job. So I'm just going to mention some things alphabetically and just tell me your thoughts on it. I might just jump in and say, well, what about this? One that doesn't get discussed much is anemia. So some patient in Canada, the United States, Australia, you name it, they're following their labs. They go on androgen deprivation therapy, which again, their testosterone goes almost to zero. And then they look on their lab again and their hemoglobin and hematocrit says L, it says low. Do you have any comment on that?
Yep.
Am I going to be able to function? Am I going to be able to breathe? Because that's what carries my oxygen.
Yes. So, okay. The magnitude of anemia that occurs after lowering testosterone is usually quite mild. I mean, it's not at a level where in most men, it could be the cause for the fatigue we were talking about. I did mention anemia, but in the sense of, I said that whoever made that slide had it wrong. We do know the mechanism of anemia, but you know, what? First of all, when I see that, number one, I expect it. But number two, the other thing I always do is I say, I just want to make sure, have you had your screening colonoscopy? Because I see that your blood count went down a little bit, which is very common. But if you haven't had your screening colonoscopy, I really would like you to get one because you're 59 years old and you're overdue.
That's really interesting. Because sometimes, you know, you'd memorize those cases in medical school. This guy's 59, 69, he's anemic, and turns out he can possibly have colon cancer, right? I mean, so that's interesting that you ask. And what's the answer usually when you ask these patients if they had their screening colonoscopy? Is it yes or no?
It's about 50-50, I would say. My gestalt is about 50-50. I've sent many patients for their screening colonoscopies for the very first time.
That's an interesting thing to bring up. But otherwise, it's a mild change. There's no reason to panic, but expect it.
No, I mean, so it's usually what we call normochromic, normocytic. I mean, I know you know that, but I mean, it's not the kind with big red blood cells or little red blood cells. It's kind of normal sized red blood cells. But usually usually the hematocrit goes into the, you know, that might go from 41 down to 37 or something like that. This is what I see.
Okay, next on my list, arthralgia and myalgia. You mentioned it, where you have joint or muscle pain. And I just want to comment that when in doubt, when I'm stuck, I always go look at breast cancer because they work with hormone therapy for so long, and they work with these aromatase inhibitors, and it's a big problem.
Yeah.
Of joint issues. So do you really see a lot of joint and muscle issues, or is this more, because in breast cancer, it's all over the place, or is this more the minority, not the majority?
You know, I think that's really a hard question to answer because honestly, I think it's probably fairly common, but because of the age of our patients, I mean, we're not talking about 35-year-olds on aromatase inhibitors, right?
Yeah.
We're talking generally about guys in their 60s and 70s. And I really think, not always, but I mean, honestly, a lot of people in that age range are going, oh, well, this is just age related. And, you know, or they may say, yeah, it seems a little bit worse. But the other thing is we're talking about men, not women. Women are more likely to bring this up as a complaint, whereas I think most men are not. So I can't really answer your question to know if it's of the same magnitude.
But it's something that could be caused by the androgen deprivation, and you've seen it.
Yes, definitely I've seen it. But you know, honestly, as I've understood a lot of this physiology better over time, I do think that in addition to exercise, we need to do more stretching, is what I was saying in my talk. You know, there's different apps you can use to get guided through some sensible stretching. There's yoga, Tai Chi, any of those things do have to do with stretching. And I don't think it's, I'm not aware that it's been studied for that symptomatology due to ADT, but I mean, I think it's worth doing anyway.
Yeah.
Like you say, heart healthy. I mean, this is like musculoskeletal healthy.
Absolutely. Okay, and then let's talk about bone loss for the Bs. So bone loss we expect on androgen deprivation therapy the longer you're on it. So are you recommending that before you start ADT or at some point that you get your bones checked with a DEXA scan? Or in other words, is that what you do, or is that what you have done, that you at least get screened for bone loss up front? Or how do you even address that?
Yeah, well, if I know a person's going to be on ADT for longer than a few months, for whatever reason somebody might be on for that short of time, I will get a baseline DEXA scan. Yep, I do it in every patient. And because you would be surprised, every once in a while, somebody will already have pretty severe osteoporosis that you don't expect. And then sometimes when you actually talk to them about, you know, osteoporosis and like, did your mom have osteoporosis? Oh yeah, she had osteoporosis, you know, and she broke every bone in the body. And, you know, when you find out, oh, well, you know, there's probably a genetic factor there in addition. So you want to be pretty proactive about that. in my opinion.
I wonder what percentage off the top of your head, when you tell a man to get an osteoporosis scan or a DEXA scan, I wonder how many of them have had one previously or that's their first one. It's like the colonoscopy.
Yeah. Most of them have never had it. It's not even 50-50. No.
Really? Yeah. So that's interesting. And then that brings me to the drugs for bone loss. There's this kind of fear out there with some of the drugs and their side effects that have kind of been embellished a little bit, but are you still a big fan of these drugs for during ADT, if there's been enough bone loss to use denosumab or Zometa, or how are you telling patients about going on medication for bone loss these days?
Well, I will usually try to do an estimate of their risk for fracture within 10 years. So I use the so-called FRAX algorithm, and you can just get that online on your iPhone, whatever, and do a calculation based on risk. So if they're not at risk for a significant risk for fracture in 10 years, then I may not jump to that. I may want to wait and see what happens to their DEXA scan over time. But if they already, like, out of the box are at risk, I'll go ahead and start one of those two drugs. I mean, luckily, it's very infrequently. Denosumab is twice a year, one shot in the abdomen, and the zoledronic acid is once a year IV, and that's it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I of course want to encourage the kinds of activities that would also help build bone, especially resistance exercise.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I do use those drugs. I'm just guessing maybe 5% of the time in men who don't have bone metastases.
And the right candidate, they work extremely well. They shut bone loss down, right?
Oh yeah, yes they do. I mean, the main thing is, and I think that was on the slide, but I'm not sure I really belabored that, but you really, if you're going to use those drugs, and so maybe this is just a warning, like these drugs can be very important later in the disease as well, when you have bone metastases, but you can't use those drugs if you don't have good dental hygiene. So if you aren't keeping up with your, getting your teeth cleaned at least annually, and usually it's twice a year, is what most dentists like to see. You better start doing that now, because the sooner you get your teeth in better health, the more likely you will be to be able to take one of these drugs at some time in the distant future, should you develop bone metastases. And even if you forget the prostate cancer, people don't realize how important oral hygiene is to the rest of our health. I mean, including cardiovascular disease. I mean, it's everything boiling down to inflammation, and that's just another place in our body where we can have excess inflammation if we don't take care of our mouth.
So do you bring up that actually with patients? Do you say, when's the last time you went to see your dentist, or when's the last time you had a cleaning? I mean, do you actually have that discussion on a regular basis?
Well, not at every visit, but I mean, if I'm going to start, if I am going to start one of those drugs, especially if I'm going to be giving it monthly for men with metastatic castration-resistant bone disease, that's the first thing that I ask. As a matter of fact, we don't even start it unless we have a dental clearance form signed by their dentist. But I will ask them right away, are you normally getting your teeth cleaned? And the weird thing is, this is just, I guess judgmental thinking on my part, but, I would think that, this patient of mine who's a businessman, who's very successful, he's well-to-do. I mean, I'm just thinking, oh yeah, that guy, of course he gets his teeth cleaned twice a year. Oh no, when I ask him that question, it's like, oh, I haven't had my teeth cleaned in about 20 years. And I'm there, I don't know, I said, did some dentist like drill your teeth without Novocaine or something? What happened? Anyway, but I mean, it's really important to ask that.
Yeah.
And really, I think that even primary care doctors should be emphasizing the importance of oral hygiene just for general health.
Yeah, it's a good point. Because the big inflammatory processes get a lot of attention. It's these sort of what we call almost subclinical, subtle inflammation processes that don't. And when you don't get your teeth clean, you don't take care of your teeth, it contributes to localized and we think systemic inflammation.
Yeah.
Is that right? You know? So,
Mhm.
okay, so let me shift gears then. We'll spend just a little more time on the energy deprivation, then we'll move on to the other topics. You had an editorial on June 4th, 2020 in the New England Journal of Medicine. And it was about the new pill coming out that can reduce your testosterone that's out there now, Relugolix. But what really captivated me was your first sentence of the editorial. Then I ignored the rest. I don't mean ignored in a mean way. I wish that every meeting would have, every patient meeting and every prostate cancer meeting, and you know, coming from me in my history, why I was so glad that someone in the New England Journal of Medicine finally said it. So this was your opening paragraph. Are you ready? Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in men in the United States and in the developed world. Men with prostate cancer have a higher incidence of cardiovascular disease than those without. And among men with prostate cancer, cardiovascular disease is the principal non-cancer related cause of death.
Yes. Well, we know that. It's
I know,
really
but
important.
I just thought, this is why I want people to understand the angle you're coming from too with your exercise. And it's what you're seeing. We're having all these great drugs, all these great treatments, all these FDA approvals, but we still have an unacceptably high level of people dying from cardiovascular disease, even though everything else is going well.
Yes, exactly. And the thing is, that's why I personally believe if we're going to be using these drugs on our patients, we as their physicians have to be proactive in following, the downsides that these drugs can have, not just the ADT, but the other drugs I was mentioning, the newer drugs, the Zytiga, the Xtandi, the Erlita, and whatever the last one is, I forget. But I mean, these newer drugs that are life prolonging, I mean, they can also be life shortening. And we need to really pay attention to what these drugs are doing and not just order a PSA each time we see our patients. I mean, at least that's what's commonly done. But
I think it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. And because I go back 20 years ago on phase 3 trials, and I think this is really educational. If you look when BMI is reported, it would say 25, 26. If you look at the BMIs now, as people start clinical trials, they're 29 and 30. So you're already starting with a high risk patient, right?
Absolutely.
So that brings me to another paper that you did with a large group from Canada in the European Urology. And this was not published in 2020 also. And I think you're going to find this interesting. I know you can't endorse this, but this was really interesting. Here was the conclusion of the paper by Hamilton et al. And you were one of the authors. Here's the conclusion. In men treated with androgen deprivation therapy following primary or salvage radiotherapy, statin use, cholesterol-lowering drugs, was associated with improved overall and prostate cancer-specific survival in patients. What? Do you want to comment on that? You're implying that a cholesterol-lowering drug may give you a little bit of an advantage outside of the heart health advantage in the area of prostate cancer.
Right. Well, this isn't a new concept, clearly. It's just that we had this group of patients where we had information about their, whether they were on statins or not. And, this whole idea about how statins may actually have some direct, anti-cancer effect, is coming up again and again. And we thought, well, hey, let's just look at our population, see who was and who wasn't on statins and look at their outcomes. And lo and behold, I mean, so this goes along with my husband's philosophy, which is maybe we should put statins in the reservoirs, but I don't think we would go that far. But honestly, I mean, that's just another reason why, if we're following somebody's cholesterols and they're abnormal, why not add a statin? I mean, I find a lot of primary care physicians are very conservative about using statins. They'll say, oh, well, it's not quite high enough yet. Or, why don't you try, your diet for the next 3 months, and then we'll check again. I mean, what's the harm? The statins as a class of drugs tend to be very well tolerated. I mean, there's a few people who really can't take them for whatever reason, but I mean, really, I just don't understand the reluctance of many primary care docs to use statins just because some kind of actual number hasn't been hit yet.
Yeah, I've never understood that either, as you know. And the other thing I don't understand is, you hear the story of, well, diet and exercise help. Of course, I like to be Mr. Diet and Exercise, but there are people, including many in my family, who do everything right, and their cholesterol's still running through the roof, and they need some help, and the help is there.
Yes, exactly.
And the help costs, they're almost all generic now. The help costs nothing.
Exactly. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, because people have thought erroneously that you can deal with cholesterol problems just by dietary intervention, and that is clearly not true. I mean, it's like the people in your family. It's not like you're obese and you're not eating McDonald's, hamburgers every day. I mean, that's not the Mark Moyad I know. So anyway, I mean, it's a disorder of the liver that the statin is dealing with, overproducing badness for our cholesterols.
Yeah. So the only other thing I want to mention on ADT, because you covered all that well before we move on, is essentially the partner. What are your thoughts on that? Do you know how many times I've heard, whether it's nurses, docs, that said, the partner of the person receiving ADT said, what happened to my husband here? What happened to my partner? I mean, are you a fan? It seems like you always have been, of letting the partner know, hey, look what's coming here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's why, in our program, we really encourage partners to not only come to these same education sessions, but if there's also a clinical session associated with that, we'd like the partner to be there with the patient, because all partners need to understand what hormone therapy, what changes can occur in their spouse. And I would say, a lot of what I have learned about, the effects of ADT. First of all, I'm just going to go back a little bit in history, because, before we knew about, biochemical relapse, we had basically guys with metastatic disease where we were using hormone therapy, right? Mm. And early in my career, I had patients come in and say, "Oh, I'm so tired now." And I said, "Well, of course you're tired. You have metastatic prostate cancer, da 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 da." But then when we started treating men who didn't have metastatic disease, and I was hearing the same thing, so I was learning that from the patients. Oh, this is actually from the leukolyte. I mean, I couldn't deny that. And then I would learn from the spouse or the partner, oh, well, geez, his fuse has gotten like this. It used to be like this. It was short, but it's really minuscule now. Or, sleeping problems or whatever. I mean, it was treating that group of patients who did not have symptoms of metastatic disease where I think we did the big learning on the true side effects of ADT. That's
where I like that word you used in your presentation, emotional ability. Emotional ability. And, it never really hit home to me, besides people complaining to me about it when I was giving lectures, that we don't talk about it enough. I had a friend, finally I'm at the age, people are getting prostate cancer, and a friend who was the nicest person and went on it. And I felt like he was being really short with me. And I thought, what's gotten into him? Then I realized, it really does hit home, and nobody's arguing. Look, these drugs have been amazing and they've been around for 35 years, but now the key is not just giving them, they're figuring out how to prevent these side effects, because now we have a good handle on what they are. So I'm just glad you used that. So you ready to move on?
Sure.
Short one, interesting paper, always interesting to bring up. You were on a paper recently that you looked at phase 3 outcomes between Asian, African Americans, Caucasian, and the conclusion, this Halabi 2020 et al., you were on the paper, the Annals of Oncology. You basically concluded that we all have similar outcomes as long as we have the same access to treatment. Do you remember that paper, or do you want to comment on that? I thought that was, it was fascinating. It was interesting. And I know that's a good message, but the fact that you found that through research, that if we can increase access, we can improve in quality, right?
And I think that really is very pertinent now, just with the vaccines, for example. I mean, if you don't have easy access to a vaccine center or where they have the freezers that are needed for some of the vaccines, I mean, it's going to be harder to get the vaccine. So,
yeah,
I mean, I think that that was an important paper to highlight. It's not just, it's not about really some of the racial ethnic issues. It's really about, do you have the right access to care?
Yeah, I thought that was amazing because, we've been going back and forth on that for all the years that I've known you at meetings, and people want to find some marker or some kind of magic pill and say this, this will help this group. But the reality is access is everything.
Right,
and it was interesting that the research, and it's very extensive what you all did, suggested if we can improve access, boy, we can really equalize these outcomes, and people can take advantage of all these amazing medicines getting FDA approved all the time.
Right.
I want to bring up a test.
Okay.
Oh, do you want to say something else on that?
I was just going to say, I was just going to be a bit political and say, I think if we made healthcare available to all U.S. citizens or wherever people are from, I mean, might have better outcomes.
So you're in Canada now, where healthcare is basically. Well, I know, but I'm saying that you do work over there, so you get to see that where everyone has access to it, and so you feel that we should step up and make it accessible for everybody and pay that price.
I think we do. I mean, there's, the Canadians have their own issues with some access. I mean, I do think they tend to use their healthcare system more wisely by limiting or delaying some procedures, but there are rules about PSA. I mean, you can't just get a PSA in Canada for free. I mean, so it just depends on the situation. But nonetheless, everybody has healthcare.
Yeah.
They have access to it, which is what you were alluding to. So I hope we can do better in this country in the next 4 years.
Well, we'll see. It's crazy that as wealthy as our country is, I was just thinking about endowments, whether it's Michigan or other places. Mm-hmm. I always think that there's enough money there, just from an endowment standpoint, that we could start the process of allowing equal access.
Yeah,
we can raise. Okay, you're making me political. You're getting me in trouble. But so I'm going to try to dance along a fine line. But I always found it interesting over 30 years, because I've done a decent job fundraising. And I found it interesting. We can raise tens of millions of dollars, $100 million for this building or that. But you would think we could raise that to cover primary care for a city and then move from there. I mean, this is not a crazy thought, even if a lot of this has to come from private money.
Yeah, but you know what I think, people, it's one thing donating money because it's something that you decided you wanted to do. It's another thing having everybody contribute to that, whether they want to or not. I think that's where the line gets drawn.
Yeah. And why can't you do both? Why can't we all contribute? And why can't people find that to be our next mission? It's amazing how the discussion, the discussion now on tuition, tuition's out of control, for our kids. How can we help them so it's covered? So a lot of universities like our own will cover your full tuition if your family makes X income or less. And I'm thinking, hey, healthcare, we could do that too. But
yes, we could. Well, we could also guarantee a certain living income.
Yeah. Man, this is for the part 2 of the lecture next time. All right, here's a test. Not many people have heard of it. It's called the ARV7, first androgen receptor variant. So it it tests whether or not you may have resistance to drugs coming up. Do you want to comment on this test that not many people know about, this ARV7 test in the public?
Yeah, sure. So this test has been used, and there are several commercial ones out there now. For a while, we were kind of limited, but it's a test that will presumably predict whether or not, if you are on either abiraterone or enzalutamide, whether you would benefit from crossing over to the other one, or whether you should get it at all. So, you know, I know that I am not alone in this, but many of us have rarely ordered that test. And the reason is, I think, well, one of the original reasons is it took too long to get back. And so by the time you got it back, you could have already started the person on the other drug and, you know, observed to see if it worked.
Yeah.
But even we're farther out from that now. We know that, you know, going from one to the other, regardless of which order it's in, is not always, you know, highly successful. And even when it seems to work as far as bringing the PSA down, it almost never lasts for more than a few months. So I don't really find that test all that useful for my own practice.
So, okay, so that's very interesting. And let's go on to a paper that, so Tia's last name is spelled Higano. And the reason I say that is if you go look on PubMed or you go look up the articles she's done, here's one of my favorite articles from June 2019. So here's the name of the article. And I think that patients should read the article and look at it because it puts things in perspective, which are not put in perspective often. So we have hormone therapy, then you have all these second generation anti-androgens. And you mentioned the ones like Xtandi or Leta, Nubeqa, and including also abiraterone and Zytiga. But the article was called, "Are Apples or Bananas Best for Patients?" And the argument you made was you've got to work with your doctor and looking at the pros and cons to see of each one to see which one works for you if you qualify. Is that a good summary, or do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so why was it called that? For one thing, one of the main investigators, Karim Fazazi, who was working with the darolutamide or Nubeqa, he would commonly show a slide that had, I think, apples and a banana. So the apples were enzalutamide and apalutamide. And historically, those two drugs were actually synthesized by the same laboratory, Charles Sawyer's laboratory, when he was in, I think, UCLA before he went to Memorial. They're very close in structure. Whereas darolutamide, which is another one of those second generation anti-androgens, has a very different structure. So hence the banana or whatever I said.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, the question was, number one, we haven't compared any of these drugs head to head. I mean, some are being compared now in clinical trials, but we don't have any results about which one is better or less toxic or more toxic or whatever. And, you know, we have to give it a try and look at the toxicity profile of each one and see, well, will this fit okay with this patient's underlying problems? I mean, maybe this person has bad high blood pressure. Maybe I might not want to use some of those drugs that is going to make it worse, because the last thing we want is to give them a stroke. I mean, you know, those are the kind of things, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but, you know, those are the things that we should be thinking about when we choose those.
Yeah, I wish.
I mean, it's better data.
The reason I think patients should look at that is because many of the patients watching this will qualify for one of those pills. They'll qualify for Xtandi or Leta, Nubeqa, or even Zytiga, and they should read part of that paper and make a list, a handwritten list, or type it out and say, these are the pros and cons, because it should be, you were arguing it should be individualized based on your history, because they have similarities, but they have a different profile. And I think that's one of the most important things to come out of this interview today. I do. Because I think a lot of people go in, they go, well, you're going to get this one. And you're going, well, wait, if you're at a higher risk of seizures, this could be a problem. If you want to take one with and without food, this is a problem. This is what you should know. There's one that you have to take with food. I mean, you go through a lot of these, but this is how way people should think when they've got all these people competing for this space.
Yes, and well, here's the thing though. I mean, from a practical standpoint, first of all, I think that is like the way we should be doing it. There are times though when insurers get in our way and they say, oh, he can't have that drug until he fails this one, or he has uncontrollable side effects or what. I mean, insurance is really, I think we've gone a little bit too far. Like, why can't we just be doctors and prescribe the best thing that we think for our patients? If they're all sort of in the same category, why can't we pick?
I don't know. That's a great question. So I think this is where patient advocacy comes in. I mean, we've seen it move mountains in breast cancer. We've seen it move partial mountains in prostate. So is there a particular drug though? If someone's a high risk cardiovascular patient and they have the option of these four, is there one that you just say, hey, maybe we'll try the others? I mean, is there one that stands out, or is that just putting you on the spot?
You mean as far as cardiovascular?
Yeah, if someone just coming in, they've had bypass, they've had all sorts of cardiovascular issues, and they say, and now they qualify for any of these drugs. Is there one in particular you go, I'm not so sure that you're the best candidate for this, or is that too simplistic?
It might be too simplistic, but I guess when I think of all of those drugs, it appears, and I want to underscore appears, because they haven't been compared, but it appears that abiraterone or Zytiga seems to have a little bit worse cardiovascular profile. Yeah,
there's been hint of that in some trials, right? I mean, it makes sense why you're saying that.
Yeah, so I would think twice about it. I mean, and on the flip side, the darolutamide or that's the one that seems to have the least cardiovascular issues. But again, we have to. I mean, right now we just have to go by what information we get from clinical trial data, but that's not compared any of these to each other.
Yeah, it's not putting in the spot. The goal of what we're trying to get through here is that this discussion should be had. And it's not the world according to us, but this discussion does not, in my opinion, this discussion does not take place enough.
No, well, there's another similar discussion that we didn't get to, which has to do, I mean, can we go back to ADT for a second?
Absolutely, we can go back to any of these. This is your show.
Okay, so the other discussion that I do think is important to start paying attention to is whether you're going to use an agonist or an antagonist when you're going to start ADT. And the reason I say that is because I think there's enough data at this point in time, although we're still waiting for definitive data, but there's certainly enough data that I think I mentioned in that New England Journal editorial that really points to higher risk of treatment-related cardiovascular events in men who have known cardiovascular disease. So if you've had a heart attack, you've had a stent placed, the question for your doctor is, does it matter which hormone treatment I start on? And if the answer is no, it doesn't matter, then I would go grab that editorial and bring it to that person. Yeah. Because, it could be they're not aware. But I had this with a recent person I consulted with. And, he said, well, I asked my doctor if I could go on the antagonist. And he said, no, it doesn't matter. And I said, well, knowing about your cardiovascular history, to me, it does matter. And I really would prefer that you get an antagonist rather than an agonist, just based on the data that we have. And so he went back and he insisted, but I mean, had he not kept asking the question and insisted, he would have gotten the agonist. And maybe it would have been fine. I'm not saying that it wasn't, but why increase the risk of death when we already said, you said at the outset that I said in the editorial the most common cause of death in men with prostate cancer that's not related to their cancer is cardiovascular.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Makes no sense.
I mean, in the Moyad world and in the Higano world, I think I'm just a fan of any drug that comes up. The pros and cons have to be discussed and what the competitors are. The idea that, oh, you're just going to take this, have a nice day, I'll see you in 3 or 6 months. I just don't think that works anymore. That's part of the reason these interviews, these are some of the largest you'll see out there. I mean, it's not just I got this great personality, you and I are these just some fabulous people, but the reality is that we cover topics that should be covered. And so I think that's well said. So do you want to go now to chemotherapy? I'd like to go to chemotherapy for a second and talk about it, unless you want to talk anything else about the apples or bananas or all of that.
No, I'm done with fruit. Thank you.
So, no, but that was our apples or bananas best for patients. I mean, patients can now access these articles. I encourage everyone to read that, access that paper, or at least just read the abstract. And you can see the type of thinking that needs to go on today in prostate cancer because it's complicated. Chemotherapy is a funny subject for me. And I'll tell you why it's funny. Because it was so easy when I first met you to jump on the bandwagon that chemo's poison. Oh, why are you doing this? Why would anyone do chemo? All these other drugs are better. And then you learn about all these other drugs have a million other side effects. And chemo's still here after all these years. And now it's used sometimes early for some patients. And it's still a mainstay for patients with castrate-resistant prostate cancer who are metastatic. So I don't know if you want to just first give an opening address about chemo. It seems to be as strong as ever in prostate cancer when people were making fun of it decades ago, like that probably has no role.
So, historically, we've mainly used chemotherapy in metastatic castration-resistant disease. And, we know it was the very first drug in metastatic prostate cancer, besides ADT, that ever showed there was a survival advantage to getting treated with it. So we know that. On the other hand, patients are very reluctant when they hear the term chemotherapy. But I just want to bring up a concept that I think everybody should keep in mind. You may think that today you don't want to have chemotherapy now or ever. You saw Aunt Jane die from breast cancer and all that chemo she had and how miserable she was and all that stuff. But keep an open mind because, excuse me, when you get there, you may think differently about it, especially if you have symptoms. Excuse me, because one thing we know is chemotherapy can be very effective in terms of addressing pain, for example, or some of the many other side effects of metastatic disease. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard patients say, oh, I never thought I'd feel better with chemotherapy. And, I kind of laugh when they say that. I said, well, why do you think I would give it to you? Would you think I wanted to make you feel worse? I mean, I'm trying to make you feel better. I'm trying to, preserve the quality of your life or improve it. So we don't give chemo. There's the right time to give chemo in metastatic castration-resistant disease. And I think a lot of medical oncologists know when that is. But I just finished the manuscript looking at the Reassure registry, which had to do with over 1,000 men who got radium. And when you looked at the whole trajectory of all those men, 48% never received a taxane. So neither docetaxel nor cabazitaxel.
The two chemotherapies FDA approved.
Exactly. Now, I find that a little disturbing, but This is not the time that kind of data has been shown. I mean, that there are still men in this United States who can go through prostate cancer and never be treated with chemo. Now, we know that not every person is eligible to receive chemotherapy for some reason or other. I mean, there are reasons. So I'm not saying 100% should, but it does seem like when we're not treating almost 50% of men with chemo before they die, something's wrong there. So anyway, so we were talking about, so chemo in metastatic castration-resistant disease, that's where we have more commonly been using chemo until, more recently, when they found that if you add chemo to ADT in men who kind of walk in the door with metastatic disease, that combination of ADT and 6 cycles of chemo with docetaxel or Taxotere, that can also improve survival over ADT alone. So then we've got that chemo option, we've got abiraterone, we have enzalutamide, now we have apalutamide. I mean, there's all these different things that you could add to ADT to improve survival. Now, I have mixed feelings about what to use in that situation. I would say the majority of oncologists are now using ADT and Zytiga or abiraterone out of the box because, number one, it's not chemo, and number two, they think it may be better tolerated than some of the other drugs. I mean, certainly docetaxel, but when you're treating patients without chemo, so you're using one of those, second generation drugs like abiraterone or enzalutamide or apalutamide, those drugs are given until castration resistance develops. So, that's the first thing. Whereas docetaxel 6 cycles is given over a 5-month period. And then you're just on ADT alone until you become castration resistant. And at that time, that's when you can start adding that abiraterone, enzalutamide, apalutamide, whatever. So I actually, in patients who I feel, could benefit from the addition of chemo earlier in the disease, like we've been talking about, I tend to actually use chemo instead of abiraterone. First of all, abiraterone needs to have some low dose prednisone, whether you use 5 or the 10 milligrams that's in the label. I mean, it's still low dose prednisone every single day. But, everybody's different. Now, there's another thing that can also, I would say it's somewhat controversial, which is a lot of colleagues of ours are very adamant that all patients must be treated with ADT and one of these other drugs. If you don't add a drug, it's malpractice because you're denying a patient improved survival by not adding the second drug. Yes, I mean, I think if you look at it simplistically, I think there's something to be said for that. However, and you may have heard me mention this, but a long time ago, we published data on over 1,000 patients who are being treated with ADT on intermittent therapy SWOG trial, but we just looked at their course up to the time they would be randomized. So they were all on ADT for 7 months. So we looked at what happened to those 1,000 patients based on what their PSA got to at that time of randomization. So it's 7 months of ADT. So what we found was if the PSA at that particular time point, not the nadir, but at that time point, got to 0.2 or less, patients had a very significant median survival. I think it was around 62 months. Okay, so that's pretty long. Whereas the patients whose PSA didn't go below 4 that median survival was 13 months.
Mm.
And then in between, it was in between. So you could theoretically use that piece of information to decide whether or not to add something else. Because if you're in that good risk group, do you really need to add another drug right now?
Mm.
Can't you wait until true castration resistance sets in before you start using all of your tools in the toolbox? We don't know the answer because no one studied it that way. But I think that for some men, the addition of some of these other drugs is going to impact the quality of their life enough so that it seems a shame if we know they're, in the better risk category. I mean, isn't ADT enough? Do we have to add insult to injury?
Yeah, that's interesting. But I also go back to what you said. I guess I've never thought about it, that even the discussion about chemo, we look at chemo as something that affects your quality of life in a negative way, but in reality, in prostate, because people have less bone pain, they have less issues with it, they do better. It actually can help some people with quality of life. And the two you mentioned, Taxotere and Jevtana, supposed to give Taxotere first, I guess, but I always found it interesting. If you could explain this from an oncology perspective, when they were compared head to head, they seemed somewhat similar. And it seems like Jevtana had some favorability in terms of some side effects. It had some less side effects of certain things like peripheral neuropathy, less hair loss. Do you have any comment on one over the other, or is it just the idea that we've got these two, you're supposed to use this one first and the other one second?
No, you don't. I don't. So yes, I mean, I think that a lot of us have found that cabazitaxel or Jevtana is not as toxic as it was kind of made out to be in one of the early trials. I mean, people were really concerned about the effects on blood counts. And, while that's true, we also found that we can modify the dose, and that's not as much of an issue, and use growth factors to keep the white blood cell count up better in order to minimize that. Because the good part of Jevtana cabazitaxel is that it does seem to be better tolerated than its cousin docetaxel or Taxotere. Now, one thing, if I had one of the things about docetaxel or Taxotere is, we know it can exacerbate or cause peripheral neuropathy. So if I had a patient who already had significant peripheral neuropathy, I may go ahead and use cabazitaxel to begin with. Mm. On the other hand, if there were no other features that would make me pick one over the other, I'd probably stick with docetaxel, only because I know that cabazitaxel given after docetaxel can still prolong life.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, if I don't want to use one of my tools before I have to, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. It's kind of turning out to be the theme of this discussion. It's that in every one of these scenarios where you're introduced, there's options, and you've got to slice out the pros and cons. And the idea is just, right? I mean, it's well said. I think we're supposed to finish in 10 minutes, but if we go a minute or two longer, I just want to cover two more topics. Is that okay? I mean, I felt bad because you were choking and you're supposed to get some water, and you were holding
I was choking on my water. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, because you were holding a compelling thought, and I thought, this is very compelling. Maybe I see if she can work through the issue, so you did. So I apologize. I should have just told you. I was going to tell you to drink more water, but I didn't realize you were having problems with the water.
It's actually my beer. No, it's water.
I wish. As I said, we're sharing water. This is what happens with age. Water becomes more attractive than beer.
Exactly.
All right. So I want to talk about, wow, we've almost gone 2 hours. So this is how big the subject is. So what's getting a lot of attention lately are PARP inhibitors. So long story short, these oral drugs, there's a couple now approved in castrate-resistant prostate cancer that go after genetic mutations. Do you want to just talk a little bit about them in any direction you want to go in? Because it's now a new option out there for some patients, these pills that exploit the fact that either your tumor has some genetic mutation or even when you do a test, maybe you were born with one of these things. So I thought you could give your little take on it because it's a hot topic.
Yeah, and it should be a hot topic. The only thing is, it's not a topic that necessarily will impact most patients with prostate cancer because the kind of genetic findings that are usually required for successful treatment with these PARP inhibitors are few and far between, meaning that maybe in between 10 and 25% of men may have these at any point in the course of their disease. So the PARP inhibitors, at least right now, not going to be for 100% of patients. But I think the important thing to know is, how are you going to know unless you test?
Yes.
Because if you find this, any of the genetic abnormalities, and really the ones that we're finding where PARP inhibitors are most effective is in the BRCA1, BRCA2 mutations, whether those happen in the tumor and or in the body that you inherited. So it's really important for anybody with metastatic disease to have some testing done on that. And we're even in the NCCN is suggesting patients who had high risk localized disease. And I advocated for men with biochemical relapse because, frankly, if you have biochemical relapse, you are already high risk, right? You've already relapsed. I don't think the NCCN put that in there, but I mean, I do it in, I know I do it in.
No, I think that's awesome.
Chemical relapse. I mean, so, but I mean, the testing there, the testing that can be done very easily is germline testing. So they can take blood, they oftentimes use saliva. It's not all that costly. And, you can get that anytime and it's no big deal.
Yes.
It is a big deal, however, if you are found to have one of those mutations that's related to familial cancers, that you be seen by a genetic counselor and advised about how your family members should be tested or not, and so forth, and what implications it might have for them. But, the other kind of testing we do that's a little more challenging is tumor testing. So we take a piece of the tumor from wherever. Oftentimes it's, from somewhere, a lymph node, for example. I mean, bone we can do, but it's harder to get a good quality sample. But we can also look in some circulating DNA that's from the tumor in the bloodstream. So there's these different ways of testing, again, for some of these mutations. Now, when we look at the tumor, we're not only looking at these, BRCA1, 2 type mutations where PARP inhibitors are useful, but also some other mutations where other drugs may actually target that in the tumor tissue. So there's, 2 types of therapy options that you might have by doing that testing. So the bottom line is, this genetic testing is here to stay. And there's a lot more we need to learn about it. But it's here to stay. And it's an important thing that I think patients should definitely take some time to learn about that.
Yeah, because you're calling for it potentially to be utilized earlier when someone fails therapy early on.
Well, yeah, because, the thing is, if we know, first of all, if a guy has high risk disease, I mean, it may signal that there's something in the family. And it's really important for us to address that with family members. It also tells us, well, down the line, we might need to use a PARP inhibitor on this person.
Yes.
But we already know that, even before he gets metastatic, because we already have that piece of data. So anyway, I like to do it that way, and I try to do it that way in all my patients.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense in my mind, because you remember it was just a couple of years ago, let's test everybody that has advanced disease. Oh, that might be aggressive. And now you're supposed to do that. And now if someone fails curative therapy, there's a reason. And so it'd be nice to know. And it'd be nice to know for the patient as well as the family. Maybe there's something running through the family. So I bet you if we do this interview in a year or two, they're going to be calling for that universally. It's just going to take a year or two to get there.
Yep, I agree with you. I think so.
And
there may be other genetic things that affect our health that are going to be part of that whole package.
Yeah. So it's interesting. There are two drugs. There are two PARP inhibitors. This olaparib, Lynparza, Rubraca, rucaparib. But has anyone ever asked the question that is there any plans to test this, that when you stop responding to one, is it theoretically possible you could respond to another one of these things, or is that just crazy? And if you don't respond to one, if you respond to one and then you fail it, what's the point of testing another one? In other words, where are they going to start looking at this in a unique way? I know they're going to start combining this with other therapies to test if they enhance other therapies, but is it theoretically possible that we'll be looking at sequential testing or something unique like that in the future?
You mean with sequential use of PARPs, perhaps?
Yeah. So you use it, you no longer respond to it, then you've got to use another sort of genetically targeted test. I just wonder where the unique thinking's coming outside of just here. You take this, and then you develop resistance. Eventually, I just didn't know what was happening in the field because you're working.
Yeah. Well, I think the first thing to say about any of the genetic stuff is, even though we know that BRCA1/2 mutations respond to PARP inhibitors, we also know that not 100% of them do.
Yeah.
And so there may be a lot more than BRCA1/2 that has to do with non-response or eventually developing resistance. And we have no handle on that, or let me put it this way, I have no handle on it. Maybe there's some scientists who have a better handle than I do, but I think we have to be very cautious. For example, there's another mutation called ATM, and some people are saying, oh, well, patients with ATM mutations don't respond to PARP inhibitors, but actually that's not 100% true.
Yeah.
And so what is it about that ATM patient where that ATM patient happens to respond, but then this one over here does not? I mean, and you can say the same about BRCA, although BRCA is much more sensitive. But is getting to your question as far as like, could you treat a person with a different PARP inhibitor who failed one earlier? I mean, I don't think we know. I mean, honestly, I don't think I'm not sure anybody's looking at that right now, because the PARP inhibitors appear to have very similar efficacy. But on the other hand, there are differences. So another one that's not approved yet is talazoparib. And that one has supposedly more ability to trap PARP in the whole process of DNA repair or non-DNA.
Talzenna. It's approved. Yeah, Talzenna is the trade name.
Yeah, but I don't think it's approved for prostate yet.
No.
Yeah.
So you think that one's going to be tested?
Well, it is being tested in prostate, but I mean, I don't think anybody's gotten to the point where they would say, okay, the person was treated with olaparib, had a response, but now isn't having one anymore. Should we add talazoparib? I don't think people are there yet. But they're
at the point where we're going to use this as a cocktail, come at it. From right.
Yes, they definitely are. There's
awesome.
All kinds of cocktails out there with PARP inhibitors. You name it, we got it.
Okay, I apologize for saying this. I'm going to hide my face. Can't even believe I'm giving this another pro chemo comment. But you got to admit it, it's also true that chemotherapy has also seemed to go after some of these mutations. Some people that have mutations seem to respond to chemotherapy because chemotherapy seems to hit these places in a lot of cell division areas. So we've seen these cases, and I not only heard about them, they've been presented that someone had these mutations, took a chemo, and whammo, they had a response.
Yep. Yeah, and usually the chemo is a cisplatin-based chemo. It's interesting because, before we had cabazitaxel, I was routinely using carboplatin as second-line chemo and having some incredible responses. Now, this was before we were doing this kind of genetic testing. So, I mean, I wish I could go back and test some of these people now to see if they were just BRCA1/2 or if there was something else. I mean, I think that there's a small number of us in prostate cancer who always believed that platinates had a role in treating patients. Okay, there's still a lot of skepticism about that. Whether, because I think it's independent of BRCA status, but I'm sure time will tell.
But it's also important globally to know, because a lot of people watching this will be in countries that don't have some of these agents approved. They're very expensive. And I thought it was interesting that this week that we had for the meeting, there was a couple things significant. One is that Michigan is one of the final 16 basketball teams in the tournament. That's highly significant to me. But the other thing is England announced their cost effectiveness agency rejected one of the PARP inhibitors to be treated for prostate cancer with BRCA1 and 2 mutations because of cost. And so I feel sorry for these poor patients. I mean, I'm sure they're going to work it out, but in the meantime, there could be a discussion of possibly using a chemotherapy if someone has a mutation, and because these drugs aren't available in every country.
Yes, absolutely. So I think that a platinate, and again, my main experience is with carboplatin, not cisplatin. But at any rate, I mean, honestly, I've treated, I can think off the top of my head of one guy I treated on and off for over 2 years with intermittent carboplatin.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's definitely, a reasonable option for somebody who might be in a situation where you cannot get a PARP inhibitor. Yes.
Which is a lot of places around the world right now until this moves. All right, two abbreviated topics, then we finish up. Do you have any comment on Xofigo, or the radiopharmaceutical that's approved? It's called radium-223. And then we'll talk about the finding from this week, which is significant also. These have become mainstay where you receive this drug and it targets your bone metastasis, you targets your bone sites, and they've been highly effective. Is there a type of patient you really like to see on this radium-223 Xofigo? Is there something that stands out in your mind of the type of patient that would receive this?
Yes, I would. Well, again, I'm somebody who in the past has used a lot of Sapulus LT or Provenge early metastatic castration-resistant disease, and so one of the places when radium or Xofigo became available that I like to use it is I would treat the patient with, the CYP and again, we don't usually see the PSA go down in that circumstance. But if the PSA was kind of slowly going up and there was nothing else going on for the patient, to me, that seemed like a great time to try to layer in Xofigo, because we know, at least according to clinical trials, both of those treatments are life prolonging. And it can be difficult to get Xofigo in at other times in the course of the disease. So for one thing, you don't want to be so Xofigo is given once a month over 5 months. And in the middle of that, you don't want to have to give a patient chemotherapy because number one, it suggests that that's not a good thing to do off the setting of a clinical trial in the label. But the reason is because it has overlapping toxicities with chemotherapy that we use in prostate cancer and could cause some severe low blood counts that might it could theoretically result in death. So I want to use Xofigo when I feel like I'm not going to, I'm sensing that I'm not going to need to start chemo in the near future. Occasionally we'll, because Xofigo, by the way, oftentimes does not result in a PSA decline either. So sometimes we'll start layering other things on, like maybe some Xtandi or enzalutamide. We recently had some issues about starting abiraterone or Zytiga at the same time as starting radium because of that clinical trial where there were excess fractures in those people who got the combination starting at the same time. Yeah. So that's actually now in guidelines that shouldn't be done. But I mean, sometimes you can add some other things in there with radium if a person's really worried about their PSA. But at this point in the disease, I encourage people to think about how they feel rather than what the number is. I think it's way more important.
What about this new, this week, the week of the meeting, this company is saying that lutetium, this targeted radioligand therapy, seemed to improve overall survival, and they're going to be presenting this soon. The Vision trial is a phase 3 trial. So we could be on the heels this year of having another drug approved in castrate-resistant prostate cancer. Do you have any feelings about this product?
Well, okay, first, I've never worked with it, so I have to say that. But I do know that, again, it's kind of like the PARP inhibitors in that not every patient with metastatic CRPC is going to be eligible for treatment. So if you look at the patients who were in the Vision trial, they had to show that their tumor had PSMA, right?
Right.
And so if the tumor didn't express much PSMA, then there was no point in using a PSMA targeted therapy to treat the person, because it would mean you were not getting a significant amount of the tumor. So, I mean, I tend to, believe data when it comes out of a phase 3 trial that's, well conducted. I do think it will complicate understanding where to insert that in the whole course of the disease. But, again, it's just another option that we as physicians and patients are going to have over time to be treated for their disease.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exciting. I mean, you and I were around 20, 25 years ago when it was a very barren area.
Yes, it was.
And, now you talk about feast or famine. I mean, we were around when there was famine. So the last subject I'll talk about is, you brought it up, Provenge. You and I were a part of campaigning. Any drug you can get approved, we would try to get it approved. March on Washington, it was so crazy. And now it's still hung in there. So using Provenge immunotherapy, where you go in and get a couple of treatments, are you still an advocate of that, or do you think it's become archaic? Or do you feel very strongly that men who qualify it for absolutely should run out and get it?
I don't see why not. It's very simple to get. The side effects are very minimal and temporary. I mean, now full disclosure, I was part of the trial, the phase 3 trial, and not only did we have that phase 3 trial, but we had some other trials that we looked at after that were smaller but randomized that showed the same thing. And I know that it's hard to believe if a PSA doesn't go down, how could it result in increased survival? But there's a lot of things about the immune system we don't understand. Do I think some higher tech immunotherapies might not be coming along? Yes, I do think some higher tech immunotherapies are going to be coming along, but some of them may even be combined with Provenge.
Right.
So people are looking at those combinations. And time will tell, but I do think I'm a firm believer in immunotherapy, and certainly we've seen it in many other solid tumors now, other cancers. Prostate cancer is just a little bit harder than some of the other ones that, are a little bit easier to treat with these immune treatments.
I mean, this is going to sound really basic, but I think that you proved this in your study, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's not only Provenge still doesn't get enough love, so to speak. What you found is that the earlier you used it in the course of the disease,
and that's why
the benefit was far greater. Can you comment on that? And that's the problem, right? You got to use it early to get the benefit.
Yeah. And well, the thing is, because you don't expect the PSA to go down, because you don't expect to see any changes on imaging, although we do occasionally, I mean, you can't save Provenge for a time when the disease is roaring along and things are changing quickly. That's why you want to use Provenge early when things may be kind of putzing along, and you can get that immune therapy into the person. And then just keep going. In some patients, we can treat with Provenge and not do anything for up to a year. That's I've seen that a number of times. And is that beneficial for the patient? I think it is beneficial for the patient. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you commented on that. But still, it just doesn't get enough attention at meetings anymore. It kind of gets lost in the shuffle a little bit. And I was going to have you, as I ask, just some lightning round, just one or two here, just random from the clouds. I was going to have you meet our new dog. Do you mind if I bring the dog in?
Oh no, bring your dog.
I don't know what the hell he's going to do. He's kind of semi out of it, and so he's supposed to be released somewhere here in the next minute or two. Okay, let's go through some lightning round questions, which means they're just totally random, and then we're done. Does that sound good? Okay. Let's talk about number one mistake doctors make with prostate cancer. Of course, I know there's many mistakes doctors can make, but what's one of the biggest mistakes you still see doctors make with prostate cancer?
Thinking that PSA should not be done for screening.
I didn't expect you to say that. That's interesting. I thought you were going to say something in the castrate-resistant prostate cancer world.
Well, but I mean, I want to try to get to this early, right?
Yeah. And now with COVID and all that, people are talking about seeing more and more advanced patients. Okay. What about number one mistake patients make in prostate cancer? Or one of the top mistakes patients make overall? Come here, buddy. Come here. Pretend like you like me on camera. You know how you do. Look at this. This is my guy. This is Grazi.
Hi.
Grazi's here.
You need some testosterone lowering medication.
This is one of the world's most famous oncologists. Don't you care? I call this segment. This is Tia Higano. So this is our first annual Doggone Good Question segment. So he brought an extra question in his teeth. That was the setup. So I'll ask you this question. Hey, buddy. Well, Daddy loves you. I know. Don't worry. I got to let Tia go. I've kept her going 2 hours. So, dogs are getting a lot of attention in prostate cancer lately. They can apparently sniff out prostate cancer. That's our new dog. It's 5 months old. Oh my gosh. Got a lot of energy. Now I know why it's tough to have children when you're really old. Because
I talked to my husband about that.
I can't even take care of a dog. Anyway, so I'm sorry. Biggest mistake patients make in prostate cancer you were thinking about? What's one of the biggest mistakes you see them make that you could offer a quick piece of advice that comes to the top of your head? Your one with doctors was really good.
So I think the most common mistake that I see is that in their eagerness to understand what's out there and read the literature, they commonly make conclusions based on research that's done in a laboratory that has not been done on humans. And they want to ask about all these different, treatments. And I mean, it's understandable, but it is a mistake. I mean, stick with the human data, not with the test tube data.
That's a really good one that I haven't actually heard in all my time of being a moderator for these conferences. Isn't that funny? Because I've lived that for 33 years, meaning people translate diet and supplements from the test tube
Same
all
thing.
the time. And I always say, people always say, well, why don't you talk about this? And I say, there's so many people I could invite to the table, and it'd be thousands. And if you're a mouse, I can cure you of prostate cancer with high doses of this. But in humans, a lot of these things haven't worked. You know, and I'll just give you a classic example. Everyone has asked me for the entire year, because I've been writing COVID updates with my public health background. I've been writing, I think I've done 16 of them. So now I'm immersed in COVID as my second job. And they've said, well, why aren't you commenting on the supplements that work against COVID? And I said, because I have no idea what in the hell supplements are going to work against COVID. So I'm not going to do the wrong thing here and pretend like anybody knows.
Right.
So right when the pandemic started, people are saying, take zinc, take vitamin C, take vitamin D. And I'm going, who can say this? This hasn't even come out of a laboratory. So if I'm going to do the most responsible thing as the supplement guru of America, I'm going to keep my mouth shut and say, I have no idea, because that's the truth. So what happens in the past 2 weeks? Cleveland Clinic publishes their data on zinc and high dose vitamin C for people outpatients, and it didn't work any better than just usual care. It doesn't mean supplements don't work against COVID. It just means everyone's got all the answers when it's in the test tube.
Right. Exactly. I know. So that's the most common mistake I think is worth commenting on.
I appreciate that, because I live that all the time. It's like, why aren't you? And because if I recommended everything that worked in a test tube, you'd be taking 6,000 pills. And, you know, it's not easy to get those things to human studies and figure out which ones work. So this is what I have you for. Our dog's name is Grazi. Grazi's first annual DGGQ. It's called Doggone Good Question. That's our last question of the day. This is the question. This is the question that the dog brought. This is how I've got to become innovative in my old age when we go to YouTube.
I like it.
So here is the question. I wrote down a couple of questions, and I thought one is the best one. And again, to the audience, I had no idea what necessarily Dr. Higano would cover. We didn't talk beforehand. She had no idea what questions were coming. This has all been off the cuff. So here's the best question I think I could end tonight with. And take your time and have a sip of water if you want. And it's a very serious question, and it's a difficult one, but it's one that provides hope. You have been around for a long time treating patients with advanced cancer. Can you share with us one of the greatest treatment stories or miracles you've ever witnessed treating a patient? And the reason why this is important is because there are a lot of oncologists that bring me down. They depress me. They tell me about who did this, how long the survival was, this didn't work very well. But at the same time, most of the good oncologists I know have had miracle moments where they didn't think something would provide a miracle. I don't care if you call it cure or control. So when someone thinks of the magic of treatment in medicine and a patient, is there a particular person or a situation that comes to mind that still just makes you go, how in that? I still don't get it, but thank God it happened. There's got to be so many in your Rolodex.
Well, so there's 3 things I want to say. 2 patients, 3 things. One is, and this is going to sound kind of woo-woo, but I do believe that there is something, I believe that if you looked at different oncologists and their patient outcomes, you might see differences based on the oncologist. And this would be if supposing the patients all got the same treatments with the oncologist and they were identical patients, but the oncologist used the same drugs in either case, but there's this oncologist and there's that oncologist. I can't really explain that, but it's just, I do think it may, so you said the word hope before, and I do think it has something to do with that. And you know, I can't really explain it, but, nor by the way, do I believe in false hope. I think it is important to be realistic when the time comes, but before that, because, you know, even when you get to a point where in some ways, you know, the end is coming, that doesn't mean there's still not hope. Okay. So that's there's two patients I can think of just off the top of my head. One is a patient of mine who, by the way, did just go to heaven. But he's been my patient since 1994. And in 1996, you know, we were still doing a lot of high dose chemo and autologous stem cell transplants. So, you know, we had a conversation with his wife because she wanted to know, was there anything we could do that might be useful in the future? And I said, well, we could maybe harvest his bone marrow. Now, this could only come from someone like me who trained at Fred Hutch. Okay. So we harvested his bone marrow. This was before there was, you know, peripheral blood stem cell harvest. We had to take him to the OR and stick the needles in his butt and get out, you know, X amount of bone marrow. So we froze it away. And over the years, his wife kept saying, well, should we continue to pay for the freezer storage? And I said, well, you know, if it's not that much and if it's not, a financial burden, why don't you just keep it going? Because, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. So, you know, being a patient for as long as he was, I can say he went through all kinds of therapy. And eventually, he really couldn't get any therapy because his blood counts were terrible. I mean, his counts were too low to give more chemo or any, and he couldn't get on experimental therapy, zero. And I felt like part of his bone marrow suppression was not just because he had cancer in his bone marrow, but because he had had a lot of SBRT. And even though it's not supposed to do that, you know, we had zapped him a number of times in order to, you know, prevent the need for other drugs. And that's what he wanted to do. So we did it. And so I was thinking, well, you know, we have that bone marrow in the freezer. And so, you know, we had to go through a bunch of hoops at Fred Hutch. And so we gave him back his bone marrow, and lo and behold, his counts completely normalized. Now, what they thought was incredible was that this bone marrow had been in the freezer all those years. And so one of the things they did before we gave it to him was they tested its viability. And it was like 85% viable, which is huge. I mean, that was plenty enough to feel good about giving him that bone marrow that had been frozen for so many years. And I think this is kind of one of those crazy stories that will go down in history at Fred Hutch. But anyway, and actually, you know, had we not done that, I'm confident the way his counts were, he would have died of a bleeding event, bleeding and or infection. But I mean, he got another almost 2 years out of that.
Wow.
Who knows? Okay, so then I have another patient who been through the same thing, really everything. No genetic markers, no nothing, couldn't do PARP, didn't have MSI high or any of those things. But I said, look, we don't have anything to lose here. Let's try pembrolizumab. Yeah, and I had to go to Merck and get, you know, get approval for that and to get the drug, because his insurance, of course, wasn't going to pay. And within a very short period of time, his PSA went from whatever 14 something, but I mean, he had diffuse metastatic disease to undetectable. And it stayed there. I think we're on month 6. I mean, so, I mean, you know what, there's, it's things happen.
This
Um,
is
you know-
Keytruda. This is the drug you're talking about,
Yes,
pembrolizumab,
correct.
the immunotherapy that patients can get working with their oncologist if they qualify potentially. But
Yes.
you're saying this person wasn't a strict qualifying candidate.
not-
You just thought,
correct.
what the heck?
Yeah.
Well, somebody asked the question the other day on these PARP inhibitors and all these mutations. What happens if you gave it to someone that didn't have these mutations? Is that, in other words, that's the thinking, right? There's so much we don't understand. Sometimes when you just try it, you get lucky enough that it
Yes.
works.
Yes. I mean, there's a lot we don't know. I mean, we just have to admit that.
Yeah. So who initiated getting this Keytruda, the pembrolizumab for this patient? You just said, hey, let's do it. And they just said, okay, sounds good, even though it wasn't indicated.
You have to go through Merck and get, there's some paperwork you have to do, but it's not that onerous. I mean, if you get a response for that, I mean, I've never seen somebody more grateful, when he was looking at, not too good of a quality life coming up, given where he was in his disease. And now he's like, anyway, so that was incredible.
That's a great story, because in that situation, some people do have, watching this right now, have the potential to access that drug.
Yes, they do.
Doing the paperwork.
Mm-hmm. Well, their doctor has to advocate, but I mean, when you get to a certain point, what's the harm?
Yeah.
I mean, so we don't want to minimize the toxicity of these agents, because they can cause toxicities that are even life-threatening. On the other hand, if you already have a life-threatening disease, you might be willing to take the chance of that, since it's not a high chance, but I mean, it's a chance. I mean, like any drugs, they have side effects, and in some patients, they're not going to go that well. But if you do nothing with your cancer at that point in time, you certainly aren't going to get any better.
And the company is donating the product to you, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's about advocate. It's a great way to.
And they have a special program, yeah. So it's really not hard to do.
So you must have just this was recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the drug's not been out that long. So
no, it's in the last year.
And you must have just gone, this is amazing.
Well, yeah. So here's the thing. So his care had to be taken over by a colleague of mine who told him this was ridiculous. There's no responses to single agent pembrolizumab. And he told me, I said, just try it.
Yeah.
And I think the other guy obviously, had egg on his face for saying that.
Well, that's, you and I have known this for a long time. The beauty of being in the academic world is it's beautiful. There's a beautiful part of it. The downside is once in a while you get people that, how can I put this nicely? They think essentially they understand the entire book and how it's written and what to do and when, not realizing that part of this is just trial and error. And the more times you can go up to bat, that's right, there's an art. And if you get up to bat more, the chances that you can hit the baseball go up. But you can't hit the ball unless you go up to bat.
Exactly. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. In your usual sports-like way.
Yeah, when in doubt, I always go to the sports analogy. It makes me feel like I know what the hell I'm talking about.
That's okay.
Okay, so Michigan versus Florida State tomorrow night in the tournament. Who do you like? Michigan's in the Sweet 16 in basketball.
Because I'm talking to you, I'm going to have to say Michigan.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was just a setup. Okay, that was the perfect way to end it. Listen, it's official now. Of all these years when we started the spring meeting, you have gone the longest, and that's partly my fault. And that's why I wanted you here, so we cover all these topics. So without getting too cheesy, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you spent this kind of time with us. I hope that we can do this again in the future or do a follow-up. And without being too cheesy again, I want you to tell your husband I said hi. Mia says hi to you. And I've appreciated your friendship. and I've appreciated working with you all these years and getting to do these meetings. And you're always somebody I looked up to. And I'm so glad we finally got you here so people could see what I've always been seeing at these medical meetings. Yeah.
That's very, very nice of you to say. I appreciate that. Really
Absolutely.
Do.
And
I appreciate you guys doing this for patients, because I think it's really, really important.
Thank you. I mean, this thing has grown. I mean, there'll be thousands and thousands of people that see this within the first week. It's just these numbers are mind-boggling, and we just keep adding the information. And I think they'll very much appreciate this. So I hope we can do this again in the future as a part 2. And I hope to talk to you soon. But thank you.
Yeah,
I'll see you soon. Okay. Thanks, Tia.
Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Moyad, and thank you, Dr. Higano. Before we start the Q&A with Dr. Moyad and Dr. Scholz, I'd like to thank our sponsors: Bayer, Janssen, Astellas, Pfizer, Dendreon, AbbVie, Blue Earth, Advanced Accelerator Applications, Clovis, Myovent, Foundation Medicine, and Progenics, who helped to make this all possible. Also, we're still giving away $50 Amazon gift cards, and to enter to win, all you need to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel, go to our conference webpage, and enter your email and say Go Blue. Don't forget to share this conference on all of your social media platforms and help us spread prostate cancer awareness. All right, the time has come, and I'm proud to welcome back our favorite duo, Dr. Mark Moyad and Dr. Mark Scholz. Dr. Scholz is the Executive Director of PCRI, and as you've heard, Dr. Mark Moyad is our beloved moderator. We hope you find this Q&A educational.
Okay, well, here we are toward the end of the conference. I can't believe it. And the first thing you want to think about besides, well, I want to get your comments on our 2 speakers, and I know I did a great job. But first, you might be surprised, Dr. Scholz, this is my 3rd clothing change and my 3rd hairbrush to the side during the conference. Both our speakers went 2.5 hours. I was drenched in sweat after both of them. So during the break, I changed twice. So for those of you out there that said, this is Moyad's 3rd different shirt. He had on a button-up linen. He had on an M golf shirt. Now he's got a nice little preppy shirt. It's because these speakers made me sweat. I was exhausted. So that's what happened. And then I gave myself a quick trim. For $21, I bought a wall haircut device during the pandemic because my barber retired. So I learned how to give myself haircuts. So if you want a free haircut from me, Dr. Scholz, when I'm out there next time, I'll give you a free haircut. So welcome, my good friend, my BFF. Give me your just general thoughts before we start jumping around in questions.
Well, aren't we lucky to have people like Dr. Higano and Dr. Hope to address these incredibly important subjects? I mean, they're so gracious to take their time and to share their expertise with us. And I think these are going to be timeless presentations, not just for this conference, but people are going to come back to this over and over again because of the richness of the information they've provided us with.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you were happy with that. I was very happy. I mean, I was nervous about going a little bit longer, but I thought this is so good. And I actually wasn't able to cover everything I wanted to cover. So why don't we just break this down into, let's first cover those talks a little bit. Let's talk about imaging. And what I want to talk about first is we got a lot of questions. The PSMA imaging, there was no question from the questions that people are excited about it. But it was interesting. Sometimes you take it for granted. We had a number of questions that said, well, wait a second. This is at UCSF and UCLA. What am I supposed to do if I live in Alaska or I live in Ohio? You know, what should I do? Where should I go? And so what are your thoughts about that, about accessing a PET CT scan if you don't live in LA or the greater San Francisco area?
Well, you can travel, of course. I've got a ton of patients. You know, we're doing more and more of these phone visits now. So we have patients from all over the place. And it comes down to how urgent is it to get the scan? If you want to get a scan right now, let's say someone's newly diagnosed and they want to find out if the cancer has spread before they have radiation or some treatment. It's probably about a 6-7 week waiting list right now. Get on the list, go for it. You may have some out-of-pocket expense, but this information is so valuable, it's certainly worth it. Then we have other people that maybe their PSA is rising after surgery or radiation, maybe not too quickly. And we know that these scans are going to be commercially available probably in the summertime, the fall, certainly by the end of the year. And there's an installed base of PET scanners across the country that will be able to quickly adapt to this new technology. So it's not like they have to recreate the wheel for all the infrastructure. That's in place. They just need to get the special stuff that they squirt into your veins that goes and finds the cancer. And then the doctors that are reading these are going to need some training. It's a new type of scan, not a lot of training probably. And then, as you mentioned in the Q&A that you had with Dr. Hope, that he didn't think that there'll be a whole lot of need for overreads, but there will be at the beginning. As these doctors are in their learning curve. So I'm sure that UCLA and UCSF will have programs where the images can be put on a disc, sent to the specialist, and double checked to make sure that the readout is accurate.
All of these are popping up, these studies, but what I think people don't know about you and the scan availability is what they're hearing about is the FDA approval in December of 2020. They're going, wow, it was approved at UCLA and UCSF. However, you and others have been sending people for PSMA scans for the past few years, correct? So you can be part of a clinical study. You've been putting people toward PSMA scans for several years before the official FDA approval, correct? So can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, it's obviously inconvenient if someone lives out of state and he needs this type of technology, but the scan, the technological advance that this scan represents is that good that it's worth getting on a plane to get the information. I mean, that's been the perennial question with all cancers. You have a tumor in the prostate, for example. Is there anything outside the gland? That's a whole different story. If there's any type of metastasis, then the whole treatment paradigm changes. So we have to get that information if we want to give optimal treatment.
So I want to put PSMA scans now on the shelf for the next 10 to 20 minutes, because I think this is such a complicated subject that was made easy by the speakers that if you have to think like me, simplistically. I'm not smart enough to think in a complicated fashion. Let's first talk about what's out there, and then we'll end with PSMA. And this is what I tried to do with Dr. Hope, and I think it went well. I think he understood the direction we were going. So let's just talk. I'm going to throw out a couple of different scanning tests, and then we're going to go to the FDA approved ones, but the FDA approved PET CTs. Let's just talk about bone scan. Does bone scan have value today, or is it, as Thomas Hope said, look, these are going away and going away quickly, a bone scan?
Yeah, we've had relatively easy access to PSMA PET scans now for a couple of years because UCLA is just down the street from us. And the patients have been willing to, they've had to pay for these things. $3,000 for a scan is not a small investment, but people realize the value and they've been pretty ready to write a check and do it. So in that context where people can afford to get the scan and we have access to the scans at UCLA, yeah. What's a bone scan? What are you talking? Let's not waste much time talking about dinosaur stuff. But
the dinosaur stuff is going on all around the Jurassic Park, which is the United States, right? I mean,
historically, we've gotten, someone comes in, they've got a Gleason 8, they're a high risk, newly diagnosed prostate cancer. That means that there's maybe a 15 to 30% chance of metastatic disease outside the gland that should be treated with hormones and radiation. And so the standard thing is do a CAT scan and a bone scan. So how often are we going to find that metastasis that we know is out there 1/3 of the time with a CAT scan and a bone scan? The answer is about 5% of the time. It's almost worthless. Doctors do these scans because they feel that there's a medical legal responsibility, because if something would show up and you didn't look for it, well, then you look like a real idiot. So they do these scans, and then they, unfortunately, you need a big chunk of cancer, 1/2 inch across before, that's 1 billion cells, before they'll show up in a CAT scan and a bone scan. So these PSMA PET scans are, just, I don't know how to describe how different this is, where something you can pick up is 2-3 millimeters across. It's a whole new world.
And what about MRI? There was probably 5, 10 questions within the imaging about, does this mean PET CTs or other types of imaging are going to take over MRIs, or MRI is still going to be the standard and active? I mean, where's MRI's role as everybody starts talking about how great these other scans are? Where do you see MRI's role the next few years?
Yeah, so MRI still has a role. You know, this gets us into this whole issue, Mark, and when I've, for 5 years now, I've been saying, don't do any more random biopsies. And that probably gives you the heebie-jeebies when I say that. And you're a really extremely smart, accomplished, well-read.
Good looking.
All that and more.
Yeah.
And yet I predict that random biopsies will also be a dinosaur type thing, in 5 to 10 years. And this is because MRI imaging is so excellent. Now, we won't get into the fact that it's imperfect, because all the studies that look at comparing MRI versus random biopsies always show that the MRIs are better, but not perfect. Everyone wants perfection. But they're forgetting that you can do an MRI every year, just like you do a mammogram in a woman. If you have a mammogram that doesn't show cancer in 1 year, you do it the next year, and you keep doing it, and you keep watching. And God forbid something's there and grows, it'll become detectable. So MRIs are going to continue to be very important for both screening, staging, and for monitoring people on active surveillance. But the really cool thing about PSMA PET scans, and this is something that Dr. Hope, I don't think is quite seen yet, because he's probably not that involved in the therapy of early stage prostate cancer that much. He's involved in the staging of it, but not the decision making for what do you do for these patients. And as focal therapy, where people just have a section of their prostate treated, is becoming more and more popular. But the problem has always been, but what if there's a small amount of cancer on the other side that we're missing? Aren't we going to just end up with a more difficult situation later? And so a lot of doctors are hesitant to think about focal therapy. And there's other reasons to be hesitant about focal therapy. But the PSMA PET scans are a completely fresh second opinion about what's going on the other side. So patients often will have an initial random biopsy, whether they have or haven't. Then they'll get an MRI and they'll say, yeah, we only see a spot on one side. This is a candidate for focal therapy. But then we don't know for sure that there's not some small something on the other side that will later become a problem. What a great role for PSMA PET scan to see if there's any activity on the other side. So people like Dan Margolis, who we've had speak here before, tell me, and he does both PET scans and MRIs, that the accuracy of these PSMA PET scans inside the prostate approaches and possibly slightly surpasses the accuracy of an MRI inside the prostate. So it's not going to replace MRI, but it's going to be complementary to MRI. So you're going to get two opinions about what's going on in the prostate instead of one.
Someone should watch. We've done this 7 years. We've done the regular conference much longer. That's gone on, I don't know, 20 some. We did the spring conference we started 7 years ago, and it keeps growing and growing. Somebody should go watch the tape from that first year when the word random biopsies was coming up and people were talking about, hey, MRI is coming in. MRI is here, right? I mean, look at all the stuff. Every year we get more studies. I think we've already had 2 more studies in the past 12 months. So MRI is here. So do you see patients, and do you have patients that clearly get both? They get an MRI and a PET CT, and you get valuable information from both? It's not one or the other. It's not one or the other.
Correct. Yeah. So it's you want as much confidence as possible to know if you're going to do what would be considered experimental therapy by a lot of people to treat only a section of the prostate, because historically, patients sometimes are under the incorrect belief that the doctors are targeting the cancer in the prostate. No, they're wiping if it's surgery, they take the whole prostate out. They don't take the cancer out. They take the prostate out. If it's radiation, they don't radiate the cancer, they radiate the whole gland. And of course, the problem is that, the incidence of erectile dysfunction is quite high with these, even under the best of circumstances. So a lot of us guys, I know you don't, but a lot of guys care about keeping their erections. And that's a real priority. It's hard for some people to understand that that's important, but I'm in the camp that does think that's important.
You clearly had your coffee this morning. I mean, you got a lot of verve, you got a lot of moxie. So, okay, we moved on from bone scans. I got a comment. My funniest moment with Hope is mentioning in their website that you can't take Pepto-Bismol 4 hours before you get a bone scan.
You got him. You caught him.
I caught everybody.
that guy is so brilliant. I mean, he was scary smart, and it's just like, but he had the said, I never heard of that. I love it.
I gave credit for that. You know, I'm a legend in my own mind, and the reality was, I was wondering if people understood that Pepto-Bismol causing radio opaque and distorting the image, and there's so many bismuth products. So I'm glad you enjoyed that, because I'm still laughing about it right now. All right, bone scan on the shelf. Let's go. MRI, I'm not going to put on the shelf yet. We had about 5 questions about, and it keeps coming back, gadolinium, gadolinium, gadolinium. Do I have to have gadolinium with my scan? Isn't this toxic? I heard this is bad for you to have this type of contrast. Gadolinium scan with MRI. What do you tell your patients? Yes or no?
Well, first, let me say I was so impressed by Dr. Hope's answer to that question. So let me just say that the measured and sensible answer, obviously backed up by deep knowledge of this whole field. The guy actually did research in this area, and he was very articulate about it. So I was just going right on when he was talking. So check out that clip for the patients that didn't see that and they have questions. He is so on target. But my opinion is that in a practical sense, that there's going to be less and less gadolinium used in our patients that are under surveillance, especially because we're doing annual MRIs in these patients. So why keep giving them gadolinium every time? Dr. Hope reassures us that a lot of the newer types of gadolinium don't linger like the older types. That's very comforting and reassuring. But it is true that they can get darn good images without doing the gadolinium. If you have someone that's doing it for the first time, or there's someone that is thinking of some sort of a dicey situation, the contrast adds a little bit of value. So if I was doing an MRI, I probably would do it with gadolinium. I'm not nervous about the gadolinium, but I have no problem for patients that are nervous about it to order the MRI and just skip it.
We talked about the term is inter-observer, inter-reader variability, that people look at pathology as, I need to get a second opinion often. And that's become accepted over the past decade easily. But people forget that unless you're reading tons and tons of scans, you're not necessarily an expert just yet. And so I know that Dr. Hope said, well, people will catch up. But the reason I'm asking this is coming to the question of, there are some people that read a ton of MRIs and some people that read some MRIs.
Yeah.
Do you recommend second readings of an MRI if there's a problem with the reading or you're just feeling nervous about it? Do you recommend somebody else who sees a lot of MRIs read your scan?
Routinely. And let me elaborate on that, but let's make a distinction between second opinion for a PSMA PET scan, this is going to come up, and second opinion for reading a multiparametric MRI of the prostate. So Dr. Hope was optimistic that reading these PSMA PET scans is going to be more straightforward and that the community radiologists will pick it up quickly. And I think that will be the case. I think that the technology is so beautiful and so distinct that well-trained radiologists are going to figure it out quickly, and getting overreads may not be as much of an issue as it is definitely an issue for MRI. MRI of the prostate, one expert told me that these doctors who read these MRIs of the prostate need 1,000 practice reads before they're competent to read these things. So my policy, if I see an MRI done at some unknown facility that I'm not familiar with, always I send it to UCLA or UCSF and get a second opinion. And it's amazing how often the readout changes substantially. Reading these MRIs is tricky. And so I don't even give it a second thought. If I'm reading an MRI from some unknown facility, I never consider taking it at face value. Never. Now that may change in 5 years as these places are getting up to speed and they're going to get better. But if we have a patient in another city getting an MRI on an annual basis per chance, we get a couple of consistent overreads from UCLA that say, yep, he's got it, this is right, then we'll start to trust that facility. They know what they're doing. But I never take it at face value.
Do you know how many people have read 1,000 MRIs of the prostate?
Not very many.
On one hand. I can count it. We call it on one Michigan hand. I mean, that's interesting. I think he gave a PC answer, which I understand, which is we're going to get there. But you know as well as I do that second opinions on biopsies is no big deal. And I think we're always going to be faced with the question, do you second opinion in any imaging scan? I mean, there's always going to be the NFL and there's always going to be college.
Well, the nice thing is I agree with Dr. Hope's conclusion that basically all the other scans, except for MRI, we're going to keep MRI for prostates, but bone scans, CAT scans, MRIs of the body, all this sort of stuff, people won't even think of them in a few more years.
That's just so unbelievable to me. That's why I loved reading him his quotations. I mean, they were beautiful. He was beautiful. It was beautiful. I want to cry when I think about it. All right, now let's move into the PET CT. Let's just spend the rest of the next 5-10 minutes because we got to move on to the others. We're pressed for time today. PET CT, why do I even need, can you explain to the audience for our newbies, why do I even need the PET with the CT? Why can't I just have a plain old CT? Why is everybody getting gaga to add the PET to the CT?
Well, what's really beautiful about this particular type of PET scan, there's many types. Dr. Hope mentioned FDG PET scans and Axelman PET scans. And these other types of PET scans, which are useful in their role, pick up hypermetabolic activity of cells, which is usually cancer. And so you get the sense of this is, where the cancer is. It lights up here, it lights up there. You have to interpret it. But a PSMA PET only lights up with prostate for all practical purposes. He mentioned a couple exceptions, which are quite esoteric and rare. So if you see spots of PSMA positivity in the lymph nodes, it's prostate cancer until proven otherwise. And we've never had a scan like that. We've had scans that say, well, there's a big lymph node or there's a hypermetabolic lymph node. But this is saying, no, this is prostate cancer in the lymph node. And so that precision it's going to be the difference between a fine artist painting a picture and someone that can just paint a picture, by connecting the numbers. It's going to make prostate cancer management so much more straightforward for everybody.
So I don't want a contract out on me. I want to be able to start my car in the morning and everything is fine. And what I mean by that is right now we're sort of the poster boys running around going PSMA PET scan, PSMA PET, everyone, this is all a lot of love. Let's go through the FDA approved ones that are all around this country, all around the world. You tell me the pros and cons. I walked it through with Hope. I want to get your opinion on it. And let's start with the FDG. It's basically what he said, a sugar molecule. The FDG PET scan, which is used in PET CT scan, used in so many other cancers and may have a slight role in prostate. What's your thought about FDG PET CT scan?
Yeah, I don't use it for prostate. If it was covered by insurance, I would consider using it in very rare, exceptional cases of extremely advanced cancer, advanced prostate cancer. But because I'm asking people to write a check for something that's of questionable value, I don't use it at all. I don't hesitate to ask patients to write checks for PSMA PET scans because I know they're getting value for their dollar. But I'm not going to spend patients' money on a scan that is probably not going to show anything, or if it does, it's not going to give us information that we can't get through other means. So FDG is for lung cancers and other types of cancers, but for all practical purposes, it's got little or no value in prostate.
What do you think about the curveball I threw him, though? There's some people that say once in a blue moon, when you see something that de-differentiates, when you see something super duper aggressive, it might pick it up where another scan can't. Have you seen that case?
Yes, absolutely. So thankfully, these patients that are, the very advanced ones that are hormone refractory and their disease is progressing, they're becoming more rare, thank God. So it's a relatively small segment of the type of prostate cancer patients that we see. We see them, but it's certainly not the majority. And then the other FDA-approved scans, the ones that I say that are going the way of the dinosaurs, the CAT scans and the bone scans, provide pretty good information in that same setting.
Yeah.
So again, if insurance covered it, I would probably order an FDG PET scan in people with really advanced disease. And some centers they can somehow finagle these scans and not create a big out-of-pocket expense for patients.
Yeah.
And use it. But it's been rarefied air, and if you consider all I do is treat prostate cancer, so I can't remember the last time I've ordered an FDG PET scan.
Yeah. So, but this brought up about 5 or 6 questions and all the questions that were submitted. So I'm going to add it on to the FDG. Not that it necessarily is related, but it made me think of it. Patients are starting to hear these words of variants, because you hear the word variants a lot with COVID, right? We're talking about the UK variant, the Brazil variant, but we have variants in prostate cancer that are very rare and can be aggressive. And you hear the words neuroendocrine, you hear the word small cell. Can you just mention these variants for a moment, how rare they are and how you pick them up? It seems to scare a lot of people because they hear about them and they think their cancer is evolving to become one of those variants, but it's something we've never talked about in all our years of doing Q&A. So can you?
It's really good. Yeah, it's really good that you bring that up, Mark, because as you know, we wrestle with fears because people can die of prostate cancer, and there's this false assumption that prostate cancer is one illness. And they hear about one person dying and they think, gosh, I have that same condition, I could die too. And so I think the important thing is to consider first and foremost that there are these different stages. In the book I wrote about 5 different stages of prostate cancer. So before anyone's going to have to deal with the possibility of a variant, such as these scary and rare conditions, you have to be in the most highest stage. We called it the royal stage, but you're talking about men that have to have metastatic disease and have become resistant to Lupron now, and also usually resistant to the 2nd generation drugs like Xtandi and Zytiga. And so those aren't working, the PSA is going up, and such individuals have spots of cancer spread throughout their body, okay? Now you start wondering about variants. Everyone else doesn't need to hear about this at all. People that have rising PSAs after surgery, people that are newly diagnosed, people that are on active surveillance. The whole variant situation is created by a decade or more of treatment. That's where the variants come from. So everyone else can just tune out this section of the talk, but people that have what we call the royal advanced metastatic hormone-resistant cancers, it can become an issue. Thank God it's not a dominant issue, but it is a subtype that doctors who treat prostate cancer are aware of and know that there are certain situations where you have to look for these things.
Excellent, excellent. So now let's go through a couple of the other scans and end up at PSMA and then move on. Mayo and other places, well, primarily it's associated with Mayo Clinic, actually. Let me preface that as the choline scan, the choline PET CT scan. And it was approved around 2012. As I mentioned, there was about 98 patients submitted. It was about 4 different studies in their prescribing information. And now they set the standard. They set a standard for, wow, these things are real. You can do PET CT. So tell us where the choline, CHOLINE PET CT scan is today, because it's still available at these institutions. And do you send people for them or not, or do they have a role?
We do. It's obviously inconvenient because there's only 2 locations, one in Arizona and one in Rochester. And then Mayo is a big bureaucratic thing. So it's not just like you just order a scan and it happens. You know, people have to get into the system and they don't make it easy. But in my opinion, if we didn't have PSMA PET scans coming along, choline is the best available thing that we have here in the United States. I think it's probably better than Axemin, which you may bring that up in a minute. It's a very useful and practical scan. In the past, we talked about Combidex, which is a type of scan done over in Europe. So Combidex and choline, these are scans that have definite value for finding where the prostate cancer is. I think PSMA PET, I know PSMA PET scan is a more accurate scan than choline, but that doesn't mean that choline isn't worthwhile. And you and Dr. Hope talked a little bit about the fact that there are some patients who have cancers, maybe 5%, that don't make PSMA. And so choline would be a good fallback position to look for metastatic disease in those individuals.
Yeah, as just a quick advertisement for our fall conference, we've already locked in the Mayo Clinic expert there who works with those scans. And so
Dr. Kwan, the chief of urology from Mayo Clinic in Rochester.
Yes.
Who's done a deep dive into this choline PET scan, PSMA PET scan world. Definitely an authority and always a lot of fun. I know that you and him are always incredibly entertaining when you get on the stage together.
Oh, Quan missed his calling. I mean, he's almost as funny as I am, but not quite. But I love having him here, and he knows so much about scans and what to do and this whole topic. And so that's going to be coming up in the fall, which registration is going to start soon. Plus, we have other speakers like Dr. Epstein in pathology at Hopkins. That's just a side quick advertisement. All right, so now we get to fluciclovine. I hate saying that word, the amino acid, synthetic amino acid, also known as Axumin, AXUMIN, approved everywhere around the United States. It really is. Do you still use them? And what type of patient do you use them in?
So Axumin is good for detecting lymph node disease. It's better than a CAT scan or an MRI for detecting lymph node disease. Not very good for bone disease. It is FDA approved. You need a little higher PSA before you start to go snooping around with an Axumin PET scan, a PSA of at least 1, whereas some of the PSMA PET scans are picking up cancer with PSAs as low as 0.2, amazingly.
Amazing.
So it's not as good as a PSMA PET scan, but it is covered. It is it's quite a bit more tricky to interpret Axumin PET scans than PSMA PET scans. So this is where you definitely want to get an overread and have some experts double check what the initial read was. But it can be useful. It's a definite advance over the historical CAT scans that we would use to look for lymph node disease.
And people have them covered by insurance, isn't that correct? Because I mean, they're available all across the United States. So for people that can't travel, they want a good scan, it's there, right?
Yeah. Medicare is consistently covering it. Strangely, some of the Blue Cross Blue Shield insurances will drag their feet on paying for it. It's FDA approved. I don't know how they can ethically or even legally justify that, but sometimes patients get some pushback on coverage with these non-Medicare insurances, unfortunately.
Anything else about any other scan besides PSMA you want to say? Because I'm just going to finish up the last minute or two with PSMA, unless there's something else we missed about the bone scan, the MRI. We talked about gadolinium ad nauseum. We've talked about the other types of PET CT scans. Anything else you want to talk about as those side scans? Because I'm done talking about them.
Yeah, I think you covered it very well, Mark. It's nice that we can have a whole section focused on this because it's all about, in the past, we had to use things like Gleason score, how high the PSA is, how big the nodule is, and we would do a statistical projection and do a guesstimate. Well, we think there's probably a 1 out of 3 chance that there's disease in the lymph nodes. We don't know for sure because all we've got is this crappy CAT scan to try and determine if there's any cancer. Sometimes the surgeons would use this as an argument and say, well, we just don't know about the lymph nodes, so we want to do surgery on you so we can remove the lymph nodes and look at them under the microscope as if that's justification for lifetime mutilation. But this whole issue is so important because now instead of using these projections, these guesstimates, we're actually getting a scan and looking. Now, does it mean if your PSMA PET scan is clear that there's absolutely no risk of cancer out there? No, it doesn't. All it does is reduce the likelihood of their cancer being out there by at least 50%. So if you have someone with high-risk disease and you do all these calculations, you say, sir, you have an 18% chance that there's metastatic disease outside your prostate. But now we did a PSMA PET scan. It's clear. So if you have something, it's obviously very small, and the chances now that there's something out there is at least 50% lower. So you go from an 18% risk down to maybe a 9% risk. Is that going to change the way you treat that person? Are you going to consider not giving him 1.5 to 2 years of Lupron because you've got a lot stronger evidence that there's nothing spread? I think you are. The other talk that we're going to get into with Dr. Higano, I mean, that was, if I was seeing that for the first time and looking at what all the problems that hormone blockade can cause for men,
yeah,
I'd say, wow, how do I get out of that jail? That's a big deal. And so these PSMA PET scans, I think, offer a window of opportunity for men with high-risk disease that have negative PSMA PET scans to consider maybe foreshortening that routine recommendation of 18 months of hormone therapy. Maybe just do what you would do for intermediate risk, maybe 4 to 6 months would be more plausible in someone with a negative scan.
So just to the audience, when Dr. Scholz is talking, and sometimes I start laughing when he says some negative things about some type of surgeons. I laugh because I've known him as long as I've known probably some of my brothers. So, you know, we're sort of Cain and Abel at times, but also very close. So I just laugh because I know who he is.
No, I think the audience realize that you're just disrespecting me, Mark, but they've been willing to put up with that for years. You know, you have other good qualities, but being the son of a urologist, we understand that you've got a blind spot. I mean, that's okay.
I love surgeons. I think they do an amazing job. And you and I are going to go to our grave fighting this. But I just sometimes laugh because I met you when you were a serious guy, and now you have this humorous side. And whenever you make a joke, it's like Thomas Hope. Whenever you make a joke, I laugh. So I want the audience to understand it's based on the relationship. It's like talking with your brother of 20, 30 years.
No. You're not laughing at the joke. You're laughing at the fact that Scholz told a joke. You're saying, what?
That's true. That's well said. Much better said than it's like, yeah, Scholz told a joke. Man, someone lock and load that thing in. Let's put that on the wall as a quotation. Okay. Let's talk about PSA and PSMA. PSA, it was the limitation factor of past scans. You've got to admit that. Here's the nervousness. PSA is going up, and other PET CTs are saying, just let it go to 1, let it go to 1.5, let it go to 2. And I'm going, oh my gosh. So PSMA now can possibly pick up at 0.2. And so can you again elaborate on that? For someone that's waiting and they're watching their PSA slowly move up after primary therapy, and it reaches that threshold, are you confident that in the 0.2s, 0.3s, 0.4s, people should be talking about PSMAs now?
Well, you know, now that someone has to write a check for $3,000, we try and spend their money judiciously. When this is FDA approved, people are going to get a scan right at 0.2 because it'll be covered by insurance. And you say, why not? Let's look. That'll be routine. There is a better chance of finding something at, say, 0.5 to 0.7 than there is at 0.2. So if someone has to write a check for $3,000 and they want to spend their money wisely, they may wait for it to rise a little higher. There's data in the radiation literature that suggests that, you know, people that get treated with radiation around 0.5 do better than men who get treated with radiation at higher and higher levels. That means that the disease is more likely to be localized at 0.5 than if you allow it to go higher. So maybe it'll turn out around 0.5 is the sweet spot. We have a lot of men that are going to be wondering what's happening after radiation. Modern radiation, you know, historically they would say that if your PSA goes 2 points above the lowest amount, then you're having a relapse. I don't think that's going to be a modern standard with these PSMA PET scans. I think what you're going to tell men after radiation, seed implant, IMRT, proton therapy, that if your PSA starts going above 0.5, you probably need to get a scan and look and see if, God forbid, there's some cancer coming back. And people say, oh, that's such a low level. That's the beauty of these scans. You get rid of this guesswork that we've been dealing with for decades.
That's where you get control. That's where you get cure. That's where you get the words that people want to use, right? So, okay, so there's a couple scenarios. Sometimes PSAs move ever so slowly to 0.2 or 0.5. Sometimes they move fast. Do you also think the kinetics matter, or how quickly the PSA is moving, the doubling time in terms of how fast you're willing to get someone scanned?
Well, everyone, as you well know, that is a very important prognostic finding. And it was an important thing to look at in the era where we didn't have these scans, because we would have to make a decision about whether to treat. Sometimes these men are elderly, and if their PSA is rising in a sort of a languid fashion, we've learned over the years that you can simply watch those people for a while, give them a mild Casodex pill, and they'll live a normal life expectancy. We had to make these hard decisions about who to treat, how much to treat, and we used how quickly the PSA was rising as a determinant. That was all we had because we were blind. We didn't have these scans. I don't think that's going to be as important in the future. I think it's going to be, is there cancer coming back? Where is it located? And how do we get rid of it? I think that's going to be the new paradigm.
We've said all these nice things about PSMA PET. We've said all these nice things about the speaker who talked about PET CT. Now let's talk about the catches. My favorite questions. Now let's talk about the catches. Can you tell me some of the catches? But I want you to start first and foremost, because we had, I think, 3 different questions of the patients that submitted questions on the portal say, isn't this a lot of radiation? Should I be concerned? Because I might get a couple of these in the next couple of years. Am I being over radiated? Am I being exposed to too much radiation with a PET CT?
Well, I don't really think, as you and I both know, the men that get radiation therapy, the men that have their prostate treated with radiation, are getting the equivalent of what, 1,000 or 10,000 PET scans. So, in the context of, real radiation, it's nothing. And I'm not a radiation expert, but I know that every time you hop in an airplane and fly from LA to New York, you get radiated because you're closer to the sun. There's less atmosphere between you and all the rays that come from the sun. And you actually get a significant dose of radiation. So I don't think that in men that have serious cancers, of course, we don't want to do scans in people that are otherwise healthy and don't need scans, but people that are concerned about where their cancer is going to be 5 or 10 years from now, the risk, I think, is trivial. I mean, this comes up with this whole COVID thing, should I get a vaccine? And we've got an era where a lot of people have already been vaccinated. We've got a lot of people that have already had COVID. And maybe you're not, over 70, maybe you're a female, maybe you're in good health. So your risks start shrinking and shrinking. But then you look at the risks that we've seen so far in the vaccines, they're even smaller. So it's just a relative risk thing. Is the cancer serious enough to do something that you would not otherwise do if you didn't have to? Yeah. And most times the cancer is serious enough to justify these very tiny risks.
As a side note, today when I was on the treadmill, because I always try to work out before we do our Q&A, in between the speakers, I'll just do a quick half-mile run, because that way, I become smarter, more intelligent, more good-looking as I exercise.
Well, I'm not going to give you the smarter, more intelligent. Well, I'll give you the smarter one. You should talk, Mark. People haven't really had a chance. Your expertise in this, the alternative world and whatnot. My understanding, and you tell me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that, as I'm getting older and I'm trying to remember, who you are and all this as I get older, my understanding is the only thing that can possibly help me is exercise. In fact, I think that's in your book, right? The book about supplements and whatnot. Yeah. Can you just speak to that? Because all of us value our memory more than anything else on the face of the planet. Is there anything besides exercise that can help our memories? And how much of an impact does exercise have in that? I know this is off topic, but this is so important for everybody.
This is so important. So I'll give you my 30-second quick speech that I always give, because I was amazed at how much Higano, as we transition there. I have one more question about PSMAs, but as we transition there, she mentioned the word exercise. Someone should count, I think it was maybe 20, 25 times. Now, you remember 10, 20 years ago, if it was brought up once at a medical conference, we would go, wow, that's amazing. Someone brought it up. And now everybody brings it up. So we say, welcome to the party. Party's been going on for a long time. Where I think we run into a problem, and I talked about this during my introduction, is we have come to accept exercise as this physical being, putting us in this physical state. Look how good it makes you look. Look how much better it makes me look than you, even though you look really good, right? But we're forgetting that we have undersold the mental health benefits of moving every day. Now, remember, I consider exercise movement time with compliance, whatever you want. That could be vacuuming 30 minutes a day, being in your garden, doing Tai Chi, whatever gives you joy. But what we've learned is that it turns on all these kind of switches in the parts of the brain that put us in a better mood. And also, I always give it an acronym, which we don't have time for. We now know it reduces stress, anxiety, depression. We also know it reduces catastrophizing, which is tough in cancer, where you're thinking pervasive negative thoughts, right? And I'll leave you with this as we go back, because this is really about you, the Q&A right now, but because we'll talk about, I talked about in the introduction. I will leave you with one word in exercise, and that's called the hippocampus. The hippocampus is the memory area on the temporal lobe on each side. And researchers have figured out that it's the one part of the brain that's exquisitely, sensitive to movement and exercise daily. You bring blood flow in there and it helps keep it the same size. If you don't move, it starts to atrophy. So if you are a neurologist, you're now being a trained neurologist, you're learning in your clinical guidelines in the past 2 years that one of the ways to stop mild cognitive impairment from moving over into dementia is actually exercise. So it is a mental health pill that if it was given the credit it deserves, it would win a Nobel Prize tomorrow, because people are probably asleep in Europe. So they would have to give it tomorrow. That's the only, otherwise they give it today. So stress, anxiety, depression reduces catastrophizing, reduces suicidal ideation, which people don't like to talk about, but that's true. And it feeds your hippocampus, which is your memory center. And I've told you this, and I believe in this firmly, that if someone's going to go on androgen deprivation therapy and they're going to go see Mark Scholz, or they're going to go on any of the pills that mess with your hormones, if you're not agreeing to do some movement time every single day, you're fired. There's just no way, because you're starting so far behind the starting line with that patient. I don't think it's fair to the patient or to the physician. This is the last thing I'll leave you with, which we've never discussed before on exercise, which is amazing. And this was discovered, in my opinion, if you look at the data, by the Canadians. They looked at the men that you treat in the age group that you treat, and the women also. And what they decided to do with this group is that they were moving regularly every day. They decided to say, listen, for a couple of weeks, we want you to do nothing, just take it easy, just for a couple of weeks, compared to younger people in their 20s and 30s. And when they stopped moving for a couple of weeks, they said, okay, now go back to doing what you're doing. And as they started to look on month after month after month, they never got back to baseline. What that means is, as you get older, you do not have the luxury of turning it off for a short period of time. It takes your body so much more time to get back to where you were in shape as you get older compared to when you were 21, including even insulin resistance. So the Canadians have discovered the worst thing you can tell a patient, in my opinion, is just take it easy for a week or two. You can get back into shape, no problem. You can feel that. That's not what's happening. And I believe that's not what's happening mentally. So if you're taking 5-6 days off and you're not going for a walk, you're putting yourself so far behind the 8 ball that trying to catch up could take you 6 months, a year, maybe never. Yep. So if you're going to get androgen deprivation therapy and you think that 2 months after your injection, or when you take the new pill now, you can just pick it up then, you have already so far behind that you're going to struggle the rest of the way. So I hope that helps. I'm glad you asked me.
Mark, that is pure gold. And we could probably do a whole conference just on exercise, and we'd be delivering the same value. And everyone I know is experiencing the value of these amazing people like Dr. Higano and Dr. Hope. It's just like, wow, what individuals. They're just dedicated themselves to this expertise. They're so articulate. They're so passionate. But if we just did a conference talking about the value of exercise, we would probably do as much or more good than what modern medicine is providing. And I don't denigrate modern medicine. I'm a deliverer of that. So thank you for that. And I know that you said a lot in a very short time, but it's you and I both know how important this is. And I love that idea of, if you back off, you can't just pull it back to where you were. You want to have sustained exercise. And even if it's a daunting prospect, cut back and just do something every day. Get in a rhythm. Most of you, I hope, are brushing your teeth and taking a bath periodically, and exercise. You're sleeping. Exercise should be part of the no consideration for not exercising.
You are a machine, and when you're a machine that's of the age, well, like a car, when you're of the age of me or you, it's no longer called a machine. It's called an antique. We're old. So if you have a 50, 60, 70-year-old car, they don't go, oh, that's a beautiful car. They go, that's an old damn car. And so you don't say, hey, in order to keep that car running, just, press your foot as far as you can on the gas pedal all the time, or just never use it. The idea is you're always using it in moderation, and you're always maintaining it. How many patients do you see that say, it just took me a lot longer to recover from that injury. It just took me a lot longer to recover from this. That's because we're older machines. And we have to be good to our machines, which means you can't take your machine, put it in the garage for 4 months and go, have a nice day. I'm going to pull you back out sometime in August.
Yeah.
You got to keep the wheels moving, lubricated. You got to keep the engine light on every once in a while.
Let
me
make one last comment on that, because there's a lot of medical experts that don't understand what you and I are saying. So you'll have patients that'll go through an operation or something like that, a hernia operation. And the doctor will say, I don't want you to exercise for 6 weeks, because he doesn't want his little hernia to pop, which is, of course, important. But this whole idea, and these patients take it to heart. They do nothing for 6 weeks because the doctor told them.
Yeah.
And it's just like, there's a lot bigger picture than your little scar here. There's your whole life.
There's studies going on, and I firmly believe this, looking at concussions and players that suffer concussions, and that's a worrisome thing. But a couple of groups that will remain nameless right now, it's very preliminary. They looked at people that were concussed, and they had them up and around walking again very soon, as opposed to sitting in the bed. And they found out that the damages of the concussion seemed to be a lot less when they're not saying throw them back in the game. They're just saying, do not reduce your physical activity time. Lower back pain, chronic lower back pain, which costs billions of dollars. In the old days, hey, just sit around, don't do anything, your back hurts. No, the recommendation is now get back up, start moving. You'll recover as quickly, if not faster, because the machinery wants to move to recover. Yep. And so I will leave you with this story. I kid you not. Yesterday, a patient who's a patient of a doctor friend of mine in California called me from the hospital and said, I was just treated for prostate cancer. What should I ask my doctor? And I said, this was the day after surgery. I'm sorry, I'm using the word surgery. I said, the only question I think you should ask first and foremost, and then we'll talk about the other ones. He goes, what? How much maximum exercise can I get starting today? He said, well, I can get up and walk. I said, no, that's not the question. What's the maximum amount of walking time you can do the day after your treatment? The maximum, yeah, don't say minimum. We're not thinking minimum. And I think it's going to improve your recovery time if you think maximum. And he got involved in that discussion and was very happy. Thank you for that.
Thank you,
therapy. It was awesome. Okay, quick downsides of PSMA. False positives, false negatives. You got to comment on that. I'm worried that something is going to show up and it's false. It's false positive. Or I'm going to worry. So will you just comment on false positives and false negatives before we move on to the last part?
Sure. The beauty of these PSMA PET scans is that the false positive incidence is much lower than with other scans. Much, much, much lower. So that's a strength, not a weakness. False negatives, yes. Fortunately, that's occurring in the people that have really low PSAs, really tiny cancers. So we don't have a scan yet that is 100%. If the scan is clear, guaranteed, you're cured, there's nothing spread. No, the scan is not that good. It's just so much better than what we used to have that it's, giving us a far deeper insight into what's going on through the rest of the body. If it is missing something, it is missing something tiny. So yeah, you can have quote false negatives, absolutely.
But it's not a reason not to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's you want to know if you can find the cancer, you want to know where it is. Why is that so important? Well, of course, to design an overall treatment protocol, but it's radiation, was in the dark ages only 15, 20 years ago. Radiation was frightening. People would get burned and it would be a lifelong tragedy. Now in 2021, with computerization, targeting, and all this sorts of thing, routinely the people I refer for radiation to sensitive areas of their body, their prostates, their lymph nodes, no side effects, or if there are any side effects, it's related to getting erections, which is still a problem. But all the other ugly things, the burn bladders, burn rectums, if that happens, it's nigh on to incompetence. It's not because the radiation is bad; it's because they didn't go to the right radiation therapist. So when these PET scans find a little spot somewhere, these radiation therapists can do these little pencil beams and sterilize them. No side effects at all, ever. So it's a wonderful 1-2 punch to know where it is and then have an incredibly effective non-toxic treatment to deal with it.
Wow, that was an awesome run. Now we got to spend time on the area you love so much, talking about all of these new discoveries and what's happening in advanced treatments. But let's talk about androgen deprivation side effects, because that was a huge part of Dr. Higano's. I thought she covered it extremely well. I don't know if you want to give any general commentary, but I'm about to take you through some quick side effects of androgen deprivation therapy when you're ready. Do you want to just do that?
Well, if we hadn't covered the exercise, I'd start right there, but I think we covered that nicely. So jump right in.
Yeah. So just keep in mind that if you put a checklist of every single side effect you can experience on hormone therapy, the only thing that will cover most of the boxes, most of the checks on that list will be exercise, right? Whether it's cancer-related fatigue, whether it's building up muscle. Because remember, exercise is not just aerobic, it's also resistance, it's also flexibility. I always hear from the one naysayer every year that says, well, I'm not in a position to do all those exercises. I don't even care if it's somebody wading in a pool or walking in waist-high water or just doing exercises within the pool and not moving. The body was meant to move and to change position every once in a while. Otherwise, it's a use it or lose it machinery. It really is, and so is the brain. Quickly on your comment on anemia and hormone therapy.
It's usually mild. The anemia of low testosterone doesn't usually translate into the shortness of breath of severe anemias. And it's not, when people say, I feel tired, is it because of this mild anemia that the testosterone has caused, low testosterone has caused? No, generally not. Usually it's a lack of exercise, loss of muscle that is causing the fatigue, not the anemia. So it's something though to be aware of, because I do have patients who go to their family doctor who says, oh my God, you're anemic, I'm going to give you iron. And they're not iron deficient. They just have developed a blood count that's similar to that of a woman because they don't have testosterone.
And what about in terms of the weight gain? I mean, there's been lots of talk that some people experience extreme weight gain, some people experience minimal weight gain, but how about androgen deprivation therapy and weight gain?
It's a big deal. If muscle mass goes down, your metabolic rate drops. All you have to do is stay on the same diet that you ate for the last 20 years and you're getting too many calories. It's got to go somewhere. Usually goes right to the tummy. If there isn't a very targeted and thoughtful approach to eating, most men are going to gain weight. And it's much easier to keep it off than to get it off later. So people that are starting hormone therapy need to be thinking about their diet. How am I going to cut back on my calories?
Well said, well said. How about fatigue? I read this more than any other question from the patient submissions. I feel tired. I have no energy.
Well, you know that and if we talk about exercise this whole time, it'll be useful for our patients. There are literal randomized studies looking at the degree of fatigue in people that do weight training and those that just do a normal lifestyle. And it's like night and day. And I see it in the clinic. Before we knew that exercise could get rid of this fatigue that is so prevalent in men on Lupron and other agents, we would warn them. Okay, we're going to give you a Lupron. We're so sorry. You're going to feel like a limp dish rag, and you're going to drag in here, but we're saving your life, so no choice. And then later, through the years, it became apparent that the men that would do regular focused weight training, keep their muscles up, feel pretty darn normal. I mean, it's like unbelievable difference. And so that's the answer to fatigue.
JAMA Oncology a few years ago, one of the largest reviews I had to review, because every month I review a different paper for doctors for the past 20 years so when they get credit. So the one I had to review last year was one of the most comprehensive reviews of people going through cancer treatment and all the pharmacologic agents that could help combat fatigue and all the supplements. And then here the conclusion was basically this. If you look at the JAMA Oncology article, that looked at cancer-related fatigue, the meta-analysis, it said, we have nothing better than exercise in clinical study. Have a nice day. That was the whole thing. All right, so what about hot flashes? And there was a lot of questions on using estrogen for hot flashes. As you know, 10, 20 years ago, there were all these drugs for hot flashes and they all came with these catches. And so what are people gonna do about hot flashes today?
A lot of men that I talk to that have hot flashes, a lot of them are a little hesitant to take any more medicines. They're already on a lot of medicines, and many of them just suck it up and just live with them. I don't hesitate to provide some pharmaceuticals. You mentioned estrogen, which is clearly the best way to treat hot flashes. In the old days, we used to give an injection of progesterone, and that became a little more problematic when it was realized that can be converted into testosterone. So we don't do that quite as liberally as we would in the past, because progesterone also works. Estrogen has to be given in a patch because the oral forms cause blood clots, but the patches are safe and they're very effective. If people are a little nervous about estrogen, you mentioned it, I think, when you were talking to Tia about things like venlafaxine, which is a mild antidepressant, gabapentin, which is used for nerve pain and seizures and whatnot. They're not universally effective, but some people, they work really well. You're probably aware that there's that acupuncture can help hot flashes. Have you used that in any of your patients?
Yeah, so acupuncture, well, the data is really coming out now. So we're instructing other physicians and healthcare professionals to really start considering that data, because it used to be 1-2 studies and now it's 10, 11. And now these are very small studies, but they've had a now comparison in New York and other places to sham acupuncture. So they actually do have a placebo group and they're still seeing a potential benefit. And, you can go once a week. Some people go twice a week. It also helps. It can help with mood. It can help with pain. It can help with a lot of other things. So to find a qualified acupuncturist in your area, or even acupressure for hot flashes, the initial investment is very small and the potential payoff to reduce hot flashes is massive, right? It's also being studied in your area in chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy, or CIPN. So the multiple benefits of acupuncture, I get letters all the time. I talk to people all the time about this who are going for it, and they're either getting little or they're getting a lot, but they're getting something. So I'm glad you mentioned that, because I haven't even thought about that for a long time. So the answer is yes, that's a great thing to potentially consider. Where I'm not seeing a lot of help is the old days. A lot of people would recommend supplements for hot flashes. And unless there's a major catch, like someone's contaminated with estrogen or something, I haven't seen much beyond a placebo. Although I'm still a traditionalist, I still think organic ground flaxseed helps a little bit. That was a Mayo Clinic study. It had a large impact. They say it statistically didn't beat placebo, but clinically you could argue that it did help a lot of people. And what I like about this is it costs pennies. You use 2 tablespoons and it's loaded with fiber. And what you always hear, whether it's patients or someone in the public, what you'll always hear is that if it works or it didn't work, someone will go, well, God, I'm regular again. Thank you. So, it's first do no harm, right? You still get a potential benefit, even if you don't get the benefit you were looking for. And some people get both. So anyway, any other comment on those side effects before we go into the other drugs? Because we're going to talk about the oral anti-androgens next, unless you've got another side effect from androgen deprivation therapy you want to talk about.
No, I mean, the big three, we talked about the possibility of fatigue due to muscle loss, weight gain due to slow metabolism, and then the third big issue, because all the other things like bone loss and whatnot, you can take a pill, hot flashes. The third one, of course, is loss of libido. And loss of libido means the loss of interest in sex. Doesn't mean that with Viagra or something that men can't get an erection. Many can get an erection when they're on Lupron. They're just not that interested in getting an erection.
Right.
So Tia got into this in her talk, which was wonderful because this doesn't get talked about enough. Have you come across any supplement or anything that has? I've had a rare patient that went on estrogen and got their libido back while they were on Lupron. I wish I saw it more frequently. Not frequently enough for me to recommend doing it.
Yeah.
I think Wellbutrin has been talked about as a possible way to stimulate libido. What do you think about those things? It seems almost like a hopeless battle, but I've never really queried you on this one, Mark. I'm kind of curious is there anything we can look for that would help libido in a man with a low testosterone?
So I've been to Australia 3 times teaching. One time I went for a long time, and they've got the top-notch exercise experts in the area, especially resistance exercise with androgen deprivation therapy. So when we're hanging around, sitting there and having a water or a beer, I would always talk to them about their trials, and I'll never forget. I did a paper with that group a couple of years ago. They would keep telling me sort of on the side that they were seeing a signal of people that were doing their exercises and were compliant. They were seeing their interest in sexual activity higher. And in one study, they reported it significantly higher. And a lot of people said, well, it wasn't clinically significant. And they said, well, listen, if it's an extra 3 or 4 people, to us, it was clinically significant. So it hasn't been accepted that exercise might do something, but I can tell you from the people I trust most in this area, they were like, hey, we're gonna look into this. There's something to, and the reason why this is interesting is because people don't realize this. When Viagra was approved for almost everything in the area of male sexual function except libido. So libido was never FDA approved when Viagra and these PDE5 drugs were approved. So in other words, you have to tell a patient of yours that when you take Viagra or Cialis, it helps the equipment work better, but it has never been proven to make you want you to use your equipment more. So then the Europeans did a study of combining Viagra with exercise versus Viagra itself. And lo and behold, there was a statistically and clinically significant effect on libido. So the only time we've been proven that Viagra helps your sex drive is when you combine it with exercise. So all I'm saying is, I think there's something there. I published a paper many years ago with a Korean urologist, Kwang-Sung Park, who looked into Asian ginseng for libido and is still studying it. And so it's called Panax ginseng. That hasn't been in the realm of androgen deprivation. That's been just for men walking the earth who have this issue. They can go look at that paper and look at that in our write-up. But otherwise, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I'm a glass half full guy. This is a very difficult one. You're removing all of that testosterone. It's extremely difficult to get that drive back. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, have you ever experimented with Wellbutrin? I've been a little nervous. You know, this is the drug that they use for quitting smoking.
Yes,
it's an antidepressant, but it also has some rare side effects that make me a little nervous, just to quote bring libido back. But it's I haven't ventured there, but I know that there have been some studies done, and it's I've had sort of a hopeless attitude towards the restoration of libido in men with low testosterone. I said, we're going to have to wait till you get your testosterone back. But have you seen anything on Wellbutrin?
My whole shtick is mostly on the lifestyle area, and then working with hundreds, if not thousands, of doctors that give me patient reports. But there's been some, and if it can help with the mental health aspect of what's going on, sometimes that's enough to push you toward a libido benefit. So yeah, I've heard of that, because I go back to this whole exercise shtick on physical. You can't get anywhere unless you change the mental. Even if you're getting success with prostate cancer, you don't see it unless mentally you're there. Because if you're clinically depressed, you've got to believe it. You got to feel it. That's mood, that's cognition. And so if Wellbutrin's helping, and even venlafaxine, if something's helping you mentally, the possibility that can help you libido-wise or give you the energy or feel the attraction, I think there's something. That's what I've seen.
Maybe Wellbutrin is mentioned in that. That's I think a really cogent analysis, because the other ones, venlafaxine and Celestia and all these, actually can suppress libido in men that have normal testosterones. Yeah. Wellbutrin is probably one of the few that doesn't do that. So maybe it's you're right. Maybe these people are feeling normal again. They say, well, maybe I can consider a little romance in my life, because they're not so beaten down with the pressures of life.
That's right. That's right. The mental part, if you're seeing a mental boost, and again, more like you said, venlafaxine, these antidepressants can bring the libido down further. But if you're in that lucky person that has a mood issue and then they get a benefit from that pill, the chance that they may see something in the libido area is possible. But let me bring you up the one regret I had with Higano. The one regret, I thought I put it here. I did. This was the one regret. I want you to comment on this before we go lightning round with the last 5 minutes. I can't even believe we've been doing this an hour and a half. That's crazy. She did a paper with her group that was called, they looked at couples and sexual intimacy. And here was basically the conclusion they came up with, that prostate cancer treatments must view prostate cancer as a couple's disease. The illness, the treatment itself, and the illness must consider the impact of it on not only the individual, but the couple. And so do you want to comment on that? Because you could talk libido all day long. And as a lot of our past speakers said, look, unless you're doing things couple-wise, if you're just doing it for the individual, have a nice day, that person's on an island by themselves. You got to bring both people to that same place.
Well, I mean, this comes up a lot in my practice. So someone takes hormone therapy for a while, their libido is low, and you congratulate them. You've completed your year of hormone therapy and your testosterone's coming back. Isn't that exciting? And you look at the wife, and the wife is like, not really. So she's postmenopausal. she hasn't had a libido for years, and it's just like not a goal. So as men start getting their libido back, if they don't have a partner that's equally interested, then it's actually a kind of torture when you have this, unequal libidos in couples. So I have mentioned to a number of couples, sometimes successfully, sometimes not, about the possibility of bioidentical hormones for the wife. Yeah. If he's going to be getting his libido back, maybe it would be helpful for the wife to get her libido back too, this postmenopausal lady. And it works. It's a little bit of testosterone for women can restore them to premenopausal interest in sexual function.
And I feel the same way. I'm going to have you, before you retire in 38 years or 50 years, God knows, I'm going to have you put a Moyad contract in front of each one of your patients, which says everything that we talk about, including exercise, if he's going to do it, you got to do it. The couple's got to do it together to see those benefits because they're experiencing this together. And so both partners, the partners have to engage in those lifestyle changes together, whether it's making the dietary change, whether it's making the exercise change, and that will enhance the relationship. This is not just you go change your diet, you got to go exercise, you got to do it together. Otherwise, you're not going to see the real nirvana, the real benefit, right?
Absolutely. And you remember some of those early studies when, most of the men that had prostate cancer was metastatic and 15, 20 years ago when that was the norm. Thankfully, that's not the norm anymore. But they showed that being married, that critical relationship had a bigger impact on survival than any of our other available treatments. That's right. The support system, the desire to live, to have a healthy relationship is so salutary. So I'm glad that you point that out, Mark. I'm not sure that we've emphasized that enough in our conferences in the past.
One of the first conferences we did together, I had a joke and it just hit a home run. And it's too bad I haven't been able to use it again. It was, in my research, I've seen that single men have a lower chance of getting prostate cancer, but married men have a lower chance of dying from prostate cancer. And I said the scientific conclusion I came to was that you should stay single, and then when you get prostate cancer, you should get married. And it was funny then, and I don't know in today's environment what people think. And then to be fair on both sides, I said, well, I don't see any survival benefit for marriage for women, so I don't know why women marry. So I was able to play that both sides. Anyway, I'm going to give you one word lightning round because we only have 2 minutes, and then you're going to tell me your takeaway for patients. All right? Okay. So I want you to. I actually like this that we only have 2 minutes. The first thing on the lightning round is we had a ton of questions was, I have stage 4 prostate cancer. Can you please explain to me, because I don't know, because it's used with these other diseases. And I know what they're trying to say, this looks bad, but can you explain to me what stage 4 prostate cancer really means? Does it have meaning, or can we really get a benefit there? What's the meaning of that?
So in prostate cancer, we don't officially use 1, 2, 3, 4 staging. So what they're really saying is, in all likelihood, they're saying that the cancer is spread outside the prostate, either to lymph nodes, bones, or both. That would probably be a fair stage 4. The encouraging thing is that if you have stage 4 anything else, you're looking at probably pretty short survival. Stage 4 prostate cancer, you can live for 20 years. So it doesn't really equate to other cancers. And the 1, 2, 3, 4 isn't really a technical thing that's used in prostate. It's, like you say, a vague descriptive.
You just answered about 15 of the questions. I'm not kidding. And we continue to get that. That was a beautiful answer. Beautiful. Now let's talk about the second generation anti-androgen products. Erlita, Nubeqa, enzalutamide, Xtandi. Can you just comment on why we should be so excited about these, including Zytiga, abiraterone, these pills that can be added on top of androgen deprivation therapy? Why should I be so excited about these pills?
Well, I think the starkest illustration of this, as a medical oncologist, we give chemotherapy. We have infusion centers. We have infusion nurses. People come in and get chemotherapy for advanced, we'll call it the stage 4s, right? It certainly historically was a big deal. And I have a nice, big, beautiful room with tall windows for this, that now, since the advent of these new medicines, has been sitting empty now for more than 5 years. Because these medicines take otherwise hormone-resistant cancers and put these patients back into remission, if they get started in a timely fashion, for years, if not indefinitely. and postpone and eliminate the need for chemotherapy. How's that for exciting?
Yeah. Provenge immunotherapy. Any comment on that? We don't hear about it a lot. You still use it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. A non-toxic treatment given over a 6-week period, proven to prolong life. It needs to be used in men at the early onset of hormone resistance. So the first sign that the PSA is rising on Lupron, think Provenge. That's when the Provenge goes. And if it's used in that setting, it'll probably add a year or two to a person's life expectancy. 6-week investment covered by insurance, minimal, if any, practically no side effects. What else do I need to say?
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. Yeah. Chemotherapy, Taxotere and Jevtana. There are 2 readily available to you. And I know you can use some other ones off label, but any comment on those? I still don't think they get enough love. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, if you need them, they work. That's the good news. In the old days, chemotherapy could be synonymous with let's punish you before you die, and it's not going to help much. These agents actually work. They're mild chemotherapies, thank God, so that you can live with them. I think the newest thing on chemotherapy is there's certain situations, men that don't do PSA testing and show up in the office with a PSA of 300 because they never checked their PSA and they've got spots on their bones. They were negligent, or some doctor was, obviously. And those studies clearly show that if those men don't just go on Lupron and see what happens, go on Lupron plus Taxotere or Lupron plus Jevtana, and you will add years to your life expectancy. So don't wait for things to go sour. Get on the chemotherapy right away.
PARP inhibitors, these new pills, we have olaparib, Lynparza, rucaparib. So we have 2 that are out there now. Many more may be coming for these BRCA and other mutations. Do you use them? Do you like them?
They're FDA approved for advanced disease. Everyone who has advanced, I'm using stage 4 again, now that you set it up for me. Hopefully I never use it again, just create more confusion. But all these men need genetic testing. Simple blood tests like Garden 360 or Foundation. See if they have the mutation you mentioned, BRCA, ATM. And these pills, they're like a mild chemotherapy pill, will cause remissions in about half the men that have that particular mutation. Now, those mutations only occur in about 10% of men with advanced disease. So it's not everyone's going to benefit from these pills. But to not look for it, and this is like another arrow in our quiver. We want to have as many tools at our disposal as possible. So everyone should get genetic testing that has advanced disease. And if they have those mutations, they're going to have a high likelihood of response to the medicines you just mentioned.
Controversy City, and now you're the mayor. Does everybody who come in your office should get some type of genetic testing to see if they have a BRCA1 or 2 mutation or an ATM? Do you think everyone now? Remember, a couple of years ago, nobody got tested. Do you think everyone should get genetic testing of some sort?
Everyone with advanced disease, men who have newly diagnosed, men that don't have advanced disease but have a bad genre of prostate cancer, high risk. If they're young, there could be a familial component. It's like probably should test those individuals. Apart from that, I'll ask you to I'll turn the question back to you, Mark, because there are horror stories of people that get genetic testing and find out that they're related to some axe murder or something like that.
I know.
You can get it. Go ahead.
No, I know, but I said this at our meeting 3 years ago. I said 3 or 4 years ago, we're going to wake up and they're going to start testing everybody with advanced disease. And now I'm going to tell you, in 3 years from now, they're going to test everybody with recurrence. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, we have drugs that are working here. It's nice to know. If you just know that they have a more aggressive potential variant, then you can be aggressive in the way you follow these people. That would be my recommendation to the healthcare professionals. So I'm glad that you're doing all that. So let's see, we talked about Nubeca or Alita, Extend. We talked about all that. We didn't talk about lutetium or radium-223. So we didn't talk about Xofigo so let's talk about Xofigo first, and then we'll talk about the other. Xofigo, Xofigo. Do you use it, and who do you use it for?
We do use it. It's a monthly injection, has limited, if any, side effects. This is also for the advanced stage patients that have spots on their bones. and is proven to prolong survival, good quality of life, very simple to do, 30-second injection once a month. And so it's very attractive, has fewer side effects than chemotherapy, for example.
And then what we heard this week, new news coming from Novartis that said their lutetium tied in with the PSMA test is a radioligand. You give this and it finds the spots of metastasis and delivers a punch right to them. This looks like it's potentially our new FDA approved drug, potentially this year. Yep. Any comment on lutetium 177?
Well, it's exciting. We've had patients that have flown over to Australia or Germany to get this medicine who had run out of options, who had very serious advanced cancers, who've had beautiful responses to this with minimal side effects. Most common side effect is dry mouth because it can affect the salivary glands. So it's going to be very exciting to get this on the market. And whereas the Xofigo is great for cancer in the bones, this can also cover cancer in the lymph nodes, the lung, anywhere else that it may be. So it's going to be a very popular treatment, and it'll be interesting to see if it has similar or even better efficacy in early stage disease. We don't know that. But for men that have more advanced disease, definitely it's, I think, almost a slam dunk for FDA approval in the next 6 months.
That's really, I mean, has any other cancer besides prostate had more advances? I mean, we got to be up there with all of the cancers that exist in terms of advances in the past 10 years, right?
Yeah, I think it's an encouraging world. You know, the pharmaceutical industry takes so many hits, and they're spending billions of dollars for prostate cancer research every year. And it is focused research looking for practical treatments that really help people. And they're coming through over and over and over with these things. So it's incredibly hopeful situation when you've got that much money being spent on research every year. We're going to see results year after year after year.
You know, you're late. You have to go to clinic. And I have to essentially talk with the group about, you know, the fall meeting. So I'm not going to let you leave without throwing the same question that I've never thrown at you, how I ended Higano's talk. Are you ready for this?
Probably not.
No, you're ready. I promise you, you're ready. I know you privately that you're ready. So before I talk about Michigan references, go blue. They're playing tomorrow. They're supposed to win. You're picking Michigan to win tomorrow, right? Is that correct?
This is for what? They call it March Madness, something like that?
And then that implies already that you don't know about the game at all. You're supposed to say, oh yeah, I know about it, and Michigan's going to win tomorrow against Florida State. Is that correct that you predict that?
Does that mean that UCLA lost?
I don't know. Is UCLA a school? I haven't followed that. So you think they're going to win, of course, but that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is the most miraculous patient situation you can remember. I know this is we're going to talk about this later, but I believe in hope. I believe that oncologists see tons of miracles every single day. And instead we get the focus on, oh, this didn't work out, or, oh, that didn't work out. But you also see miracles like everybody does. Is there a specific patient or a treatment that came to mind recently? You have a huge, long career that you just went, what was that? That's amazing.
Well, we see that actually pretty darn frequently. And that is, you know, where people have cancer all over their body, put them on Lupron, and 20 years later, they're still in remission. So that's fairly routine. But when you mention that, I got to tell you about, before I went into prostate cancer, I did general oncology. And something sticks with me to this day was a woman that I saw in early practice. I picked up her when I joined Dr. Stephen Strum, and we became partners over in Culver City. And I was looking at her chart, and it went back a few years, and she had breast cancer all over her body. And I was looking at this, I was trying to see, now this must be the wrong patient. Back then, of course, we had very few tools at all. And so I was looking at this, and are you this woman? Comparing the chart, and it was no big deal to her. She said, I said, what do you attribute this to? When I look at this, what treatment did you have? And her answer was, I knew I wasn't going anywhere. I had to take care of my kids. And I think that answer really resonates, that you and I have seen people do well. Remember Harry Pinchot and these other people, that he was a support group, the first employee of the PCRI, actually. Mm-hmm. And these patients, they get cancer, and then all of a sudden they get on fire to change the world and make it a better place. And for some reason, the purpose seems to drive their outcomes more, sometimes even more than the treatments do. And that she knew she had a job to raise a child, and she was totally she was in remission. It was like 5 years after this. She had brought breast cancer in and throughout her bones. You know how hopeless that situation is.
Absolutely. But I also know that, you know, in my own family and situations, we do everything we can, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But there's a lot of hope in oncology, and there's a lot of people that do well. But what I've noticed about that consistent theme is they work with somebody who allows them to go up to bat as many times as possible, as long as they want to go up to bat.
Mm-hmm.
So the more times you get a swing at the ball, the greater chance you can hit it, the ball even randomly or in a lucky fashion. I have found that when people are looking at more times, more attempts, and they're allowed those attempts and they're not stymied, I don't know, from your patients, I found that those are the ones that you really see when you see something, you see something great potentially. Yeah,
it's don't listen to those doctors that say, you know, sometimes the doctors feel helpless, and they really don't have a sense of any useful treatment they can do. And so then they devolve into this attitude of, well, at least I can tell you where you're at, and you only got 6 months. You've got to be real careful around those authoritative figures that are probably in their own insecurity, think they know the future. And yes, they would probably be correct if it was a group of people and you were looking at average survival. But in any group of people, you have the people that unfortunately don't even live 6 months, and then you have the ones that unexpectedly do fabulously better than anyone would have thought. So patients have to be very careful when this whole issue of how long will I live, doctor, because no one really knows.
Yeah, that's well put. That's a great way to end the conference. That's a great way to say, I kept you 15 minutes over. There are going to be patients at your clinic that are going to be mad. They should get mad at me. But with so many people watching this video, I've done this with you a long time. That is the most on fire, the most on key I have seen you. I mean, you have been really, like, you have an edge about you today. What's going on? Too much 1,3,7-trimethylxanthine, also known as caffeine? What's going on here? I mean, you did a hell of a job today.
I don't know. You'll have to ask my wife if anything's different. I've just been, you know, ever since the COVID thing started, we've been incredibly busy, especially with phone visits. And that has, you know, not too much time for introspection. It's just taking care of patients. So I enjoy that. I think I'm just a happy guy.
Yeah. Love seeing you. I'm glad we could do this session. I'll be seeing you soon out there. Thanks for the time. Thanks for another great conference. And to all those people out there, we were sitting at a table having lunch, and a bunch of us at the PCRI and Mark Scholz, we said, do you think people would attend a spring meeting? That was 7 years ago. And now tens upon tens of thousands of people have seen the videos, or thousands have come in person. So it's interesting how an idea starts at lunch, and 7 years later, the education continues. But I think the education is at the highest level we've ever seen it, including our speakers. So thank you.
Well, as you know, Mark, we would never have the courage to venture into something like this if it wasn't for you. Yeah, I mean, you make this look easy. You make everyone who surrounds you, you make us all look good. And I know it's hard work in addition to your many talents, but you give us the courage to go places where we haven't gone before. And thank God it's turned out as well as it has. You know, I'm very grateful for the impact that this is having.
That's very sweet. I'm gonna wipe my tears with Michigan basketball. But no, I know, I appreciate that. It's and people have always said to me, why did you just get full-time into education? Why don't you go be with your dad? And why didn't you go into surgery, or why didn't you go into radiation oncology? And I always said, there is such a big hole in the area of education. You know, it's so funny when we send our kids off to school and an educator changes their lives, we go, my God, they changed their lives. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, that's in school, but we need that in cancer. Don't we need educators in cancer? And, you know, you helped me feel comfortable with that and bring me to that point. And I love you for it. And I love our relationship. And I love the fact that we're able to do this. And I can't wait till fall. So thanks for spending so much time. Thanks for being you. And I'll see you soon, right?
Thank you, Marcos.
All right. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Scholz, and thank you, Dr. Moyad. That was incredible. I want to thank everyone who attended this virtual conference. Thank you for joining us and sharing your support for what we do here. And thanks to our speakers, Dr. Moyad, Dr. Scholz, Dr. Higano, and Dr. Hope. You presented an incredible amount of information, and thank you so much for making it available to us. Also, thanks to our sponsors, Bayer, Janssen, Astellas, Pfizer, Dendreon, AbbVie, Blue Earth, Expanse Accelerator Applications, Clovis, Myevent, Foundation Medicine, and Progenics. Because of you, you helped make this a success. And also, I would personally like to say thank you to my incredible team because they did a fantastic job with this conference. As a reminder, please subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with more content just like this. And if you have any questions about prostate cancer, we'd be happy to answer you and help you along your journey. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you at our upcoming conference on September 10th and 11th. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. The Prostate Cancer Research Institute is an educational organization for prostate cancer patients, their caregivers, and their families. We put patients first and are an unbiased source of information and support. For over 20 years, our goal has been to meet the educational needs of prostate cancer patients at every stage of their journey. Medical technology is advancing rapidly, and new treatments are becoming available. Patients have to make complex choices which have lasting implications. They face unexpected industry biases and doctors who may not be up to date on the latest research. Your donation helps men receive the latest, most up-to-date information, which empowers them to make informed decisions. Our website, PCRI.org, is a wealth of information and resources. Our conferences and webinars are a way to get patients' questions answered by leading physicians and researchers. And we have a helpline for men to call with questions about their diagnosis, treatment choices, and side effects associated with these treatments. Each week we produce multiple videos covering concepts and every patient question that we can think of about the disease in a straightforward and easy to understand format. This was a brief overview of what we do at PCRI, and to learn more you can visit our website. Your donation directly funds our educational programs, which give life-changing information to men during a very vulnerable time in their life, and we thank you for your consideration. You can visit PCRI.org to learn more.
Provenge is an established cellular immunotherapy used to treat certain men with advanced prostate cancer. Provenge is customized to each individual and is made from his own immune cells. Immunotherapy is the prevention or treatment of disease with substances that may stimulate an immune response. The immune system has memory and can recognize substances it has encountered previously. Immunotherapy is designed to boost the immune system to target and attack advanced prostate cancer. This is why immunotherapy empowers the immune system to fight the cancer immediately and allow the effects to last over time. Indication: Provenge is a prescription medication used to treat certain men with advanced prostate cancer. Provenge is an established cellular immunotherapy and is customized to each individual by using his own immune cells. Important safety information. Before receiving Provenge, tell your doctor about any medical conditions, including heart or lung problems, or if you have had a stroke. Tell your doctor about any medicines you take, including prescription and non-prescription drugs, vitamins, or dietary supplements. The most common side effects of Provenge include chills, fatigue, fever, back pain, nausea, joint ache, and headache. These are not all the possible side effects of Provenge treatment. Provenge is made from your own immune cells, which are collected during a process called leukapheresis. The cells are processed, returned, and then infused back into the patient through an IV, intravenous infusion, approximately 3 days later. This process is completed in 3 cycles, about 2 weeks apart. Each infusion takes approximately 1 hour and requires 30 minutes of post-infusion monitoring. Provenge infusion can cause serious reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you have signs of a heart attack or lung problems, such as trouble breathing, chest pains, racing or irregular heartbeats, high or low blood pressure, dizziness, fainting, nausea, or vomiting. Have signs of a stroke, such as numbness or weakness on one side of the body, decreased vision in one eye, or difficulty speaking. Develop symptoms of thrombosis, which may include pain and/or swelling of an arm or leg with warmth over the affected area, discoloration of an arm or leg, shortness of breath, chest pain that worsens on deep breathing. Have signs of infection, such as fever over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, redness or pain at the infusion or collection sites. Tell your doctor about any side effects that concerns you or does not go away. For more information, talk with your doctor. You are encouraged to report negative side effects of prescription drugs to the FDA. Visit www.fda.gov/medwatch or call 1-800-FDA-1088. Please see accompanying full prescribing information.